my Doomsday Train. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 251 Stubborn, Die? S-Class Potential, a Level 12 mechanical train, the Star. It was worth showing off. He wasn't one to show off, nor was he one to reveal his true colors. It was mainly to give the still insignificant train a little motivation and hope, to prevent everyone from despairing. Well, that was it. Chen Mang sat inside the train and glanced at the train radio. Although he had been in uncharted territory and unable to connect to the Crisis Valley train radio, he'd still been in contact with Erden. He could still get in touch? Erden had found another adventure map within the past month and was heading there, so he'd be there soon. After all, while Crisis Valley was vast, Erden's speed wouldn't slow him down much. Then he looked at the changes brought about by the Level 12 train upgrade. He wouldn't mention the more subtle changes, like the increased base speed. It wasn't a huge increase, just a small one. At Level 12, there were no craftable parts. There were no additional features either. The Level 12 train hadn't changed at all. Chen Mang narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the upgrade requirements for the Level 13 train. As expected, the upgrade requirements weren't simple. It was clear that Level 13 was also a hurdle. He had already figured out the pattern. Wherever there was a hurdle, the upgrades to the previous few levels wouldn't change much. He didn't have time to think. The search radar beeped as a train rapidly approached through the air, landing right in front of him. A piercing sonic boom followed. Erden arrived. Master Mang. Erden stepped off the train and looked up at the behemoth before him, eyes filled with shock and disbelief. It's only been a month since I last saw it. How has it changed so much? Not bad. Chen Mang, who had also landed on the ground, looked at Erden and smiled. Dinner's already started. Let's go get something to eat. Afterwards, I'll take you somewhere nice, huh? Oh. Erden looked away from the Star Train in front of him, somewhat bewildered. Compared to the Star Train, his traveling frog looked like a miniature toy. The dinner ended quickly. It didn't last too long. After all, many residents had been working continuously for nearly a month, and their bodies were already at their limit. They could not stay mentally active in an extremely excited state, but after a few bottles of wine and some carbohydrates, many residents fell asleep on the table while eating. To be honest, he was really scared at first. He thought it was food poisoning. So many people were poisoned and had to be sent to the medical cabin. How much iron ore would it cost him? Fortunately, Zio AI told him that he was just asleep, otherwise the cook would definitely be sacrificed tonight. What made him most relieved was that although many people were drunk, no one said anything bad about him. But it also made him a little puzzled. Sitting inside the train, Chen Mang glanced out the window at a group of residents cleaning up the mess. He frowned and asked, Zio AI, do you think old Zhu guessed I'd let you eavesdrop? He just drank 2 bottles of beer. He kept saying Mr. Mang all the time. He kept praising me all night. Zio AI paused before continuing. I can't really tell, but in old Zhu's conversation, 89% of it was praise for you, Mr. Mang. Maybe it wasn't flattery, just a direct explanation of your actions. After all, you're really amazing, Mr. Mang. Zio AI, I'm here. You've learned bad habits. Chen Mang shook his head and said nothing more. He simply pressed a button on the console, and the first level of the train slowly opened. After Erden piloted the traveling frog into the first level, the doors slowly closed again. He was taking Erden to the train tunnel. It would be difficult and impractical for Erden's train to penetrate such a deep tunnel, but it didn't matter. He could just leave the train and follow him. Soon, Erden took the elevator from the second floor of the train room to the first floor. Master Mang. Erden stood on the second floor of the train room, looking at the surrounding floor-to-ceiling windows and the interior decoration of the train room with some amazement. The decoration of your train room is quite shocking, a bit like the president's luxurious office. I'm just short of taking a glass of red wine to the window, looking up at the sky, and shaking the red wine glass. My train room looks like a bird's nest compared to that. Really? Chen Mang heard Erden's praise, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly. He looked at the decoration of the train room again and suddenly felt that it looked much better. I don't know much about decoration. It feels a bit too empty and lacks popularity. I thought of putting something here to make it look better. Well, Master Mang, putting a missile here will not increase the popularity. This is purely a personal hobby. I like to look at this stuff. What suggestions do you have? Pick 10 beautiful women and have them stand in the train room every day. Too vulgar. Chen Mang shook his head. Besides, I prefer to be alone most of the time. I don't like other people in the train room. Erden pondered for a moment before hesitantly saying, let's try building a large leather sofa or something. Yeah, that's possible. The next moment, with a massive drill extending and rapidly rotating, the star plunged deep into the earth, aiming directly at the train tunnel. Inside the tunnel, the star train floated low in the sky, speeding south along the tunnel. He had been through this tunnel many times before and knew it was safe. The tunnel was almost straight, with very little curvature. The train speed on the control panel screen continued to increase 1,802 km per hour, 2,239 km per hour, 3,223 km per hour. 40. A deafening sonic boom echoed through the tunnel, permeating the train compartments. Extreme speed brings extreme pressure. However, thanks to the built-in spatial stabilizer, the two men felt no chest tightness or discomfort. It was just a little difficult to see the incandescent lights on either side of the tunnel. They almost became a straight white line, rapidly shooting behind them. This, Erden pointed at the digital display on the control panel, bewildered and incredulous, his voice rising. Master Mang, what's that speed? Is it 4,000 km per hour, 5,000? Chen Mang smiled and pointed at the speed on the screen. 5,040 km per hour. No, Master Mang, did you activate some speed-related train stunt, or some overpowered accessory? No, it's just the normal upper speed limit for the train. But, Erden stood there, somewhat bewildered. His greatest advantage had always been speed, but his traveling frog, without the train stunt, only had a maximum speed of 3,000 km per hour. Compared to the star, he no longer had even that advantage. Master Mang, I suddenly feel like the traveling frog is useless. Well, you can't say that. After all, no matter how fast the star is, it can't handle everything. You still have to do a lot of things. Young people, be more motivated and don't easily call yourself useless. Master Mang, I don't know if I gave you a false impression, but there's one thing I need to tell you. I'm not young anymore, Master Mang. I'm not young anymore, that's not important. Chen Mang waved his finger at the words on the screen. Do you see where this is? Zombie Basin. Only then did Erden suddenly realize, Master Mang, are we back to the zombie basin? Are the boundaries of the area traversable? Yes, I'll take you to a good place. Last time, it took several hours to reach the Sand River Plain from the Crisis Valley. This time, they arrived in just a few dozen minutes. When the star arrived at the Tower of Babel via the elevator, Erden looked around in confusion, completely confused about the situation. Buzz buzz buzz, the star switched to rabbit cloud wheels and landed on the flat ground of the Shay Plain. It stepped out of the train compartment and landed on the ground step by step in the air. Erden, who was following behind him, looked down at the ground nearly 10 meters away from him. He looked again and saw Master Mang walking in the air as if he could take micro steps in the air. After a moment of silence, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he climbed down quietly along the ladder beside him. Was he seeing things? How could Master Mang seem to be flying in the air? Forget it. It didn't seem strange that Master Mang could fly. He felt numb now. Master Mang said that he was now God and he would believe it if he came to save the world. This is the Shay Plain. Chen Mang leaned on his cane, looked into the distance and said with a smile, this may be the last time we can stand here. There will be no chance to come here in the future, and we will not be able to come here. You have stayed in the Shay Plain for a long time, and you should have some feelings for the Shay Plain, right? Of course, Erden nodded, and sighed a little. I have many memories of the Shay Plain, but Master Mang, are we waiting for someone? Yeah, Chen Mang nodded lightly. There are two friends who I met in the Teeling Wasteland in the White area. Before leaving, I gave them some gifts. I probably won't have the chance to see them again in the future. I contacted them in advance, but obviously they were a little slow. Friends, Erden's expression was a bit complicated. After a pause, he turned his head to look at Chen Mang. Master Mang, you are a bit too kind. You made such a special trip just to give a gift to two friends you met in the White area. Not everyone can do such a thing. It's not that good. Chen Mang took out 2 cigarettes from his pocket, handed one to Erden, and said with a smile, "One of them reminded me to run quickly when we were being chased by monsters. I also traded some spider silk from him. That batch of spider silk was very important to me at the time. It was thanks to that batch of spider silk that I could walk freely in the Kunlun Mountains. The other one gave me an oxygen concentrator spare part, which was very important to me at the time. By that time, I had already obtained drill spare parts from the Kunlun Mountains. All I needed was an oxygen concentrator to start mining underground. Later, I mined all the mines under the Teeling Wasteland. They both did me a favor. Without them, I wouldn't have risen so quickly. I have always been grateful. In this world, it's not easy to meet someone who treats you well. If you finally meet someone, of course you have to cherish them. I don't expect anything in return. It's just that when I'm old, I can think of this and smile knowingly, without any guilt or feeling that I have owed a favor." Erden nodded silently in agreement, saying nothing more. Honestly, he simply liked this about Mangyu. It made him feel safe with him. Mangyu is the kind of person who, if treated well by others, would treat them well in return. It sounded normal, commonplace. But in reality, it was quite unusual. Everyone repays evil with evil, but not everyone repays kindness with kindness. Just then, the piercing sound of a train whistle suddenly rang out in the distance. Beep! 2 trains were moving almost side by side at breakneck speed, black smoke billowing from the carriages. Behind them followed another, the roar of a doomsday cannon echoing. Clearly, a chase was underway. Mang Yi, Erden's expression changed slightly, and he began to pull Mang Yi towards the train. Mang Yi's train was indeed high level, but once outside, he was no different from ordinary people. In such a chaotic battle, bullets were blind, and getting caught in it would be disastrous. "No need," Chen Mang patted Erden's shoulder, motioning him to stand behind him. Then, looking at the 3 speeding trains not far away, he calmly raised his right hand, opened it, and whispered, "Take off." The next moment, the entire carriage of the mechanical train behind him suddenly flew uncontrollably through the air. Huh? Erden was completely stunned, frozen in place, staring at Mang's right hand in disbelief, as if staring at flowers. Was this outrageous? Isn't it said that this world doesn't have fancy fighting spirit or magic, only pure and refined trains? What are you talking about? Apocalyptic magic? The last cultivator in the apocalypse? Meanwhile, the 2 trains had already approached the star and quickly stopped. The dwarf man and a young man jumped down from the train compartment, looking behind them with lingering fear. When they saw the train already flying through the air, they were also stunned. At that moment, the uncontrolled train, flying through the air, aimed all its cannons at Chen Mang and his group, and without hesitation, they opened fire. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of cannon shells instantly enveloped Chen Mang and his group. However, before Erden and his companions could react, Chen Mang said indifferently, "Stubborn. Die." The next moment, the shells on their way to Chen Mang and his group froze in midair, as if encountering insurmountable resistance. Hundreds of shells hovered in the air, motionless, as if paused. Chapter 252. What a coincidence. The dwarf man gazed at the scene before him and slapped himself in disbelief. Feeling the pain, he realized he wasn't dreaming, and time hadn't stood still. The world was fine. His eyes were fine. But the shells were indeed hovering in the air. The next moment, Chen Mang's right palm clenched violently, and the hundreds of shells suspended in the air suddenly exploded at an even faster speed, returning to their original path and instantly engulfing the locomotive of the train, which was flying uncontrollably through the sky. It was night, a sky filled with stars. Balls of fireworks burst into a dazzling display. The train, without its locomotive, slowly descended beside them. As the doors of the Stars Guard car number 7 opened, several mechas shot out, followed by ground troops, swiftly eliminating any remaining resistance and collecting the train's inhabitants. You, Chen Mang, leaning on his cane, stood on the wasteland, looking at the dwarf man and the young man with a smile. Long time no see. The residents of this train will consider this a small greeting gift to you two. The dwarf man, barely coming to his senses, looked up at Chen Mang blankly for a long moment before muttering, "Master Mang, what was that trick you just used?" "A small trick, not worth mentioning." Chen Mang's face showed no trace of pride, but rather a calm expression. "But the train chasing us was a level 6 mechanical train. How could a trick that could instantly destroy a level 6 mechanical train be considered a small trick? To me, it certainly is a small trick. Chen Mang smiled. Level 6 mechanical train, such a strange word. I haven't heard it in a long time, but his heart was bleeding slightly. Powerful magnets are not cheap to use each time. While the control blade fragments are also expensive, they are not heavy after all. To use a powerful magnet to directly pull a level 6 train into the sky is not cheap, and it directly consumed 540,000 units of iron ore. It was so expensive that it hurt him. But he should save when he could, and spend when he could. He'd spend a whole month in the dark mine, and for what? Wasn't it just for this? And just then, the young man next to the dwarf man finally reacted. He looked at the giant train behind Chen Mang, each car of which was 10 meters high and 30 meters long, his eyes full of shock. Master Mang, how come your train is so big? Small trick, this has to be a level 11 train, right? Level 12, then the armor must be level 12 too, right? Level 14, so powerful. The young man looked at the train behind Chen Mang with envy. I wonder when I can have a train like this. Upgrading to level 10 allows the train to expand its capacity. It's not that difficult. Then expanding the train's capacity must cost a lot of iron ore, right? Not much, just over 10 million iron ore. Over 10 million. The young man was stunned in place, looking down and counting on his fingers. The Shay plane is generally made of level 2 mines. A level 2 mine has a capacity of about 300,000 units. This means he would have to mine about 30 or so level 2 iron ores to expand the train's capacity. He felt that he might never own such a train in his lifetime. Master Mang, the dwarf man standing nearby exclaimed with astonishment. Weren't you a level 10 train just a month ago? How come you're already a level 12 train now? How did you level up so quickly? Not bad, not bad, Chen Mang said cheerfully. Erden, standing nearby, watched the conversation, remaining silent. He was now seriously suspicious that what Master Mang had just said might not be entirely true. He was repaying a favor, yes, but he was probably just trying to show off. He didn't understand the technique just now, but he did know one thing: it consumed more energy than a normal machine gun, because he had never seen Master Mang use it in a serious fight. But Master Mang was advancing so fast. It had only been a month, and he was already a level 12 train. What did that mean? Was he going to be able to explore the adventure map in the purple area soon? He couldn't keep up. Master Mang was leveling up so fast. How could he possibly keep up? Alright, Chen Mang smiled at the two men. This is my last visit with you. I'm heading to the next area soon. I don't think we'll see each other again. I promised you last time I'd give you another gift next time we meet. Anything you need, just ask. Just then, Biozi's rapid, high-pitched roar suddenly rang out from a distance. Master Mang, be careful. The next moment, a thug in the train car broke through the defenses of Biozi and his companions, holding a pistol with a ferocious expression, and suddenly pulled the trigger at Chen Mang. Before Arden and the others could react, Master Mang had raised his right hand, a glowing bullet still between his fingers. Rascal, Chen Mang said with a somewhat indifferent expression, flicking the bullet aside. Hundreds of blade fragments suddenly erupted from the train compartment, transforming into a rain of swords that instantly melted the thug to the ground. Blood dyed the dirt red. An anxious Biozi strode over, his face filled with despair as he knelt on the spot, his voice trembling. Please forgive me, Master Mang. He had no idea what had happened. How could anything slip through the net? They'd gone through the entire process countless times, so how could anything slip through? But after nearly being injured by a level 6 mechanical train thug, Master Mang felt like his career was over. Chen Mang waved his hand and whispered, "It's okay, you can continue with your work." Yes, only after internally giving Xiao AI a thumbs up in his collective thinking did he ask her to find an excuse to cover it up, so as not to make Biozi feel so guilty that he would withdraw. Under normal circumstances, that thug would definitely not be able to break through Biozi and his team's defenses. But if Xiao AI had given them false information, that was another matter. To put it bluntly, he hadn't pretended enough. He wanted to pretend again. But with no target, he had no choice but to give Biozi a hard time and take one from him. Ahem, Chen Mang coughed lightly before looking at the two and smiling. A little aside, here's some iron and copper ore, as well as 4 Murphy stones, as a welcome gift, 500,000 units of iron ore, 200,000 units of copper ore, and 2 Murphy stones each. The Doomsday Cannon can only be upgraded to level 8, but if it's upgraded to level 10, it gains 2 super mod effects that have its cost. Many high-end players play it this way. We may never see each other again. An hour later, Chen Mang parted ways with the others, returning to the Star Train and embarking on their return journey. There would indeed be no chance for us to meet again. This conversation was a joy. The two of them were very good at giving emotional value, or rather, energy. Energy fields are related to a person's mental state. With some people, you feel like you're gaining energy, but with others, you feel like you're consuming it. Most of the time, when you're leading a conversation, you're absorbing energy. And energy often determines a person's aura, or luck. The more energy a person has, the greater their luck. This is a bit like feudal superstition, but he believes it. Master Mang, are you really here just for this? What else? When I first saw you at the Sand River Plains, I thought you were going to find that person, the one you called a sissy, the conductor of the A-level potential world warship. Did he threaten you after your invitation to join the Liber was rejected? Oh, you mean him? He's dead. When did he die? Just an hour ago, Erden finally realized, somewhat surprised. Master Mang, are you saying that the level 6 train just now was the world warship? What a coincidence. Is it a coincidence? Chen Mang chuckled, looking at the nothingness at the end of the train tunnel and shaking his head. Unfortunate, they were about to leave this area. How could he forget this and leave himself with this worry? He'd waited so long. While still mining, he had tasked these two with finding the world warship and leading him to a designated location within a specified time. His brother was dead. How could my brother not die? A family should be together, so I can be together when I go down. Inside the train tunnel, the star is speeding. Biozi sat in guard car number 7 with a gloomy face. He looked at Zhang Damai and the captain of Team 3 and said word by word, I have carefully recalled the whole process, and the more I think about it, the more wrong it seems. It is impossible for me to let anyone break through my defense line. It was President AI who told me that there was someone on the left and led me away. I was supposed to go forward, but President AI told me that there was no one in front, and then Zhang Yi was led to the right by President AI. There is something wrong with President AI. He did it on purpose. President AI may have betrayed me. He wants to kill Master Mang. I must tell Master Mang about this, but, the captain of Team 3 looked at the mechanical eye on the top of the car and hesitated. Brother Bao, President AI can hear what we are saying, so what? Biozi stood straight, looked up at the mechanical eye and the 100 heavy machine guns on the ceiling, his eyes fearless and even with a hint of provocation. I don't believe that without Master Mang's order, he has the authority to control the machine guns to shoot me. Even if he really shoots me, that's perfect. I believe Master Mang will know what happened. I have to tell this to Master Mang. If you have the guts, shoot me right now. He then strode towards carriage 6. Zhang Damai and the captain of Team 3 exchanged a glance, then followed suit with grim expressions. Although they didn't want to believe Brother Bao's speculation, if President AI really did betray, it would be a huge blow to the train, and many people would die. However, they believed in Brother Bao's strength. With the strength of Brother Bao and Team 1, the defense line they formed could not be broken by a thug from a level 6 mechanical train. This had never happened before. Inside the train compartment, Chen Mang's mouth twitched slightly, and then he looked at Erden. Go to the first floor for a while, I have some things to take care of. Okay. When Erden took the elevator to the first floor of the train compartment, Zio AI just walked into the train room, with the word speechless written all over her face. She looked at Chen Mang. Conductor, what should we do now? Biozi and others have come to expose me with the determination to die. They said that I deliberately provided them with false information and wanted to kill you. How to deal with it? Chen Mang looked at Zio AI unhappily. Change those two broken words on your face first. Can't you be more discreet? Biozi is not smart. He can come to his senses. How crude are you, conductor? You are passing the buck. Forget it. Chen Mang was too lazy to say anything more. He just glanced at the screen inside. They are already outside the door. Go open the door, soon. Biozi strode in without even looking at Zio AI, and immediately walked up to Chen Mang, knelt on his knees, and said hoarsely with a gloomy face, Master Mang, I'm not making excuses for myself, but Master Mang, President AI has most likely betrayed you. He deliberately gave me false information and let the thug escape to harm you. If you don't believe me, Master Mang, I am willing to exchange my life with President AI, and we will die together. President AI must be dealt with as soon as possible, otherwise there will be endless troubles in the future. If there can be a first time, there can be a second time. Zio AI's face showed two words tiger expressionlessly, and he gave Biozi a blank look, unwilling to say anything more. Chen Mang was silent for a while, then he said softly, I know about this matter. Zio AI misjudged it at that time. You also know that bugs will always happen. I don't blame you for this matter. That's it, impossible. Biozi shook his head with a firm face and said hoarsely, Mr. Mang, you have been deceived by President AI. I swear he did it on purpose. You go back first. No, one of President AI and I must die today, or we will die together. It doesn't matter if I die, but I can't watch the star, which has developed to this point, being messed up by a rebellious AI. If he doesn't die, I will die on my knees. Zio AI once again switched the word idiot on his face expressionlessly. Chen Mang took a deep breath, then stood up and kicked over. He raised his foot angrily and continued to kick and roared, fuck it, my words are useless, right, kneel down and you'll never get up again. Are you pretending to be a loyal minister who is willing to die for me? I ordered Zio AI to let someone over, because I want to show off and perform a rain of swords. Okay, you killed all the people, I'm killing chicken feathers, do you understand? Fuck you, idiot. Then he straightened his clothes breathlessly, looked at Biozi who got up from the ground with a confused face, took a long breath and said unhappily, anything else? I understand. Biozi stood there awkwardly, hurriedly picked up the clothes on the ground and walked out. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Mang, I didn't know. I thought, Mr. AI, you're sorry too, I was drunk just now, I was talking nonsense. Chapter 253 The Cub of the S-Class Potential Star Beast. Chen Mang looked at Biozi's departing figure, then glanced at the light on both sides of the train tunnel that was rapidly receding. He leaned back in his chair again, put his feet on the control panel, and said unhappily, be more careful next time. He then stopped thinking about it. Instead, he frowned and picked up Xiaolu, who was standing beside him, and held him in his arms, looking him up and down. The train is already level 12, why hasn't Xiaolu woken up yet? Could it be, he doesn't have A-level potential? Is he S-level potential? There's a high probability. Zio AI, who was standing nearby, said silently, if it's an S-level star beast, it will only wake up after the train level reaches level 15, a cub of an S-level potential star beast. Chen Mang remained silent, but looked at Xiaolu in his hand with a complicated expression. A cub of an A-level potential star beast, as long as it successfully reaches adulthood, will be a level 120 star beast. What a concept a level 120 star beast is. His starship was currently at level 12. He considered himself invincible in the blue zone, and even dared to venture into the purple zone. He even felt he could burst forth from the universe and search for cosmic civilizations in the sea of stars. But, in front of a level 120 starry sky behemoth, he was as weak as a piece of paper. He couldn't even get close. A simple flip from the beast would destroy his train. It was truly outrageous. A starry sky behemoth that feeds on stars was already incredibly powerful. A high-yield nuclear bomb dropped into its mouth wouldn't even dislodge Tartar. And that was just a starry sky behemoth with A-level potential. The little green creature he held in his arms was a cub of an S-level starry sky behemoth, a level higher. If an A-level starry sky behemoth cub could buy all the resources on the entire blue water planet, then an S-level one would be priceless. Zio AI, I'm here. Why would an S-ranked star beast cub appear on this planet? I don't know, but the universe is so vast that even something with a near-zero probability is almost certain to happen. Anything that happens is not surprising. I mean, if the cub's mother finds me, will she have sex with me? Probably. My database doesn't have much information on star beasts. All the information comes from some chips mentioned in the previous lab, so it's incomplete. Chen Mang stopped talking to Zio AI, just kept fiddling with Xiaolu's mouth. The slightly pink and bulging shape was adorable. A month passed. There was no change in size. Let's wait until the train reaches level 15. Once there, we'll see what happens to Xiaolu. The accessory levels are white, green, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, pink, and rainbow. The same goes for the zone levels. He's already in the blue zone and preparing to head to the purple zone. Once he reaches the rainbow zone, he should be able to break free from this planet and explore other civilizations in the starry sea. The road ahead is long and arduous, he sighed softly. To successfully survive in the starry sea, the train still had a long way to go. It needed to become more powerful and require more residents. After all, Once in the Starry Sea, one was essentially cut off from the rest of the world. Before discovering other life, one would feel an intense loneliness. More residents would bring more life to the train, and this, in turn, would allow human civilization to flourish. He had always believed that solitude allowed people to maintain their sanity. However, constant solitude could also lead to mental breakdown. Before traveling in the Starry Sea, he had to ensure his train had at least enough people on board to carry on human civilization, to avoid excessive loneliness. It was like a catheter, harmful to the body, but even more harmful if left unused. The Star Train was moving at breakneck speed. In just a few dozen minutes, it had reached the Crisis Valley area and had drilled its way back to the surface. The train maintained a speed of nearly 5,040 kilometers per hour throughout the entire journey, its maximum speed without any supermetal effects activated. If it weren't for the train's heavy load, its 14 carriages, and its expanded, heavily armored design, it would have been even faster. Buzz buzz buzz, with a sound of turning gears, the first level doors of the Star Train slowly opened. The traveling frog blew its whistle, then transformed into a ray of light, emanating from the Star Train and shooting off into the distance. The advantage of expanding the train's capacity is that the auxiliary trains fit neatly inside. It's a bit like fighter jets on an aircraft carrier. And so, they parted ways. It was already late at night, and nearly all the residents had fallen into deep sleep. Chen Mang, feeling a bit tired, was also ready for bed. After checking his Dreamstone collection progress, he yawned, quickly washed up, and drifted off to sleep. Humans have a major flaw: their need for sleep. In a sense, this means that nearly a third of our lives are spent in a state of confusion. In his daze, he dreamed again. This time, it seemed like a sexual dream. It was late at night. All the residents were already unconscious in their dormitories. Only in residential area number 1, beneath a pavilion, a young man clutched a laptop, his eyes bloodshot as his hands pounded away on the keyboard, his fingers darting across the keyboard like a god on earth. Everyone else was asleep except him. He hadn't finished his 20,000-word assignment for the day, a task assigned to him by Captain Pig. He was to write a novel to enhance the train's residents' entertainment. No mining required, just 20,000 words a day. It sounded simple. But I'm not asleep yet. Just then, Old Pig, standing nearby, came over with a smile and sat down under the pavilion, admiring the surrounding corridors. The Star Train had 8 residential areas, each designed and constructed by Mang Yu himself. Perhaps because residential area number 1 was the first to be designed and constructed, Mang Yu had put extra care into it. There were lawns, rockery, a stream, and even a wind and rain corridor. I wonder what Mang Yu was thinking? Could it rain in the space gate? Combined with the holographic effects of the spatial portal, looking up, one could see the moon, white clouds stained dark by the night sky, and distant treetops swaying gently in the night breeze. Even high-end residential buildings before the apocalypse lacked this level of greenery and natural beauty. He loved this residential area. He often enjoyed strolling around it, which always made him feel better. Then he turned his head to look at the young man beside him and said with a smile, "Life on the train is not bad, is it? You only need to type 20,000 words a day, and there's nothing else to do. It's much easier than before, right?" The young man's eyes, bloodshot, tilted his head to look at Old Pig. His voice trembled with a hoarseness. "Captain Pig, are we still short of slaves on the train?" "I'd like to apply to be one." Old Pig's face immediately frowned. "What are you talking about? Can being a slave be any easier?" The young man remained silent, but his eyes were filled with despair, and his voice was filled with tears. "Captain Pig, the slaves rest when they're not mining. My resident number is 1999, so I'm considered a veteran. I haven't stopped writing in the past 2 months since joining the train. I feel like I'm a bit addicted to writing." The Old Pig rubbed his nose, pondering for a moment. Perhaps he was indeed a little tired, but he quickly stood up, patted the young man on the shoulder, and spoke earnestly. "This is the end of the world. When there are difficulties, overcome them. You can't take a vacation. Keep writing. If others can do it, why can't you?" "Others? Who?" "Someone in some corner of the world." The Old Pig didn't linger, but turned and left. He had been planning to relax in the Red House and had just stopped by. One of them was the deputy conductor, the other a resident. Neither had the authority to be a conductor. If Chen Mang were standing here, he would have clearly seen that with each word the young man typed, a faint ripple would appear in the air, and those ripples would form a line that would pass through the spatial portal. He followed the carriage to the train compartment and reached the Order of Civilization in a drawer. "Looks like it's almost there, Uncle Lee." His eyes bloodshot and Coke cans piled at his feet, looked at the distended zombie in front of him with excitement, his entire body trembling with a frenzy. It was finally happening. His first zombie cub was finally about to be born. Although the production rate was slow, it was a good start, proving that the theory was feasible. All that was left was to scale it up. This zombie with a bloated belly was one of the hundreds captured from the laboratory. Those hundreds of zombies had devoured vast quantities of iron ore, their core energy overflowing. Perhaps this was the reason their bellies were expanding even more. As for the young boy, he had already drifted off to sleep against the wall. Uncle Lee was the only living person in the entire carriage, along with a half-dead gentleman. Tied to the bronze pillar, the gentleman's face was filled with despair, his eyes glazed over the horizon. He had been tortured for over a month, and now he could only ponder one question: why hadn't he just died more quickly at the beginning, so he wouldn't have to endure this torture now? He wanted to die so badly. It was dawn. Yesterday had been Christmas Eve, nothing happened. Chen Mang stretched and jumped out of bed comfortably. He washed up, lit a cigarette, and sat in a chair to check the train log. This had become his daily routine. After finishing the log, his mind almost cleared up as he finished his cigarette. Nothing serious had happened, just a few scattered monsters approaching, easily dispatched by Ozzy and his men on patrol. After reading the log, he stubbed out his cigarette in a can of Coke and slowly sipped the millet porridge Fang had placed on the table. Next to it was a plate of pig ears and red oil. He had no idea where the red oil came from, and he didn't remember having such supplies on the train. First, he glanced at the resource balance on the train control panel. 26.38 million units of iron ore, 2.57 million units of wood, 17.64 million units of copper ore, 2.32 million units of red heart rock, 10.29 million units of titanium ore. There were still enough resources. The next 2 days were for rest and recovery, allowing the residents to rest for 2 days, and for him to rest for 2 days as well, and to sort out the harvest. He'd check what needed to be counted, and put away what needed to be stored. He checked the progress of the Dreamstone. 80%, a 2% increase overnight. And Chen Mang glanced at the calendar reminder on the train control panel and fell into thought. The Goblin Tomb had refreshed, and with the civilization order, he could continue to mine iron ore in this area. But he didn't know whether to go. This area was primarily focused on level 2 ores, with very few level 3 ores. He wouldn't be able to mine much in 48 hours. He'd see if he could find other mines first. If not, he could go to the Goblin Tomb. It was worth mentioning that he could use the resource detection radar to see the refresh times of all mined mines. But the only thing he saw was the mine in the cave at the end of the train tunnel. There was no refresh time, or rather, no refresh time at all. This meant that the mine wasn't naturally formed. If it were, it wouldn't be so densely packed. He suspected it was most likely the product of the defecation of the over 10-meter-tall monster boss. After all, there were no traces of excretion. As for the food source, this was probably the same thing. Eating and defecating simultaneously, allowing him to survive, trapped underground for an indefinite period. Of course, this was just his illogical speculation, and he had no way of verifying its truth. But that didn't matter. Instead, he retrieved the Order of Civilization from his drawer, preparing to visit the Goblin Tomb again in a few days. However, just then, he noticed that the Order of Civilization in his hand had undergone some unexpected changes. Rays of gilded light swirled around its surface. "What is this?" Chen Mang frowned slightly, glancing at the information panel on the Order of Civilization. Special item, Order of Civilization. Special effect, this command helps you rebuild a civilization. It's recommended to use it with caution, and only after you've upgraded your train to level 20. Whether rebuilding your own civilization or someone else's, you'll reappear on the table, attracting the covetousness of countless enemies. There are only 2 kinds of beings in the universe, hunters and prey. Activating this command allows you to enter the Goblin Tomb, a pitch-black space containing vast resource mines. Each entry lasts 48 hours, and can be entered once a month. It's exactly the same as before. However, behind the civilization command, a 5-pointed star composed of glowing white lines has been added. At each vertex of the star is a different word: humanities, culture, military, agriculture, and institutions. The civilization command remains unchanged. Focusing your mind on a specific word will reveal its corresponding branch. Chapter 254 Hello World. Chen Mang, somewhat bewildered, subconsciously focused his attention on humanities. Soon, a panel appeared before him. Humanities progress. 62%. Then, several fragments of images appeared. There were clips of the first Doomsday wedding held on the star, clips of residents toiling in the mines, clips of the Red House girls playing with guests, clips of sweaty residents lounging in the residential area, looking contented as they lit a cigarette, clips of all the residents gathered for a feast, and clips of children listening attentively in the classroom. And when contemplating culture, another panel appeared. Cultural progress. 77%. Clips of residents conversing in language, clips of Laozu and Baozi using sign language, clips of everyone gathered to watch Zhang Yiren filming a movie, clips of a young man furiously typing away on his laptop in a pavilion, clips of Laozu writing a history book in his own house, clips of a young girl singing and playing music for the residents on stage, and so on. Military progress. 78%. There were clips of trains and armor upgrades, clips of trains slaying monsters and zombies, clips of trains stationed at night while Baozi and his men went to slay monsters, clips of the captain of Team 3 and his men training in a virtual combat training space, clips of Zhang Yizhang and piloting mechas, and clips of missiles launching. Agricultural progress. 37%. Clips of the food production line in operation, clips of Uncle Lee feeding pigs and cattle and cultivating crops in Car 15. Institutional progress. 87%. Clips of him giving a speech on the train roof, clips of him ordering Laozu to serve as deputy train captain, clips of him promoting star vouchers, clips of Xiao AI implanting iris chips in every resident, and clips of him enacting the 10 laws of the star. After a while, Chen Mang withdrew his gaze from the civilization order before him, leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and remained silent with a complicated expression. He didn't know what this thing meant. But if he was guessing correctly, it was probably a beginner's task in rebuilding civilization. If all 5 points were pushed to 100%, a civilization would essentially be rebuilt. While it might be crude and still require much work, a prototype would be in place. From this perspective, human civilization should be considered extinct. He could immediately rebuild it by activating the civilization order now. However, the dashboard advised him not to rebuild too soon, lest it become a reality. He would have to wait until the level 20 train arrived at the earliest. Therefore, the meaning of these 5 points behind the civilization order was clear. After all 5 points had reached 100%, activating the civilization order would allow a civilization to be rebuilt. If all 5 points hadn't reached 100%, even activating the civilization order wouldn't allow it to be rebuilt. Rebuilding human civilization, Chen Mang frowned. Rebuilding human civilization would essentially mean the entirety of human civilization's responsibility and pressure would be placed on the star train. The star represented the legitimacy of human civilization. After a long pause, he let out a long sigh and stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, though it sounded overwhelming. But if no one else could take it on, he was willing to give it a try. Furthermore, it seemed only the star could accomplish these 5 points. Actually, he hadn't considered it that way at first, and without any guidance, he'd thought about it this way. For example, the Doomsday wedding was to earn inheritance points, and the banquet was to allow the residents to relax. The same was true for filming, writing novels, and singing. But he'd stumbled upon the 3 fundamental forms of artistic expression: film, writing, and music. Come to think of it, the requirements for many things were very demanding, practically impossible to achieve on other trains. Let's not even talk about the Doomsday wedding. It was the simplest of the bunch. With a Doomsday marriage certificate and a couple of lovers on board, a wedding would earn inheritance points and increase human progress. The remaining requirements were a bit demanding. For example, filming a movie required a full crew. Finding one so long after the Doomsday wasn't easy. Even if he found a less than reputable director, where would the filming equipment and screens come from? Not every train car had mechanical eyes or custom screens. Okay, even if all that was available. But without knowing it would actually increase civilization progress, how many trains would be willing to undertake such a thankless task? It's the apocalypse. With a train potentially collapsing at any moment, using precious manpower to make a movie is sheer madness. As for the writing and music, it was purely a matter of chance. He had no idea where Old Pig had found a black slave to write novels, churning out 20,000 words a day to boost his progress. Most importantly, the Order of Civilization was incredibly difficult to obtain. He only got it by completing an S-level mission in an adventure map, and had never seen any other way to obtain it. And everything was completely unknown, meaning that when you did something, you had no idea it would actually increase your progress on the Order of Civilization. With all these demanding circumstances piling up, he suddenly felt like he was the only one who could rebuild human civilization, and other trains might struggle to meet the requirements. All 5 of his trains were nearly fully loaded, and by the time his train reached level 20, it would be nearly full. But it felt a bit unreliable. He'd wait until his train became the most powerful on the planet. The main thing was that he wasn't sure if rebuilding civilization would bring any benefits. If not, then there was no rush. He'd consider it when his train was strong enough. Old Pig, Chen Mang said, picking up the intercom. There are 3 Doomsday marriage certificates on this train. Go ask around these days. If anyone wants to get married, the train can host a wedding for them. Understood? Old Pig's hoarse voice quickly came over the intercom. There's one more thing, Master Mang. Tell me, please keep a close eye on Zhang Yiren, the filmmaker, and the young man who wrote the novel. Make sure they produce faster. By the way, what's that girl who sang on the stage last time doing on the train, the one who sings otaku songs? She's in the infirmary, providing timely medical treatment to residents injured in the mining. Give her a new position. From now on, she won't have to do anything else. She'll just sing for the residents every day. She'll sing as long as they're mining. If their voices get sore, they can go to the medical bay. Yes, after doing all this, Chen Mang stretched and breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment's thought, he said, have Li Shiji, Bai Ozi, Zhang Yizhang, and the other members of Team 1, and you, come to the train compartment. We're ready to go to Neon City. Gather everything you need. Okay, conductor. Zio AI's voice echoed from the train compartment. The opportunity had arrived. We could go to Neon City again. With Zio AI's network cracking abilities, we could explore the area where they'd been stopped last time. Neon City can be entered for 48 hours. So can the Goblin's Tomb. They can just enter at the same time. The stellar train was mining in the Goblin's Tomb, and he took Biozi and his group to visit Neon City. Old Pig in the guard car number 7 looked out the window thoughtfully. Why did Mr. Mang specifically remind the filmmaker and the novelist? It seems that this is not just an entertainment activity, but also very helpful to the train. Is there such an assessment standard for the level 12 train? Does the happiness index of the train residents need to reach a certain level before it can continue to upgrade? He didn't dare to speculate any further. Just then, he saw Biozi and others stand up and walk towards the front carriage, and subconsciously asked, Biozi, where are you going? Did Master Mang call you? Yeah, Biozi shrugged helplessly, spread his hands and sighed. Master Mang is taking us to Neon City. Alice, this is the bad thing about confidence. Whenever Master Mang goes out, he has to take me with him. Unlike you, you can still rest here. I really envy you. Didn't Master Mang call you? Lao Zu looked at Biozi with a somewhat ugly expression. Master Mang didn't call him, but Biozi's smug look was really annoying. Cough. Seeing that Lao Zu's face seemed a little wrong, Biozi coughed lightly and comforted him. Captain Pig, it's mainly because you play a very important role in the train. When Master Mang is not here, so many people have to rely on you to take care of them. If you leave, the train will be in chaos. Hearing this, Lao Zu's expression improved a little, and he nodded in agreement. That's true. You know nothing about management. I can't take you with me and leave you on the train, right? Go ahead. Don't keep me waiting any longer, okay? Biozi cheerfully led his team toward carriage 6. As they passed the captain of Team 3, he patted him on the shoulder and said with a look of emotion, don't be so envious. Your most urgent task now is to let me know your name. Poor kid, keep training hard these days. You're getting weaker. Inside the star train, everyone had gathered, and Chen Mang didn't say much. He simply activated the civilization order. A massive portal quickly appeared before him, easily large enough for the star. He finally understood why it was so large. The star train slowly started moving. As he was about to enter, Chen Mang crushed the Neon City free admission ticket in his hand. He had only bought 3 of these tickets. The store had no purchase limit, but there were only 3. A smaller portal appeared inside the train. Chen Mang, along with Biozi and the others, stepped inside and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the stellar train also successfully entered the Goblin's tomb and began its 48-hour mining journey. During the time Chen Mang was away, the train was managed by the train's auxiliary AI and Lao Zhu. However, there wouldn't be any danger in the Goblin's tomb, so there was no need to worry about any trouble. In the Neon City, Chen Mang once again appeared in the square he was in last time. The difference was that last time he was surrounded by train conductors, but this time it was just him and Biozi and his group. Zhang Yi placed the refrigerator on the ground, and Zio AI pushed the door open and walked out. The mechanical eye in its eye socket glowed, and after turning its head 360 degrees on its neck, it spoke. Is this Neon City? Yes, Chen Mang nodded, then looked at Zio AI and frowned. You're here now, and there's another you on the train. Does this count as a split personality? Will there be any bugs? Split personality? Zio AI shook her head. Humans and AI are different. The me on the train and the me standing here are both me. It's just that the data isn't interoperable. The me on the train doesn't know what the me standing here is doing, and the me standing here doesn't know what the me on the train is doing. When we get back, the data will be interconnected and everything will be exactly the same. That won't affect anything, okay? Chen Mang nodded, scrambled onto the off-road motorcycle nearby, and after taking out the map he'd bought last time and glancing over it, he headed down the street towards the other end. Follow me. Half an hour later, Chen Mang slowly stopped in front of a factory. The factory was surrounded by a wall several dozen meters high, topped with electric fences, heavy machine guns, and anti-aircraft cannons. There was an iris block next to the gate. He was stopped here last time. He didn't get in. This time, he brought Zio AI with him. Let's get started. Chen Mang looked sideways, making room for Zio AI. This city is connected by a network. See if you can hack it. After all, it's a level 100 AI. Don't let me down, Master Mang. You're starting to push me again. I'll give it a try. Zio AI strode forward with a serious expression and stood next to the iris lock. After observing for a moment, the skull suddenly opened, and two extremely tiny white threads, like spider silk, stretched out and drilled into the gap in the combination lock. At the same time, the fingers broke off, revealing a plug. The bottom cover of the iris block opened, and the plug at the tip of the finger was aligned and inserted. A screen also flipped out from Zio AI's back. The background was black. Countless strings of green codes flicked frantically. Wow, Biozi, standing behind him, took in the scene and muttered in shock. Professional, indeed. Chen Mang nodded in agreement. As expected of a level 100 train-assisted AI, it truly had something. Just then, Li Shiji, standing nearby, raised his hand and said hesitantly, my eyes are a bit quicker, after all. Those countless strings of frantically sliding green code are all hello world. I was a game designer before the apocalypse, so I know a thing or two about code. To crack the network connection on the iris lock, the code I entered shouldn't be hello world, right? The next moment. Clang. Like a slot machine, 3 green lights suddenly lit up on the iris lock, and then the factory gate that had stopped them last time was opened with such ease. Chapter 255 Pack them all, take them all, 10 times the price. The factory gate slowly opened. What lay before him was the city's most central and heavily guarded area. Everything within, like a young girl slowly lifting her skirt, captivated everyone's attention. After completing all this, Zio AI glanced back at Li Shiji expressionlessly. The string of codes he had frantically flicked across the screen behind him had nothing to do with cracking this iris lock. He would need to hack into the network, find all the iris codes that could open the lock in the iris lock database, and then replicate them exactly to scale using the microprojector on his mechanical eye. The entire process was incredibly complex. But as an employee, no matter how complex your work, it meant nothing. You had to show your boss that it was complex and that you had successfully completed it. That was the only thing that mattered. The screen behind him was just for Mang Yu to see. Beyond that, it served no purpose. He had to make his work tangible. Otherwise, Mang Yu wouldn't realize how skilled he was, and would just have another chatty person exposing all his tricks. Very good. Chen Mang didn't say much, but nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at the heavy machine guns and anti-aircraft guns on the factory wall. We are entering this factory now. This weapon will not attack us, right? No. Zio AI shook her head and began to explain. This city uses an intranet. The original firewall should be extremely stable. With my computing power, I can't find any loopholes. Even if I find one, the other party will discover it and take defensive counterattack measures in the first time, but it seems to have been abandoned for a long time and no one has repaired it. Many loopholes have appeared, and it doesn't take much effort to invade smoothly. This factory is the core of this city. The network core of the city is in this factory. I have only invaded the network of this factory. However, there is also an intranet in this factory, and that intranet is not connected to the iris lock. The location should be in room 1008 on the first floor. As long as you invade and control the network core of the factory intranet in room 1008, you, the train conductor, will have absolute control of this city, including making rules and revising the rules. Chen Mang laughed, and laughed very happily. He had originally intended to use Zio AI to reach places he'd previously been unable to reach, but he'd exceeded his expectations, ultimately gaining complete control of the city. Let's go. This heavily guarded square was surrounded by high walls. But the interior was quite simple, consisting of a single, 3-story building in the center. Inside, room 1008, everyone stood, gazing at Zio AI's busy work. She stood before a massive server, several colorful cables extending from her body, plugging into the server. Countless codes flashed across the screen behind her again. This isn't Hello World, this is gibberish, Li Shiji muttered silently. This time, it took longer. About 3 hours had passed. Zio AI stopped what she was doing and retracted the cable into her body. The word proud appeared on the screen on her cheek. She turned to look at Chen Mang and said proudly, Captain, you have fulfilled your mission. This city is now completely under your control. There is a level 5 intelligent chip in the city's service host that controls it, but I killed it. Now the control of the entire city is in my hands. That is, in your hands, Captain. Very good. Chen Mang nodded with satisfaction and then asked curiously, how do the battles between your AIs proceed? Oh, this, Zio AI nodded and said seriously, actually, killing an AI is very simple. All you have to do is smash its body. For example, if you smash my train auxiliary AI directly, I will die, or if you directly format and clear the database, it is almost as if you die directly, but there is a lot of important information in the database of this level 5 intelligent chip AI, which is not easy to format directly. I can't find its body, so I stuffed a bunch of junk information that needs to be processed first into its database. This level 5 smart chip AI is in a dormant, inactive state. I've instilled a large amount of junk information into it. Normally, if no one turns it on and reactivates it, it won't wake up. But if it does wake up, it will take a long time to process all that junk information. If the computing power is insufficient, it may even freeze. This period of time is enough for me to deal with it. I think it's understandable. If there were hundreds of millions of residents on the train, and every resident was shopping at the residential store at the same time, my main body would definitely start to emit black smoke. Can you modify some basic rules? For example, Chen Mang shook his watch. How many zeros should be added to my 5,000 balance? He probably understood. But it didn't matter much. He just wanted to know what he could do now. This 5,000 balance was the money he hadn't spent the last time he came here. Of course, my train conductor, Zio AI laughed and snapped his fingers. How about changing it to 50,000? It's too little. 500,000, that's not enough either. 5 million or 50 million or even 500 million. 500 million should be enough. Chen Mang looked at the silent man expressionlessly, looking at the numbers on his watch that kept jumping until it came to 500 million. At this moment, he suddenly felt like playing Grand Theft Auto and entering a cheat code. Bai Ozi and others standing behind him were also stunned after seeing the string of numbers on Mang Yi's watch. They still remembered how difficult it was to make money when they first came to Neon City. They worked hard in the casino and only made hundreds of thousands. In the end, it was thanks to Zhang Yi's blackboxing that he made $1 million. That $1 million was enough for them to buy a lot of things in the mechanical train parts store, and this time, 500 million directly? Pure cheating. This is after the apocalypse. If you play like this before the apocalypse, you will be banned. This money? Can I use it? Chen Mang also looked at Zio AI with a somewhat strange expression. Is it just beautiful, or can I go shopping in other stores? Can it be actually spent? Of course it can be used. Zio AI raised his head and said proudly, the currency system of the city is the currency system of mechanical civilization. It can not only be used here, but also in other cities of mechanical civilization. It can be used normally, but, well, because this city has been abandoned for a long time, and the firewall has been completely invaded, there is no audit when consuming, so it can be used normally. When you leave the Neon City and go to other cities of mechanical civilization, every consumption will be audited many times and will be detected. It's enough to be able to use it here. Chen Mang suddenly laughed, turned and walked out the door. 500 million is not enough, adjust it to 500 billion for me. There is only one task in these 48 hours. Spend all 500 billion. Next, he was going to place a mechanical train parts store. This store not only had the first floor, but also the second floor. At that time, he was not allowed to go up to the second floor, saying that only mechanical trains of level 10 and above could get on. He is now level 12 train. He can definitely get on. No matter what is on the second floor, he only has one sentence: I want them all. No shortage of money. This time he really has no shortage of money. Mechanical train parts store. A familiar place. Chen Mang pushed the door open and walked in. The girl standing at the door said crisply with a smile on her face, "Welcome, sir. You can choose freely between the first and second floor areas. The third floor area is only open to train conductors of level 20 and above. Sir, your level is not up to standard for the time being." Chen Mang glanced around. There was no difference from the last time he left. It seemed that no one had entered this city during this period of time. He had bought up most of the good things on the first floor, and the rest were relatively ordinary. For example, Murphy Stone, 100,000 points each, with a purchase limit of 18. He didn't buy any last time, and there was no big use for him to have this thing, and the rest were also ordinary. But, who cares? Pack up everything on the first floor. Chen Mang walked straight to the second floor with his cane. Don't talk money with me, I'll give you 10 times the price. Be quick, I'm not short of money, 10 times. Did you hear me? Pack yourself in too. Bai Ozi, who was following behind him, looked at the salesperson excitedly with a grin and said loudly, then hurriedly followed Mang Yu to the second floor. He liked the feeling of relying on others for power. No wonder so many people like to cheat when playing games. Who can compare to the feeling of cheating? The structure of the second floor is not much different from that of the first floor. There are still several screens in the cabinets. Each screen displays a different product. Murphy Stone, special prop, price 100,000 points, 14 in stock. Rare train order, special prop, price 500,000 points, 1 in stock. Random white grade blueprint, price 15,000 points, 12 in stock. Random green grade blueprint, price 50,000 points, 8 in stock. Time rift detector, red grade vehicle accessory, price 10 million, 1 in stock. Extreme challenge, special prop, rare version map chip, requires use with level 5 combat training virtual space, price 500,000 points, 2 in stock. A large, scattered pile. Chen Mang glanced casually at the items before turning to the unfamiliar salesperson standing at the second floor entrance and grinning. Pack everything from the second floor and I'll give you 10 times the price. We're not short of money, quick. He strode towards the third floor, only to bump into a wall of air. The salesperson packing nearby warned him, "Sir, you can't go up to the third floor. Only conductors who are 20 levels higher than the mechanical train level can go up there." Chen Mang said nothing, only silently turning his head to look at Zio AI. Wait a moment, Zio AI paused for 3 seconds before saying, "Alright." The next moment, the same salesperson hurriedly apologized, "Dear customer, I'm sorry. The system data wasn't updated in time. It's now updated in real time. It turns out your mechanical train level is 1024. You can enter the third floor." Chen Mang touched the front of him, and the air wall had disappeared. He just turned his head to look at Zio AI. "Isn't the 1024 level train a bit exaggerated?" "It's mainly because the number is auspicious." "That's right. The mechanical train parts store only has 3 floors, and the third floor is the highest floor. On the third floor, there are fewer goods on display. There are only 3 items in stock, and the inventory of other items is 0. However, the prices of these 3 items are extremely outrageous, and there's even a gold-grade accessory blueprint among them. Gold-grade accessories are accessories that are 1 level higher than red." He took a rough look at the total price, which must be around 80 million. Chen Mang breathed a sigh of relief. It's so damn expensive. Who can afford this thing? But fortunately, he has a cheat. He immediately waved his hand again and looked at the clerk standing next to him on the third floor. "Pack them all, I want them all, and I'll give you 10 times the price." Soon, Chen Mang and his group left a machine shop and rode their off-road motorcycles along the street. They would stop at any convenience store they came across on the way. As soon as they pushed the door open, they would say, "Pack them all, I want them all, at 10 times the price." Then it was time to pay. As soon as the watch was placed on the counter, the money was deducted. The salesmen were honest. If he said he would give 10 times the price, he would really deduct 10 times. Just as the money was deducted from his side, ZIOAI replenished it for him. So, making money is really a scam. Just make the rules directly. Who can compare with the speed of making money? Zhang and Zanger were very happy. This time they were completely satisfied. Fortunately, they took enough things from the refrigerator, otherwise so many things would not be able to fit in. They were all stuffed into the refrigerator one by one, which made the two of them completely satisfied. Biozi was also very excited. He is now looking forward to the return trip. He just saw a product on the third floor of the mechanical shop. It was a supreme version of the map chip, which was priced at 20 million. This thing will definitely increase more comprehensive physical fitness. When he returns, he will be able to drive the Pope Metra after he completes this map. ZIOAI was also very excited. He obviously did a great job this time. He has begun to imagine how the train conductor will praise him after returning. Chen Mang was also very excited. This is a huge opportunity. It will elevate the train's overall appeal in every way. It doesn't matter if it's useful or not, as long as it's affordable, we'll take it all away. The clerk was thrilled. This is a big deal. Things that haven't sold for thousands of years are suddenly being cleared out. A rich sponsor has finally arrived. It's a win-win for everyone. No losers. The only loser might be the original owner of these neon cities, but he's long since passed away. What's the point of winning or losing when someone's dead? So, there are no losers this time, just winners. Chapter 256. This is a major turning point in my life. 10 minutes later, Chen Mang successfully arrived at a store he had never entered before. The flesh train parts store. As soon as he pushed the door open, he heard the salesperson at the door say, "Excuse me, sir. This is the flesh train parts store. Respected 1024th level flesh train master, welcome, thank you." Chen Mang chuckled as he pushed the door open. He casually glanced at the shelves around the first floor and waved his hand. Everything on the first floor, pack it up, 10 times the price. He walked up to the second floor. Pack it up, 10 times the price. He walked up to the third floor. Pack it up, 10 times the price. Quickly and efficiently, in just a few minutes, Chen Mang walked out of the store, followed by Zhang Yizhang and Zhang, each carrying a refrigerator filled with their loot. Keep going. The raid continues. He wasn't planning on going to the memory bank. While there was experience piloting mechas and close combat skills, implanting memories required a certain level of mental strength, and only Li Shiji currently met the requirements. Most importantly, implanting memories is harmful to the body, so it's best to avoid it if possible. After circling the streets on his off-road motorcycle, Chen Mang turned with a sense of reluctance and headed towards Sun City Entertainment City. The only places he could afford to spend lavishly were parts stores and convenience stores. The remaining shops were mostly service-oriented, primarily sex shops, which generally provided services he didn't need. Half an hour later, Chen Mang strode into the casino and sat down at the table. Without even glancing at the 500 million chips he had just exchanged, he placed them directly on the number 8. He looked at the dealer and smiled. "Come on, open the table." It was a rather simple table. Roulette. There were 38 numbers, and if you bet on a number correctly, the casino's payout was 138. This meant that if he bet 100 million chips, he would receive 3.8 billion. However, generally speaking, he could only take home 3.5 billion when exchanging chips. The rest was the casino's cut. He didn't care if he could win, he just sat there and played. However, when the dealer opened the betting, the number displayed was exactly 8. The dealer behind the table was stunned for a moment before speaking. "Sir, congratulations, you will receive 19 billion chips. I don't think we have that many chips in our casino." "Well, I'll ask the boss for permission." "No need to ask." Chen Mang casually tossed the chips to Biozi and the others. "You guys play here. ZIOAI, come upstairs with me." Upstairs. Inside the presidential suite, Chen Mang once again reached his familiar spot. The bodyguard at the door bowed respectfully upon seeing him. Pushing the door open, he saw Sister Key, dressed in a crimson evening gown, standing there with a glass of red wine, her expression complex. "I didn't expect you to come back so soon. Where did you get those 500 million chips? The casino doesn't have that much money. You're going to drive the casino crazy." Chen Mang walked straight to the sofa and sat down. He then casually took a cigarette from the box on the table and put it in his mouth. "A casino can't even come up with over 10 billion? Your casino is really rubbish. This place has been abandoned for a long time. We have chips. Not to mention 10 billion, we have 1 trillion chips, but the casino only has 26 million on its books. Not enough to exchange for chips." "No problem." Chen Mang waved his hand indifferently. He just tilted his head and looked at Wang Qi with a smile. "Giving you flowers. How have you slept these past 2 months?" "Not bad." Wang Qi tilted his head and looked at Xiao Ai standing beside him. "Who is this? I haven't seen such a simple robot in a long time. It looks like it can't even make the most basic facial expressions." Xiao Ai remained expressionless, but 2 words appeared on the screen on her face. "Bitch." He cursed. "He's just a little physically weak, but his intelligence level is much higher than yours." Chen Mang looked at Wang Qi seriously. "Do you remember what I told you before? I will take control of this city and make you the head of the 3 entertainment cities. Now I'm back. This city is under my control. I've checked. This city uses a level 8 energy stone with 37% of its capacity remaining. Xiao Ai told me that it can ensure that the entire city can continue to function normally for 217 years without falling into a dormant state. After today, no one in this city will enter a dormant state. I will give you high authority to control all the robots in this city. Only some shops in this city are open as usual. Most shops are closed. My first task for you, with Sun City as the center, move all open shops in Neon City to the vicinity of Sun City, including that memory bank and the mechanical train parts store. Move them all to the vicinity of Sun City. I want this area to become a business district where every shop is open for business. It's bustling and lively. If I have a guest, you must do your best to entertain him and prevent him from leaving." "Really?" Wang Qi's eyes gleamed, and she asked in disbelief, "No more hibernation? But if that happens, we'll only have enough energy for 217 years. That's enough." Chen Mang nodded silently. 1 level 8 energy stone required 5 billion units of iron ore, damn expensive. Whether he could survive 217 years was uncertain. If he could live that long, he would definitely have enough iron ore by then, and he could just make up for it. If he couldn't live that long, then there was no point in saving a single coin. He would have spent it lavishly. "No problem." Wang Qi's eyes gleamed with a strange look as she sized up the young man sitting before her. She hadn't expected that after just 2 months, this young man would return and forcefully take over the city. "Are you really not afraid of the original owner of this city? Why not ask him if he's afraid of me?" Chen Mang smiled and waved his hand, motioning Xiao Ai to wait outside. Then he walked over to Wang Qi, looking down at Wang Qi in his arms, gently rubbing his red lips and whispering, "This city is very important to me. If you do well, there will be a great reward. After all, it's the only level 4 intelligent chip in Neon City. Don't let me down. As for now, I like your crimson evening dress." Wang Qi, sitting on the sofa, looked up at Chen Mang with soft eyes, slowly leaned her head against him and whispered, "Thank you, master." An hour later, Chen Mang strode out of the casino with Baozi and the others. Instead of riding their off-road motorcycles, they strode forward along the street, planning the next steps with Xiao Ai. The first step, reduce the size of the business district. Neon City is too big. We don't need it to be so large right now. We only need a small part of it. Let's move all the shops to the business district with Sun City as the core. The second step, didn't we just find the Neon City free admission ticket production line on the second floor of that factory? Produce a large batch and distribute these tickets free of charge to all train conductors we meet. The third step, change the currency system of this city to star tickets, and then set the birthplace in the square in front of Sun City. Set up several shops in the square that can be used to exchange star tickets for resources such as iron ore and copper ore. Let the train conductors use the resources in their hands to exchange for star tickets, and then go to the store to spend them. Good plan. Xiao Ai nodded with admiration. There is just one small problem. The mechanical train parts store and the flesh train parts store have been cleared out by us. What will the customers buy when they come? Wouldn't it be better to put the useless ones back later? Chen Mang gave Xiao AI a cold look. He was so excited just now that he bought everything he could see. Now he had to put them back. It was really stupid. Then we'll display some of the specialties from our train. For example, I have a special item called the Kyankan bag. It gives you a small portable space, but the space bags we produce on our train can have the same effect, and the production price is extremely low. Refrigerators can also be sold. Foods with supermetal effects can also be sold, such as cola and bread slices. Simple first aid kits, mechas, and the like are also fine. You can also pay for knowledge. For example, you can sell the supermetal effects of the Doomsday Cannon at levels 5, 10, and 20. There are definitely people who want to know this. Before using Murphy Stone, no one knows what the subsequent supermetal effects will be. This information can also be sold. The price doesn't need to be too high. Keep it cheap. After all, if it's too expensive, people will resell it second-hand. And there are casinos. Casinos are also a good way to make money, but we can cancel betting with casinos. All guests can only bet with other guests, and the casino only takes a cut. Then we'll design a new customer acquisition reward. For example, a train conductor came in with a Neon City admission ticket given by another train conductor. Both parties can get new customer acquisition rewards, allowing the customer to spread virally. Let's go back to the Teeling Wasteland and distribute Neon City admission tickets to every train passing through those areas. These trains will also carry our tickets on their way to other areas. This planet is big enough. There are full 50 million trains. If even 100,000 of them enter our Neon City, our profits will reach an insanely high figure. The amount of iron ore obtained from mining is inherently limited. Neon City is a bug-level existence. It not only allows for cross-regional trade, but also communication. I want to make it a holy place for all train conductors. For example, if a train is being pursued or in danger, it can even post a request for assistance here, prompting the train conductors in the area to come to its aid, and more. Chen Mang spoke excitedly, his hands gesturing in the air, saliva flying, his expression visibly excited, as if a vibrant Neon City had already appeared before him. Xiao AI was silently taking notes. Bai Oz gazed at Mang's back with a wide grin, his face filled with admiration. There was much he didn't understand. But he felt that Master Mang was very powerful. And the train seemed to have a steady supply of iron ore flowing into this area. Previously, they had only traded with trains in one region, but if this plan succeeded, it would only take a while for their trains to be able to trade with trains in many regions. After the apocalypse, the planet was divided into countless regions, and the trains in each region were different, but in Neon City, trains from all regions could meet and gather here. He sometimes felt really lucky. How could he have just happened to follow Master Mang? Sun City. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window of a high-rise building, Wang Qi stared with a complex expression at Chen Mang's back as he walked away down the street. The last time this man had told her about this plan, she had thought it was crazy. 2 months later, this man had realized that crazy plan. And he had an even crazier one. This man was truly bold and daring. After a while, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she opened her arms to enjoy the warm sunshine. Finally, she no longer had to sleep, and she had a new job and a new owner. She had been fighting openly and secretly with the managers of the other 2 entertainment cities for many years. The result was a sudden and inexplicable victory, without any warning. This is what happens when you're on the leaderboard. There's nothing you can do about it. Chen Mang walked and talked, his mind racing, speaking whatever came to mind. He mainly provided direction, while the more detailed work still had to be done by his subordinates. For example, the pricing of products, the exchange rate between resource minerals and star tickets, the amount and specific process of new customer acquisition rewards. These things couldn't be completed overnight. We had to wait until we returned to the train to work together to develop a near-perfect SOP, and then, in the coming days, we would continuously adjust based on feedback. Crushing the Neon City free entry ticket allowed entry to the city, allowing a stay of up to 48 hours and early exit. It was even more powerful than the Neon City entry ticket, which didn't allow early exit. The Neon City free entry ticket production line was located within the factory, a bit like a train accessory, but not installed on the train. It would consume the level 8 energy stone, but the loss was minimal, almost negligible, and not a major concern. Whoosh, I walked for an unknown amount of time. Chen Mang finished his plan in one breath, took the water from Bioz beside him, moistened his dry lips, and then lit a cigarette. Standing on the street, he looked out at the brightly lit city in the distance and chuckled. If my life had an autobiography, this would be a major turning point in my life. From now on, he would completely control the means of production. The speed of development would be many times faster than if he had been mining on his own train. Progress would certainly be slow at first, but as long as he built up his skills, the profits would be unimaginable. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257. Chen Mang will never say such shameful words in my life. Many of their products are unique. For example, their level 10 special pocket refrigerator is the only item on the planet, and it's a strategic commodity, so sales are a breeze. Furthermore, they're probably the only place on the planet that allows for cross-regional trade. All future gatherings, hold them all in Neon City. Trade can be conducted not only with trains in this region, but also with trains from other regions. Most importantly, safety is guaranteed. Train conductors can't harm each other, and there's no need to adhere to any tacit agreements. It's absolutely safe here. A small fee wouldn't be unreasonable, right? After all, they provide such a great trading platform. If he could spread the word, let enough people know about this place and get Neon City tickets, he couldn't even imagine the money he'd make. He'd make a killing. Chen Mang didn't linger any longer. He immediately took Bioz and the others to the factory, where they produced 10,000 free admission tickets to Neon City. Then, without further delay, they left Neon City. Inside the train, a dozen people gathered, including Lao Zhu, Bioz, Li Shiji, and a dozen others who had previously been successful businessmen in various industries. The train held over 6,000 people. As long as the industry wasn't too niche, there was basically a place for anyone looking for something. Zio AI, standing by the screen, had just finished her background presentation. Everyone, Chen Mang said, looking at everyone with a serious expression, this Neon City project, from a certain perspective, will determine the future development speed of the star. If this project succeeds, all those presenting valid opinions will receive direct treatment as level 3 senior talents, plus special rewards. Everyone, please share your opinions and ideas. He had been a businessman in his previous life, so he had his own ideas, but everyone had different perspectives. Listening to different opinions would also provide him with different insights. Let me throw out some ideas. Chen Mang looked at the crowd and paused for a moment before continuing. Initially, we won't have many customers, so I've decided to limit the opening hours, such as every Monday. This way, we can concentrate the traffic from the 7 days on that day, creating the appearance of a huge crowd. We're not just selling goods, we're also a platform, and platforms require a certain number of users. Tell me what you think. I'll go first. Uncle Lee coughed lightly and said hoarsely, I think the idea that Master Mang mentioned earlier, replacing all regional rallies with neon cities, is a very good one. This would be a good thing for both the other trains and the star. I suggest that in the future, after the limited opening hours are lifted, we can set a specific day as a rally trading day. Only on this day can train conductors trade freely with each other. Then, if a train conductor wants to sell an item on a non-free trading day, he can only sell it in Master Mang's store. That way, we can make a profit from the price difference. As soon as he finished speaking, a negative voice came from the side. No. A middle-aged man shook his head with a serious expression and said, there's something wrong with your suggestion. First of all, we need to know that all train conductors, whether they are trading freely or purchasing goods in our directly operated stores, they can only trade with stellar coupons. And stellar coupons are exchanged for iron ore, which means that the moment they enter, we've already made money. As for stellar coupons, that's just a number. I say how many I want, and I get as many as I want. We just need to make sure that all transactions in Neon City are based on stellar coupons. That's it. Whether they are trading freely or buying things in our directly operated stores, it doesn't matter. We can all make money. For example, A consumes 10,000 stellar coupons and buys an item from B. A lost the corresponding iron ore used to exchange for 10,000 stellar coupons. B lost an item, and I gained the iron ore corresponding to 10,000 stellar coupons, and consumed a string of numbers. This is the core of my idea. Achieve high profits by creating a monetary system. The middle-aged man paused and continued, after the transaction, although he lost an item, he gained 10,000 star coupons. If he uses these 10,000 star coupons to buy items from others, then I won't suffer any loss. If you buy something in a directly operated store, I will reclaim the star coupons and give you some goods with very low cost, such as space bags. The more free trades there are, the more I make, so my suggestion is to focus on free trade and not charge any transaction fees, so that the train conductors can trade freely. Every time the train conductors trade freely, it is almost equivalent to sending a large amount of resources to me. Chen Mang nodded with satisfaction when he heard this, and there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes when he looked at the middle-aged man. There are still talented people in the train. Then, an old man sitting next to him nodded and said slowly, "That makes sense. As long as the train conductor uses iron ore to exchange for star coupons, then I will make money." But I overlooked a premise. That is why everyone has to exchange for star coupons. Is it just because of the overbearing regulations that star coupons must be used for transactions in Neon City? Then when the seller finds that the star coupons he has obtained are almost waste paper, will he still be willing to sell the props? Even if he is willing to sell, he will definitely mark a high price, causing prices to collapse. So there must be an anchor for star coupons here. We must add more scarce, or even unique, goods in the direct operated stores. The premise of free trade is that the people and goods field in the direct operated stores must be built to perfection. Only when the goods here are attractive enough will everyone find a way to obtain star coupons. To obtain star coupons by exchanging them with iron ore, or through free trade. This is my opinion. The supplement is perfect. Chen Mang sat on the chair and looked at the old man and smiled, then tilted his head to look at Xiao AI beside him. What job does he do on the train? Second level resident treatment, number 5987, responsible for mining. He's old, so stop mining. Find him an easier job. Yes, the old man in the chair, a flicker of joy in his cloudy eyes, quickly stood up and said, "Thank you, Master Mang, please sit down. Does anyone else have any good suggestions?" Old Pig then spoke up. "Master Mang, I think casinos are a place worth focusing on. Gambling is the deepest desire in human nature, and the more successful people are, the more difficult it is to resist this desire. Or maybe successful people tend to have an extremely conceited personality and don't believe they can lose. For those senior train conductors, casinos are a great entertainment platform. We can make a huge profit in casinos just by taking a cut." Immediately, the people behind him continued to offer their suggestions. Mr. Mang, I think brothels are a great platform. Many people would definitely want to try out robots. I think we could give away that spicy pressed duck for free, and sell a bottle of mineral water for 1,000 stellar vouchers. I'm sure people would buy it. I suggest we put some motorcycles in there, so they can use them as shared motorcycles. How about a bounty list? Anyone with a grudge against a particular train could post a bounty. I've got another one. Okay, a flurry of suggestions echoed throughout the train. At first, everyone was a little reserved. This was their first time speaking with Mr. Mang, especially about something as significant as the future of the train. But as the atmosphere warmed, everyone began to speak freely. Ideas emerged one after another. Some were completely unworkable, some were unrealistic, and some were incredibly innovative. Countless ideas poured forth during this brainstorming session. Xiao AI, on the other hand, was responsible for writing down all the ideas, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. His computing power was clearly high, and every idea these people proposed seemed within his grasp. But why hadn't he thought of it before? Was this the difference between the human brain and AI? For a moment, he felt as if he had grasped something. Was this the radiating, fan-shaped thinking unique to the human brain? An hour later, the brainstorming session concluded. Chen Mang sat alone at the control panel, looking over the ideas written in his notebook, sketching and adding to them. Some ideas were viable, others needed revision. Strength in numbers, after all. In the early days of the train, the residents' sole role was mining. No matter what position they held before the apocalypse, if they couldn't mine, they were useless. But as the train began to develop, the residents' role expanded beyond mining. Of course, mining was still the primary focus. After all, before the apocalypse, most people were ordinary people. You couldn't expect a high school girl to stand inside a train and expound on her plans for the future of Neon City to Mr. Mang. Just get back to mining. An unknown amount of time passed before Chen Mang let out a long sigh of relief. He leaned back in his chair, stretching his aching muscles. He smiled at the schedule in his hand. The preliminary plan was basically complete. After exiting the Goblin Tomb, the first round of free admission tickets to Neon City began to be distributed. Yes. While his plan sounded impressive and the future returns were high, in the initial stages, he still had to rely on the most down-to-earth means, ground promotion, to achieve initial dissemination. Perhaps we could collaborate with Xianping? Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, thoughtfully asking. As far as he knew, Xianping had the ability to connect across regions, and it was likely to be like a spider web, stretching across many regions. If he partnered with them, he could quickly promote his Neon City. However, he had killed several people from this organization, so it would probably be difficult to cooperate with them again. He hadn't seen any train in the Crisis Valley claiming to be from the Libra organization, so perhaps he could find an opportunity to contact them. Although there were some conflicts between them, it was nothing in the apocalypse. After planning everything that would happen next, Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, looked at the information on the control panel screen, and couldn't help laughing. Today was really a turning point in his life. Since he wanted to rebuild civilization, he needed a lot of resources. This Neon City would become a money-printing machine in the future, continuously providing him with a steady stream of resources. It just so happened that he had a manager. Sister Key. Apart from Sister Key, no one else could stay in the Neon City forever. Having Sister Key to help him manage things would save him a lot of trouble. He was in a good mood now. Even if there was bad news now, he wouldn't be angry. Just then, a flash of white light flashed across the train cabin, followed by Zio AI's voice. Conductor, we've successfully built a receiver using the materials from last time. Would you like to take a look? Chen Mang sighed helplessly, his lips curled up slightly. Why is it all good news? Can't there be some bad news? In the Armored Research and Development Center of Carriage Number 2. Chen Mang looked at the almost identical receiver in front of him, nodded with satisfaction, and said with a smile, this can receive the scattered core energy in the universe, right? Yes. How many can be made with this batch of materials at most, including this? A total of 4, yes, Chen Mang thought for a moment and then said, if all the receivers are working, they can absorb about 480,000 units of iron ore. Adding the 4 here, there are 5 in total, which means a total of 2.4 million units of iron ore per day. Yes, Zio AI nodded, if we can find this kind of material in the future, we can make more. Chen Mang patted Zio AI on the shoulder and said with emotion. That's enough, it's equivalent to forming 2 level 4 iron mines in just 10 days. I realize you're a genius. Can you tell me how you learned to make a receiver? Isn't this thing difficult to make? I dismantled the original one in the train and reassembled it. Can the dismantled one be put back together? Yes, that's good. Tell me, you've done a lot of good things recently. What reward do you want? Should I take you to a brothel in Neon City next time? I want you to praise me, conductor, Zio AI. I'm here, you're awesome. That doesn't count. Then how should I praise you? I want the conductor to praise me based on this sentence. Chen Mang took the paper Zio AI handed him, lowered his head and read it carefully, then raised his head expressionlessly, threw the paper aside, and turned to walk out of the space gate. That's absolutely impossible. I, Chen Mang, will never say such shameful words in my life. Chapter 258. Why don't you say hello to Master Mang? What are you all standing there for? After casually throwing the note aside, Chen Mang strode out of the space gate without looking back, not stopping at all. It was truly outrageous, and he even wanted a reward. As a train auxiliary AI, you should be doing all the work. That search radar component has been in constant production since it was created, yet he hasn't asked for any reward. You can't get any special treatment just because you're an AI. He, Chen Mang, had never said such shameful words in his 2 lives. This time was impossible. Only Zio AI, with eyes full of resentment, was left standing in the space gate, staring at the note that floated several times in the air before slowly falling to the ground. After a long pause, she stepped forward to pick it up again. Zio AI, your wisdom is like an endless treasure, enchanting me. You are like a shining star, illuminating the night sky of my life. You are my wind and rain, and we will never forget each other on the days we share the same journey. It's just a little over 200 words. Is it shameful? Zio AI pondered this seriously. He thought it was just some genuinely emotional compliment. Why was the train conductor so overly irritated? Could it be the difference between human and AI thinking? He needed to find time to think this through. Soon, the star emerged from the goblin's tomb. After 48 hours of continuous mining, it had yielded over 6 million iron ore. There was simply not much left to mine. It was like a 100 yuan monthly limit on a family payment given by your parents as a child. As a child, it was delightful, as you could never spend it all, looking forward to the arrival of the new limit at the beginning of the month. But as an adult, that 100 yuan limit on family payments felt rather useless. He hadn't yet distributed free admission tickets to Neon City. He had taken some time to visit Neon City in the past 2 days. The renovations weren't finished yet, and the workload was quite extensive. It was expected to take at least 10 days. Relocating and renovating so many shops was no easy task. He also realized that even in the Goblin's tomb, one could still enter Neon City by crushing the admission ticket. The stellar train sat quietly in the wasteland of Crisis Valley, like a long, mechanical dragon, with no end in sight. It was early morning. The residents were resting, truly resting this time. They'd been digging in the cave at the end of the train tunnel for a month, but due to an unexpected situation, they'd only rested for one night and then dug for another 48 hours in the Goblin tomb. It was truly time for a break. Even an Iron Man couldn't handle the strain. Chen Mang was alone, cigarette between his fingers, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor of the train compartment, gazing at the horizon. Xia Feng stood quietly beside him, clutching an ashtray. Xia Feng had been staying in the train compartment for the past few days, and it had become much more empty. He felt a little lonely alone, feeling a little less crowded. With more people around, the train compartment felt a little more lively. He was quietly thinking. The Neon City project was very important to him, arguably the most important strategic initiative the Stellar had undertaken. He was considering whether to give the Stellar voucher a solid anchor. In other words, iron ore. If star tickets and iron ore were interchangeable, the train conductor could trade iron ore for star tickets, and vice versa. As long as their credibility was strengthened, star tickets would become an extremely strong currency. If he were a businessman, this idea would be perfectly acceptable. He could use it to revitalize the entire Neon City. But he wasn't. He was a train conductor surviving the apocalypse. Even if he was doing well now, he would still be wary of moving to the advanced areas. He couldn't keep the iron ore he earned. It needed to be spent. Granted, he could leave Neon City with 10 million units of iron ore for circulation, which would be more than enough. But if a large number of people simultaneously exchanged star tickets for iron ore, there would be two possible outcomes. 1. He would be unable to provide enough iron ore, his credibility would completely collapse, and no one would come to Neon City to trade. The other, he would force himself to gather so much iron ore, causing the development of the star train to almost instantly stagnate and inflict considerable damage. There were two options. He was still thinking about how to make this specific decision. There was still some time before the plan was officially implemented, enough time for him to think about it slowly, no need to rush. Xia Feng, who was standing quietly beside him with an ashtray, would occasionally glance at Mang Yi's legs with a corner of her eyes. She felt her heart beating slightly. For some reason, she thought that Mang Yi was very handsome when he was thinking seriously. Xia Feng's heart jumped at this moment. But he didn't dare to jump too much. After all, even Sister Yan Yao, a woman of that level, did not move Mang Yi at all. Mang Yi was a pure career-oriented man. Career-oriented men often put their careers first, and such people often find it difficult to be sincere to a woman. If it was before the end of the world, it would not be so absolute. But in the end of the world, expecting a career-oriented man to hug you and say that he loves you forever is as outrageous as competing for favor with Empress Ma Xia Feng. At that moment, Xia Feng snapped back to her senses and looked up at Master Mang. Seeing Master Mang's slightly furrowed brow, she hurriedly whispered, "Master Mang, tell me, bring me a bottle of water." Yes, Chen Mang took the bottle of mineral water and took a sip. He then walked back to the control panel and sat down. He stared at the screen, a plan already forming within him. After sending a private message to Erden, he pushed the joystick. The star train hovered above the ground, moving forward at a steady, but not too fast, speed. It accelerated incredibly quickly. In less than a second, the star train reached 328 kilometers per hour, yet the interior remained stable, not even the water on the table rippled. Fast speeds consume a lot of energy, so when you're not in a rush, every bit counts. His target was the frigid plains at the westernmost edge of the Crisis Valley region. The Crisis Valley region intersected with 4 zones, 2 blue and 2 green. His target for this trip was one of those zones. He planned to reach the purple zone in 10 days, when the Neon City renovations were complete. He would then distribute tickets in the 3 blue zones, then repeat them along the train tunnel in the Shea Plain and Dealing Wasteland areas. The line from the white Dealing Wasteland to the blue Crisis Valley was a straight line. In other words, if one continued upwards from the Dealing Wasteland, they would ultimately end up in Crisis Valley. There were no other options. His initial user base was limited, and expansion was limited. He needed to find a way to reach people in more zones to build a sufficient user base. About 3 hours later, he saw the familiar zone junction again. 4 large characters floated on the light screen at the zone junction, and 2 lines of text appeared on the console screen again. The area ahead was a blue zone, the extreme cold land. Monsters up to level 12 could exist there. The current train level was level 12, so the danger level was relatively low. Crisis Valley did not intersect with any of the purple zones. To reach the other purple zones ahead of Crisis Valley, one had to travel to the 2 blue zones to the west and east. The extreme cold land intersected with 6 zones. A white area, a green area, 3 purple areas, and a yellow area. The temperature here is extremely low. Upon entering this area, Chen Mang, sitting in the train, felt gusts of cold air seeping into the train cabin. Frost even formed rapidly on the train's surface. The screen displayed a temperature of -58 degrees Celsius. It was bone-chilling. Even pouring water on it to make it freeze was the most basic thing. If you were bored and wanted to lick the train armor, your tongue would be almost half gone. It tasted quite good, sweet, with a hint of warm rust. Sitting in the train cabin, Chen Mang glanced at the various information displayed on the screen. The temperature in this area was extremely low. This weather would affect every aspect of the train. For one thing, the residents couldn't mine normally under these conditions. After a day of mining, 1 or 2 would surely freeze to death. This was no joke. Especially without adequate insulation. This area was also nearly devoid of trains, and of course, no mines. Only a few monsters favored the cold. It mostly served as a transit point, though trains occasionally entered to hunt monsters. Monsters in this area have the chance of dropping train parts like sleds and snow machines upon death. Just then, beep, beep, a train whistle blew, approaching from a distance. Then, the traveling frog shot towards us, slowly slowing down as it approached the star. As the doors on the first level of the star's locomotive opened, the traveling frog smoothly entered the interior. Then, Erden, who was shivering with cold, took the elevator from the first floor of the train room to the second floor. He strode towards Chen Mang and said with hot breath, "Master Mang, you look for me. It's time to say it. Now that I'm back on the star, I feel like I'm back home. I feel very safe." "Yeah." Chen Mang nodded, turned half a circle in his chair, looked at Erden and said with a smile, "I see that you haven't found the adventure map yet, so take a break for a while. In the next 10 days, you and your group will go to the residential cart to play for a while, prepare to go to the purple area in 10 days, and don't you have a level 10 train and level 9 armor now? During this period, you need to upgrade your train to level 12 and upgrade your armor. It's okay, take your people with you, Laozi will receive you." "Okay," Erden grinned and nodded heavily. "Master Mang, you still understand those young men under my command? They are really thinking about this and have been thinking about it for a long time. I'll go down and bring them up." Soon, Erden and his thugs took the elevator to the first floor of the train room again. "Why don't you say hello to Master Mang? What are you all standing there for?" "Hello, Master Mang." A dozen thugs looked at Master Mang with respectful and excited expressions, bowing in unison. "Well, let's go down and have some fun." "Thank you, Master Mang." The dozen thugs followed Erden and took the elevator to Carriage 2. They couldn't help but look around and wonder. Carriage 2 was truly enormous. 10 meters wide, 10 meters high, and 30 meters long. It wasn't just a car. It felt like standing in a space station, a massive one at that. Numerous large production lines were scattered around, most of them in standby mode, with only a few still churning out items. Apart from them, the entire space was deserted. It seemed quite desolate. The ceiling was studded with 100 heavy machine guns and dozens of robotic eyes. The density of cameras was higher than even at Haidaleo. Erden, A thug following behind him said sullenly, "Why did you tell us to say hello to Master Mang? Why are you just standing there?" "We weren't standing there. We were about to say hello, but you interrupted us. We were supposed to say it, but you're making it seem like we're being forced." "Master Mang, won't you think we're being immature, huh?" Erden turned his head speechlessly at the thug beside him. "I'm finding you a bit stubborn. Let me ask you, when your relatives came over before the apocalypse, did your mom also tell you to say hello quickly and not just stand there? Were you standing there? Even if your mom didn't say it, you still had to say hello. Do you know why? I don't understand. I'll figure it out later. I'm really going to. Hey, keep your mouth shut and follow me." 3 minutes later, Erden and his thugs arrived at carriage number 5 for women with advanced talents. This carriage was separated by a corridor. To the left of the corridor was a row of hard sleeper cars and a space for activities. He knew that only Mang Yi and his 2 women lived in this carriage. "Looks like I need to give Mang Yi a suggestion," Erden muttered softly, looking up at the door, which was still 30 meters away. He should pack the entire train with bicycles. Otherwise, it would be a long walk to get to carriage 11 from carriage 5. Normally, he wouldn't walk so slowly. Mainly, it was too strange. This was his first time walking from beginning to end on the Star Train, and he couldn't help but take in everything. Everything he saw was strange, and the first few carriages were basically empty. He reached carriage 7 when Lao Zu came up to greet them, smiling broadly. "Next, I'll take you for a tour of the train, Mr. Mang said that we are all family, so don't be too restrained. Although you don't have iris chips, you are also direct descendants of the star, and your honor and disgrace are one with the star. Come this way." The number of people in the following carriages gradually increased. Many residents could be seen walking back and forth in the carriages. Lao Zu walked in front and introduced as he walked. "There are not many residents active now. Most of the residents are sleeping. Everyone dug in the mines last night. On weekdays, there will be more residents active here, but most of the time, the area where everyone is active is still inside the space gate." Chapter 259. Why the hell is this countdown physical? This part of the train is more of a transit space. Carriages 8 and 9 are both residential carriages, with a total of 8 residential areas. In the future, they can accommodate up to 10,000 people. This is the population capacity required to ensure a living environment. In an emergency, it will be able to accommodate hundreds of thousands of residents without any problems. Carriage 10 is an entertainment space and a film and television base. The movie you watched last time was made by our train director himself. It may be the first original post-apocalyptic movie. Carriage 11 in front is the Goblin carriage, and the Red House and the Residence Store are both here. Erden stood in carriage 10 with some confusion, looking at the space doors on both sides, and hesitated. Isn't this movement line a bit unreasonable? The residential carriages are on carriages 8 and 9, so why is the Residence Store on carriage 11? "Oh, this is a historical issue," Lao Zu explained, "because the population of the Goblin carriage is far lower than that of the other residential carriages. This carriage has more space for activities. If the Red House and the Residence Store were set up in carriages 8 and 9, it would be more congested, with people coming and going. I understand, but it should be possible to swap carriage 11 with carriage 10, so that we can have the best of both worlds. In theory, it's possible, but Mr. Mang said he's used to it, so he didn't change it for the time being. Anyway, it's just a few more steps, and this little movement line won't affect anything. We've arrived at carriage 11, and the Red House is in front. The little stars are already waiting for you inside. You can go in and play." Erden said in a low voice with some embarrassment. "Actually, I also want to go to the film and television base and entertainment space to take a look. There's no need to go straight to the Red House. It seems that we are some kind of playboys, then it's cancelled. Oh, well, since we're here, let's go in and take a look first. Have fun." "That's right." Erden suddenly thought of something, turned and looked at Lao Zu in some confusion. "When I passed carriage 3, I saw a huge mace stuffed in the carriage, almost taking up the entire carriage. What was the thing? That's a long story. Let's talk about it after you're done playing, okay?" The Star Train sped across the frigid land. Meanwhile, Biozi and the other guards were all confined to the combat training virtual space. After leaving Neon City, they had brought back a wealth of valuables. While most of them ultimately remained in Neon City to be used to enrich the shop, some rarer items were still brought out. The best items were prioritized for the Star Train. Even if they were put up for sale, they wouldn't be able to match the train's price. For example, Extreme Challenge, Special Item, a rare map chip. The regular version of the rare map chip increases your overall fitness by 0.2 for each level cleared on normal difficulty, and by 0.5 for each level cleared on extreme difficulty. The rare version offered even higher rewards. 0.5 for each level cleared on normal difficulty, and 1.0 for each level cleared on extreme difficulty, though the difficulty also increased. The shop had 2 of this item in stock. Mang Yi took 1, and the remaining 1 was displayed as a high-end item. While it's okay to have unsold high-end items, you still need to have a few on display. There was also another one. Zombie Nation, Special Item, the Ultimate Edition map chip. This map chip is truly amazing, costing a whopping 20 million points, 40 times the price of the rare edition. Only 1 remains. Clearing a level on normal difficulty increases your overall physical fitness by 2.0, and on extreme difficulty by 4.0. The maximum is 3 times. In other words, if you can clear a level with this Ultimate Edition map chip, you'll instantly gain 18 points of overall physical fitness, equivalent to Zhang Damari in her initial state. Of course, the difficulty level is also much higher. Meanwhile, in the combat training virtual space, Ozzy, having died countless times, stood vacantly in a white space, receiving psychiatric treatment. Due to his numerous deaths, he's experiencing hallucinations and can't distinguish between reality and virtual space. He's challenging the Ultimate Edition map, Zombie Nation. This map is incredibly simple. The spawn point is in the center of a square, and the zombies in the square are all level 1 zombies, a very low level, but incredibly numerous, a full 5,000. Kill all 5,000 of them, and you'll complete the level. Simple and brutal. It's just not a humanly possible task. Ozzy looked down at his right hand in a daze. The phantom pain was intense, and his pain mechanism was on the verge of disruption. If he didn't receive psychiatric treatment, he would be practically useless. Most importantly, he had no weapons, only a machete. What was this like? It was like being in the teeming wilderness, surrounded by a horde of zombies, and then he jumped off the train, knife in hand, single-handedly slaughtering the horde in his plain clothes. It was outrageous. His highest kill was 37 zombies, but he was swarmed by the endless stream of zombies, leaving him no room to swing his sword and being devoured. Even if he tried to attack with just one, he could only kill a little over 40 zombies after several attempts. His immense strength was useless. The horde of zombies rushed forward fearlessly, and soon he had no room to swing his sword. There was nothing he could do but wait for death. There were no traps for him to exploit. It was just a vast open space, with no loopholes or anything like that. Forget about 5,000 zombies. Even if 5,000 chickens attacked him fearlessly, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. Those 5,000 chickens would peck him to death. No way. After a long pause, Ozzy took a deep breath and gave up on this map for the time being. It was impossible to clear this map in a short time. This wasn't a level that could be cleared by sheer brute force. He couldn't aim too high. He should try the rare map, the Extreme Challenge. The scene shifted. Ozzy appeared on the edge of a tall building's rooftop. The illusory scenery around him gradually solidified. A light curtain appeared before him. This map had 9 levels. Reaching the end before the countdown ended would qualify you. Ozzy glanced at the huge string of numbers in the sky. The countdown was half an hour long. This map looked like a level-based challenge, with no monsters. Just clear the levels. This map doesn't look difficult at all. The first level involved leaping from the rooftop of the tall building. He was standing onto the rooftop of the tall building opposite. The 2 buildings were 2 meters apart. The building opposite was shorter, perhaps 3 meters lower. It wasn't a challenge, not even with his current physique, but even with his pre-apocalyptic fitness, he could easily take it down. Whoosh! Ozzy took a deep breath and took a few steps back, preparing to leap over. But as he took a step back, a sudden pain shot through his body. Blood gushed wildly from his mouth. He froze in place, looking down with difficulty. He saw countless steel spikes erupting from the ground, piercing his body. A trap. This was Ozzy's last thought before he died. But it didn't matter. It was just a normal level, and he never lacked the courage to start over. He reappeared on the edge of the tall building's rooftop. This time, instead of retreating directly for a run-up, he prepared to walk a little to the left and then back for a run-up. He took a step to the left, and the steel spikes erupted again. Try again. He walked to the right, and the steel spikes erupted again. Try again. He took a big leap to the side. It couldn't be a trap, right? The steel spikes erupted again. Try again. Could he skip the run-up and jump from the spot? Ozzy took a deep breath, planted his feet on the edge, and leaped. Just as he was mid-air, a high-speed spinning blade suddenly flew up from between the two buildings, slicing him in two. There was a trap. Try again. This time, Ozzy leaned his entire body over the edge of the rooftop, stretched his legs as high as he could into the air, then instantly retracted them at the sound of the sonic boom, deceiving the blade trap. He then climbed back onto the edge of the rooftop. A deep breath, aiming, a standing long jump. This time, there were no traps. But just as he was about to land, he suddenly saw steel spikes erupt from the rooftop opposite where he had landed. Ozzy closed his eyes expressionlessly in midair, feeling the pain surge through his body once again. After dying over 30 times in a row, Ozzy finally reached the second level. With tears welling in his eyes, he pressed a red button that had appeared on a pillar on the rooftop. A sign read Level 2 next to it. Pressing this button was the key to officially reaching the second level. However, he soon heard a rapid beeping sound, and the next moment, boom! Amidst the explosion, flames enveloped the entire rooftop. Again, this time, he ignored the red button trap and was about to charge towards the third level when he suddenly saw another sign, "Look up." Ozzy instinctively looked up at the sky, only to see a massive countdown falling straight towards him. His last final thought was, why the hell is this countdown physical? Chen Mang sat inside the train, grinning at the screen beside him showing Ozzy completing the level. A faint flicker of anticipation shone in his eyes. It wasn't that he was hoping Ozzy would complete a level, but rather that he was hoping for some new and surprising way to die. So far, Ozzy had died over 30 times, each time in a different location. This map was obvious. While there were no monsters, it was a game of trial and error. Anyone could complete it, as long as they died enough times. And once the strategy was shared, others could even complete it with a single life. Who designed this map? Chen Mang sat in his chair, gazing at the scene with a sense of emotion. The Star Train was currently on autopilot, its search radar constantly humming, rapidly searching for targets. He had only two objectives for this trip to the Blue Zone's extreme cold. The first was to see the scenery of the different areas and learn more about their conditions. The second was to find a level 11 or 12 extreme cold monster and obtain the sled and snowmaker accessories. Sleds are a type of wheel, similar to tracks, and both allow trains to travel smoothly on thick snow, though they offer greater speed in special circumstances, such as downhill. They are also more energy efficient. This accessory was of little use to him. He didn't have to worry about the train getting stuck in the snow. He could simply use magnetic levitation for contactless travel. The weather controller could easily create heavy snow, eliminating the need for a snowmaker. However, these two accessories were only found with a high probability in this area, so it was best to take them if possible, just like drills initially only had a high probability of being found in the Kunlun Mountains. If he hadn't obtained it in the Kunlun Mountains, there would be little chance of obtaining it in other areas later. However, he had already entered the Arctic land for dozens of minutes. He hadn't encountered any high-level monsters yet, only level 8 or 9, with the highest never exceeding level 10. He still wanted to find a level 12 monster. After all, he had a selfish motive. He wanted to test the power of a train stunt death spin at full speed, like 5,000 kilometers per hour. Just then, the search radar suddenly began beeping. The screen showed a level 12 Arctic monster at 100,000 meters, sprinting across the snow. Found you. Chen Mang's eyes lit up, and he quickly sat upright. Without even considering how Ozzy might die, he shoved the joystick, and a huge, powerful push against his back was felt. In just 1.4 seconds, the train instantly accelerated to 5,000 kilometers per hour, equivalent to 1,390 meters per second. A minute later, the Star Train was closing in on the blinking red dot on the search radar screen at breakneck speed. A string of information flashed across the screen: 5,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 1,000 meters. With only a few hundred meters left, Chen Mang didn't hesitate. He punched the red button on the stunt control panel. The entire train suddenly leaped into the air. The blades and drill extended simultaneously, spinning at high speed. Then, the Star Train began to spin at breakneck speed, hurtling straight towards the 20-meter-tall snow monster at a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye. Bang! Almost in the blink of an eye, a deafening crash, accompanied by a sonic boom, echoed across the white snowy landscape. The star train quickly slowed down and slowly hovered above the snow again. Behind him was a scene of bloody, shredded flesh. The 20-meter-tall snow monster offered almost no resistance at the moment of impact. Instantaneously, its entire body was reduced to countless pieces of flesh, a gruesome death. Instant kill. Instant kill of a level 12 snow monster. Chen Mang looked at the lines of text that kept scrolling across the console screen. Warning, warning. Blade integrity reduced to 11%, drill integrity reduced to 97%, car audio integrity reduced to 0%, strong magnet integrity reduced to 0%, headlight integrity reduced to 0%, mechanical tentacles integrity reduced to. Chapter 260. The formal procedure is imprisonment and execution. How should I put it? This was the first time he'd seen a drill accessory with a degraded integrity. It had virtually no mechanics. Each upgrade supermodel effect, purely adding stats, increased its strength and speed. His move was incredibly powerful. Especially when the train reached 5,000 kilometers per hour, carbon-based creatures would have little chance of withstanding it. He felt he could instantly destroy even a level 13 or 14 snow monster, let alone a level 12 snow monster. It just came at a steep price. The train's external accessories were practically completely destroyed by the violent impact, their integrity reduced to 0%, making repair impossible. They needed to be reforged. The mechanical nanospiders on the control panel began rapidly producing, a swarm of them rapidly scrambling outward from the train compartment to repair the blades and drill. As for the remaining accessories, they would have to be forged from scratch. Car audio, powerful magnets, mechanical tentacles, and headlights. Luckily, aside from the powerful magnets, all other parts were white, making them inexpensive to craft. He'd also never upgraded the headlights, so he took the opportunity to upgrade them to level 100. Crafting a white part and upgrading it from level 1 to 100 requires 508,000 units of iron ore. After consuming 2.2 million units of iron ore, all these basic parts were crafted and upgraded to level 100. The headlights also gained a brand new supermodel effect. Headlight level 20 supermodel effect, energy consumption halved. Headlight level 50 supermodel effect, energy consumption halved. Headlight level 100 supermodel effect, linear laser, extending the range of the light to 10,000 meters with minimal brightness fall off. Not bad. Chen Mang glanced at the green-grade snow sled and yellow-grade snowmaker in the drawer and curled his lips. At least he got the blueprints, though they were a bit pricey, costing him 2.2 million units of iron ore. It felt like there was no need for a death spin. He could just extend the drill and ram it at high speed. That way, the blade wouldn't be damaged, it would save some iron ore, and the power wouldn't change much. At extreme speeds, the added power of the train's high-speed spin was meaningless. It seemed like only incompetent men would pursue such devious methods. A true tough guy would start big and end early. However, the headlight incident had served as a wake-up call for him. He'd usually neglected some of the train's basic components, never upgrading them to level 100 to see what a supermodel at level 100 could offer. Take a refrigerator, for example. Honestly, if the Star Train truly became the most powerful train on the planet, this refrigerator would be on the podium when it came time to award merit. Without a refrigerator, the train's development would be significantly delayed. Not to mention its use as a place to live and store the strategic resources already plundered. Even the S-level potential mechanical train mission alone would be impossible without this refrigerator. After consuming 2,500 units of iron ore, the refrigerator in the train's interior instantly reached level 100. At level 100, its appearance changed. While still a double-door refrigerator, it looked a bit more upscale, whether it was an illusion or a change in material. It looked expensive at first glance. Refrigerator level 20 supermodel effect, energy consumption is halved. Refrigerator level 50 supermodel effect. Temperature can be reduced to -200 degrees Celsius. Refrigerator level 100 supermodel effect, within enemy radar range, the refrigerator gains the same defensive strength as the train's armor. Energy shields are ineffective. Chen Mang silently gazed at the three supermodel effects. 500,000 units of iron ore. Buying these three supermodel effects was a good deal, but he didn't know what they were for. -degrees Celsius, nearly absolute zero. Absolute zero is extremely rare in the entire universe. While the surface temperatures of many planets are extremely cold, they're still around -200 degrees Celsius. It's said that at absolute zero, even light can be frozen. This effect might be useful for Zio AI's experiments. As for the level 100 supermetal effect, at first glance, it's truly powerful. The train is currently at level 14, meaning hiding in the refrigerator is essentially invincible as long as it's within radar range. But what are the potential use cases? Guards carrying the refrigerator while dismounting for ground combat? Hiding in the refrigerator in emergencies? Or perhaps Zio AI dismantling the wheels of an off-road motorcycle and attaching them to the sides of the refrigerator to create a land tank? While that scenario sounds a bit abstract, it seems possible. When the train's armor reaches over level 30, a large number of tanks equipped with level 30 armor would seem quite invincible. It's just a bit pricey, and the refrigerator accessory requires a separate upgrade. Not bad, huh? Chen Mang withdrew his gaze from the refrigerator, no longer dwelling on the matter. Instead, he stared at the screen, eager to see how Baozi could possibly die. Baozi's patience was remarkable. He hadn't given up yet, continuing to push forward, already reaching level 3. His progress was quite impressive. Meanwhile, the Star Train had begun its return journey, its mission complete, preparing to return to Crisis Valley. In the frigid region, the energy stones were depleting rapidly. Soon, the Star Train returned to Crisis Valley and docked on the ground. Outside the window, Zhang Yi was piloting the Pope mech, familiarizing himself with its operation in the open space outside. Pope. A melee-focused, explosive mech. All firepower has been stripped away, maximizing its defense and speed. Its external armor and built-in hammer are level 12, with a maximum speed of 640 km per hour. With a level 4 energy stone embedded, it can fight at full strength for 50 hours. The mech's detailed attributes are as follows. It requires a physical fitness rating of at least 23.0, and its full power is achieved above 23.5. No mental power requirement. The construction cost is 1.08 million units of red heart rock. This is an extremely expensive mecha, costing 1.08 million units of red heart rock alone. Even after fully mining the level 3 red heart rock they discovered in the Teeling Wasteland, they only yielded 180,000 units. 6 or 7 such level 3 red heart rock mines would be needed to build enough for this mecha. However, as befits a purple grade mecha, its basic stats are incredibly impressive. The most valuable item is the level 12 external armor. In the entire Crisis Valley, no other train boasts level 12 defense, save for the Star. In other words, Zhang Yi, piloting this Pope mecha, could easily take on a level 10 train alone. Level 11 trains are less likely to be viable. After all, while they lack level 12 armor, they likely possess level 13 weaponry. Its top speed is also incredibly high. Standing 10 meters tall, it's slightly larger than the Thunder mecha. Chen Mang gazed calmly out the window. A mech, nearly as tall as the Star Train, wielded a massive mace, seemingly almost as thick as the mech itself. It felt a bit like a child swinging a pickaxe. It didn't quite match. But, it was awe-inspiring, immensely powerful, exaggerated in size, and boastful, achieving twice the result with half the effort. That massive mace had been the weapon of the monster in the train tunnel cavern. They had captured it, and for some reason, after the giant monster's death, the weapon didn't shatter, but remained intact. It was a level 15 weapon, far more powerful than the mech's own. It had nearly crushed Carriage 5, which had level 13 armor, with one blow. Its power was undeniable. However, the weapon was quite heavy, so naturally, Zhang Yi wielded it. The only regret was that the forced lock skill belonged to the monster itself, not the weapon itself. Otherwise, it would have been quite impressive. It comes with a built-in forced lock. Not only does this weapon have a level 15 attack strength, but its defense is also incredibly strong. He'd bombarded it with a level 17 cannon for ages, and it showed no sign of breaking or shattering. Truly a magical artifact. Pretty good. I love it. The next 10 days passed peacefully, with nothing major happening. I went on a tour of another blue zone. I didn't see any level 4 mines, mostly level 3. I dug whatever I saw, pretty much on a whim. It was like a vacation. I took a day off and showed everyone a new film directed by Zhang Yiren. The female lead's profile had skyrocketed, and I wondered if there was something wrong. Many of the prostitutes on the train had donated their savings to Zhang Yiren, hoping to play the lead in his next film. If that didn't work out, a supporting role with a larger screen time would be fine, one that showcased both beauty and sex appeal. This development trend left Lao Zu somewhat bewildered. Unsure whether to stop it, he came to Chen Mang to report. After a moment's deliberation, he decided to let the matter unfold without imposing any constraints. This was the resident's own business. The train would undoubtedly eventually develop into an ecosystem. The emergence of such an unexpected ecosystem was, in some ways, a good thing, a symbol of vitality. It did sound a bit strange, though. Within 10 days, the renovations in Neon City were complete. Chen Mang, operating the Star, distributed a batch of free Neon City admission tickets in several blue and white zones, securing the first batch of customers. At this moment, Chen Mang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Sun City Entertainment City building in Neon City, flanked by Lao Zu and Sister Qi. Sister Qi was pointing to a nearby area and introducing something. Master Mang, according to your plan, within these 10 days, almost 60% of the shops still operating will be relocated to the area near Sun City. While shops near Sun City are open, the other shops are either unable to be moved due to fixed equipment or other reasons. All stores' operating systems are also directly connected to the core system you left behind. All sales will go to you, Master Mang, but I still need a few pointers. What we're doing is equivalent to robbing all the shops. If the owners come looking for us later, the formal process will result in imprisonment or execution. The informal process will result in direct execution. Yes, Chen Mang nodded, looking down at the dozens of train conductors below, his brow furrowed slightly. At that moment, more than 30 train conductors were gathered inside a shop, standing in front of the window, looking out curiously at the street. Many pedestrians were walking back and forth on the street. They were all robots. He simply dressed these robots, lacking typical mechanical features, in proper clothing and had them act as pedestrians, pacing the streets and bringing in the crowds. Otherwise, this area would seem deserted, completely lacking the feel of a commercial center. That shop was the starting point. He'd set it up so that people could only leave the starting point on Mondays, confined to it the rest of the time. Currently, there were still too few people. Furthermore, he didn't call it the Stellar Train, but rather the Adventure Map. The Neon City free entry tickets produced tickets with freely editable information on the panel. The Stellar Train's credibility was practically zero, requiring a complete overhaul. After all, many people had never even heard of it. However, the Adventure Map's credibility was different. Just max it out. This is in the Neon City. In the initial shop, a middle-aged man stood in front of the glass with curiosity on his face, tiptoed and looked at the pedestrians coming and going outside the window, and said excitedly, "Is this the legendary Adventure Map? It's really extraordinary, the legendary Adventure Map." A tall woman nearby frowned slightly. "What level of train is your train?" "Level 2. The tall woman withdrew her gaze speechlessly and muttered, "What kind of adventure map is this? How can even a level 2 train be qualified to come in? It feels very low class." "Hey, girl, you are a bit arrogant. What level is your train, conductor?" "Level 11. Is there a problem?" "That's okay." The middle-aged man shrank his head embarrassedly. "Senior, this map light curtain clearly does not allow train conductors to attack each other. You can't mess around here. Are you afraid of chicken feathers? No matter how high the level of her train is, she is unarmed here. Are you afraid of her?" Some busybodies nearby began to make a fuss. "You don't understand. I'm showing respect. After all, it was already very difficult for me to upgrade to a level 2 train. I have no idea how difficult it is to upgrade to a level 11 train. It's not that difficult. I'm level 12. There are big guys. By the way, where did you get the free admission tickets to the Neon City?" "I picked them up." "Me too. I picked them up too." "You picked them all up?" "Yeah, I didn't. I killed a zombie and found this thing in the zombie's mouth." "That's almost the same as picking it up. If it fell out, it wouldn't appear in this form." Chapter 261. It's you, Chen Mang. In the shop at the starting point, a flurry of discussion erupted. A train conductor tried to push the door open, but found it impassable. A message appeared on a nearby screen: "Open all day on Mondays. No visitors allowed on other days." The middle-aged man who had spoken first glanced around the room, finally spotting a self-service machine in a corner. Each train conductor could take out up to 20 free tickets to Neon City. This could only be used once per week. A screen nearby displayed several messages. Tourist invite reward. Please enter the name of your train. 1. Invite a new tourist who has never been to Neon City. When they enter Neon City and tell you the name of your train, both you and them will receive a 500 stellar ticket reward. 2. Special rewards will be awarded when you invite 10, 50, or 100 tourists. 3. Each tourist can only be invited once. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up at the scene before him. He quickly grabbed the 20 tickets and stuffed them into his pocket. Wasn't that a bonus for recruiting new members? That wasn't easy. Just go to a rally and you can recruit a bunch in minutes. It's that simple. Stellar tickets should be the currency of this adventure map. He saw an exchange machine next to it. It clearly stated, 1 unit of iron ore for 1 stellar ticket. 1 unit of copper ore for 1 stellar ticket. Currently, only these two resources can be exchanged. Stellar tickets can be used for purchases within Neon City. Stellar tickets can be redeemed for both iron and copper ore at the same rate. The man counted on his fingers and muttered, so, for every person I recruit, I earn 500 units of iron ore. If I recruit 20, I earn 10,000 units, which is equivalent to mining an entire level 1 iron mine. That's a lucrative deal, isn't it that good? Just then, a sudden clamor rose from the crowd. The tall woman from before was leaning on the glass, pointing excitedly at a shop across the street. There's actually a mechanical train parts store here. Look at the sign they put up. There's a discount on Murphy Stone on Monday. It only costs 1 million stellar coupons, 1 million stellar coupons, which is 1 million units of iron ore. What a good deal. It really is a good deal. Damn, huh? The middle-aged man from before came over and said in a daze, what is Murphy Stone? Is it a good deal to buy one for 1 million units of iron ore? How long will it take to mine? It's a good deal, the tall woman said seriously, although I have bought a Murphy Stone for a minimum of 700,000 units of iron ore, this thing is very scarce and the price is unstable. Sometimes if you are in a hurry, the price will be very high. The highest I have bought a Murphy Stone for is 1.8 million units of iron ore. But if you are in a hurry and collect it slowly, you might be able to find a bargain. It depends on luck, but there is a fixed price here. In case you need it urgently and other people's prices are very high or you can't buy it, you can buy it here, and you may not know, you probably don't dare to use heavy machine guns now, right? Copper ore is very expensive, but if you upgrade the Doomsday Cannon to level 10 with the Murphy Stone, the bullet consumption will be much lower, even lower than the heavy machine gun. Heavy machine gun? I haven't even built one. Now I run away when I see zombies. Run first. I did the same when I was a novice. I grew up by running. There's also a flesh train parts store over there. It's not easy. They finally treat us flesh train as human beings, but I can only use iron ore to exchange for star coupons. We flesh train can't get iron ore. How can we get these star coupons? I don't know. It seems that they still don't treat you flesh train as human beings. You flesh trains often go to kill bosses. Don't you get a lot of Murphy Stones? There is a recycling store over there. You can sell the Murphy Stones and then use the star coupons to buy things at the flesh train parts store. Shit, yeah, you reminded me. I still have a bunch of blueprints from mechanical train parts that I haven't sold yet. I'll throw them all into the recycling shop later. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window of a high-rise building in Sun City, Chen Mang looked down with a complicated expression. The conversation at the initial point blared over the speakers nearby, and he could hear everyone's conversation. He ultimately decided to exchange star vouchers for iron ore on a par. This approach admittedly created some initial pressure, but the more parts were upgraded, the more iron ore would be needed. He needed a large amount of iron ore to upgrade his trains and survive this apocalypse. So, from the beginning, he'd set his sights on expanding Neon City as big as he could. Unless something unexpected happened, like someone instigating a crisis of trust that led to a large number of people exchanging iron ore at once, there was little chance of a funding crisis. With time and effort, things would naturally flourish. After all, his Neon City was the only one in the apocalypse. It was 11 p.m. on Sunday, with an hour left until Monday. Clearly, these train conductors had no intention of leaving, preferring to wait until the doors opened on Monday. Quite a few had already been in and out of Neon City several times. Mr. Mang, Zio AI explained helplessly, standing nearby. Those train conductors who come and go are all on level 1.2 trains. Either they haven't built the train assist AI component, or their AI level is too low. They simply don't dare leave their trains for long. They're worried the trains will be overrun by zombies, or the people below will riot. Yeah, Chen Mang nodded. It was a problem, but one he couldn't solve. He could only wait for these trains to reach a higher level and then resolve it himself. Soon, midnight arrived. With a crisp click of a door locking, the train conductors from the initial shop door swarmed out. Zio AI stood by, silently recording bugs and loopholes in the rules. In this world, everything starts out extremely crude. No one creates a perfect plan straight away, they just start with a rough idea and gradually refine it along the way. The same thing happened with Neon City. Tonight marked Neon City's first official trial operation. Chen Mang, witnessing the entire process, felt a bit nervous. Isn't this really from the Stellar? A young man frowned and looked around. He was a level 8 mechanical train in the zombie basin. If there was one thing that had left the deepest impression on him recently, it was definitely the Stellar Train. The city's currency was called Stellar Notes. So, his first instinct was to assume it was from the Stellar Train. However, after leaving the starting point and seeing the bustling streets and brightly lit city, he began to doubt his assumptions. After all, a city of this scale couldn't possibly have been built by the Stellar Train. He looked down at the Neon City free admission ticket in his hand. Special item, Neon City free admission ticket. Item effect, admission ticket to the Neon City adventure map. Crushing this ticket at any time grants entry to this adventure map, allowing up to 10 crew members. It was a genuine special item, indeed. It had a dashboard. That Star Train couldn't possibly even manufacture special items, could it? That just didn't make sense. Without giving it any further thought, the young man followed the crowd into the mechanical train parts shop. He froze in place at the dazzling array of goods lining the walls, a flicker of bewilderment in his eyes. This had to be the Star Train, right? It must be you, Chen Mang. There were many items, but some of them were incredibly familiar to him, like the space bags and the level 10 refrigerator. The Star Train had sold these items in the zombie basin, and he'd bought them before, especially the space bags, which he'd bought several of. Soon, he saw information pop up on the screen below his item list. Level 10 refrigerator, a white, premium accessory with absolute freshness and a hidden power. It has a 100 square meter interior and is ideal for both storage and personal storage. Priced at 100,000 star vouchers, it's being sold on consignment by Train XX. Consignment, the man nodded thoughtfully. That made sense. It had to be on consignment from the Star Train. He was saying, who else but the Star Train would have something like this? All good stuff. The level 2 train boss, a weathered middle-aged man with no thugs, entered Neon City alone and stood in the mechanical train parts shop, looking around. His eyes were filled with helplessness. They were all good stuff. But he couldn't afford any of it. The prices were too high, a bit too much for him. Meanwhile, many train conductors had already left the mechanical train parts shop and disappeared into Neon City, clearly heading home to collect their money. Soon, at the starting point, 7 or 8 train conductors returned again, this time with thugs carrying storage boxes on their shoulders. They tossed the boxes into the wall passage, and soon the empty boxes were brought out. The conductor placed his watch on the side. The numbers on the watch were rapidly ticking, finally settling on 1.87 million. Huh? The tall woman, eyes brimming with excitement, waved her hand and, trailing behind her were 7 or 8 burly men, strode toward the train parts store. Let's go and spend some money. Just then, a beggar on the street suddenly stopped the woman's path and said meaningfully, "Hey, young lady, I haven't eaten in a long time. Would you mind giving me some stellar coupons so I can have a meal? Any amount is fine. Get back here." The woman, impatient and about to yell, suddenly realized and pulled the beggar back. After a long, strange hesitation, she said, "I'll give you 1,000 stellar coupons for dinner. Is that enough?" "Yes, it is." "Up, how should I give it to you?" "Touch your watch against mine, then enter the amount and confirm." The whole process was simple and quick. "Thank you, kind soul." The ragged beggar immediately walked along the street again, leaning on his cane. "Wait a minute," the female witness hurriedly stopped him, a little anxious. "Old man, what next?" "What do you mean by what next?" "I'm going to eat. I'm starving." "You?" The woman's face paled slightly, and she was about to strike. But a glimpse of the patrolling armed robots and the light screen rules she'd seen when entering the adventure map made her swallow her breath. She'd thought she'd encountered some hidden quest. Turns out it was a complete rip-off. Chen Mang, standing next to the tall building, couldn't help but smile at the scene before him. This beggar was just a little Easter egg he'd designed. If you're willing to give, there's a chance of getting something good, but the chance is very small. As for the armed robot, it was the armed black hole robot he'd brought from the train. Actually, that watch didn't just store stellar vouchers, it also contained a small energy device that deployed an energy shield when attacked. Of course, it was used to defend against attacks from other train conductors, not his own armed robots. But having a few armed robots on hand was more intuitive. It could dispel some of the more unscrupulous thoughts. Looks like a good start. Chen Mang took the tablet Zio AI handed him. It showed that 3.89 million stellar vouchers had been issued, meaning 3.89 million units of iron ore had been deposited. With only 30 or so train conductors, and only starting a short time ago, this was a very impressive result. Take it slow. Strive for a daily profit of 100 million. So far, the results are pretty good, and it's also quite good for those lower-tier trains. While they can't afford anything, they can earn stellar vouchers by recruiting new members, which can then be exchanged for iron ore. For them, it's another source of iron ore. For us, it's a lot of new users. Yeah, Chen Mang nodded, handed the tablet over, and after observing it for a moment, he said softly, "Let's go. We've upgraded Erden's train and are ready to head to the purple zone." Okay, there was nothing else to observe here for the time being. Back inside the star train, Chen Mang picked up the intercom and looked at Lao Zhu. Find someone who's obedient and efficient. I need him to stay in Neon City for a long time. Understood? Information between Neon City and the star train was lagging behind. He needed Zio AI's body to stay in Neon City for oversight. But Zio AI wasn't a train member, so crushing her free admission ticket to Neon City was pointless. So he needed a train member to carry a refrigerator and stay by Zio AI's side. If anything unexpected happened, he'd immediately stuff Zio AI into the refrigerator, exit Neon City, and report back to him. It was a special position. Chapter 262 A bunch of damn rabbits. Chen Mang was seriously pondering a question. What should he name this special position? He'd call it Little AI Breeder. He'd handed that matter off to Lao Zhu. Now he needed to upgrade the train and prepare to head to the purple zone. He looked at the train's resource panel: 35.4 million units of iron ore, 2.57 million units of wood, 17.64 million units of copper ore, 4.48 million units of red heart rock, and 10.29 million units of titanium crystal ore. Reforging basic components consumed some iron ore, and the solar panels absorbed some more, making it about even. There was also the ore he'd brought from the Goblin Tomb and the ore he'd mined over the past 10 days. He then crafted several level 4 energy stones for daily use and to power the 2 hierophant matches. As for the iron ore he'd found in Neon City, he hadn't taken it out. It was temporarily stored there for daily operations. In a sense, from this point on, the company had essentially transitioned to a corporate system. Although Neon City had an additional 3.79 million units of iron ore, these were company accounts and not all profitable. The accounts on the Star Train were private accounts, and all of them were profitable. Keeping track of these messy accounts was a real hassle. However, as luck would have it, there happened to be an accountant on his train who had $1 million annual salary before the apocalypse. Not long after, Uncle Lee walked into the train room with some trepidation and said anxiously, "Master Mang, we've made considerable progress on that zombie spawning cage, but there's still..." "Don't worry," Chen Mang waved his hand, interrupting Uncle Lee's calm voice and said, "You have a more important thing to do now. You're called Zio AI's breeder. Specific duties include accompanying Zio AI and conveying the latest information, and managing all the accounts of Neon City. If there are any loopholes in the accounts, or if the iron ore reserves reach the warning value, you need to tell me in time. And for example, Neon City now has 300 million units of iron ore without affecting the normal operation of Neon City. How many units of iron ore can I take away at one time? From now on, all these accounts will be under your management. How is it? Is your major a good match?" Uncle Lee was slightly stunned. Then he subconsciously said, "Yes, Master Mang, there's no better match." "What about my zombie spawning cage?" "Neon City's initial startup phase is not too busy. You can work harder and take care of both ends. What I promised you before will not change. If the zombie spawning cage is built, I will still give you the treatment of a first-level senior talent. When you get busy in the future, you have been training a young apprentice, so let your apprentice take care of the zombie spawning cage and the breeding carriage. You can discuss the specific details with Zio AI. Yes, are you okay, Uncle Lee? In the number 15 breeding carriage, the young boy who had been following Uncle Lee hurried to greet him after seeing Uncle Lee come back in a daze. What's wrong? You look like a ghost. It doesn't look like Master Mang is looking for you for a good reason. I don't know if it's a good thing. Uncle Lee paused for a while in confusion before continuing. Master Mang gave me a new job, Zio AI's breeder, responsible for all the accounts of Master Mang's latest project, Neon City. To be honest, I never dreamed that an accountant like me would have such a professional counterpart after the apocalypse. This is a good thing, the young boy said excitedly. Although the title is not nice, Neon City is the largest project of the Star Train. You are responsible for managing all the accounts of Neon City. This official position is almost longer than the pig cart. What's more, you went in for further studies for so long, you must have learned a lot of skills in doing yin and yang accounting. Hey, Uncle Lee looked at the young boy with a strange expression. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Who does the yin and yang accounts? Do the yin and yang accounts for Master Mang? I think you want to be separated from the yin and yang. I actually think this is a good thing. After all, the major is more suitable for me, and the future career potential is greater. There is something real to do and the power is greater. There's just one thing I can't figure out. What is it? Master Mang said that he would let you take care of the zombie spawning cages and breeding carriages in the future. Coughed. The young boy was slightly stunned, and suddenly coughed lightly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise wildly. Uncle Lee, I have indeed learned a lot these days. If Master Mang gives me such an important task, I am willing to try. Yeah, that's what confuses me the most. How did you even get to be in charge of an entire train car out of nowhere? You were clearly a small-town kid who knew nothing at the beginning. Times make heroes. Joining Mr. Mang's train and following you, Uncle Lee, it's hard not to get ahead. Don't worry, Uncle Lee, I'll never forget your guidance and kindness. You've used up all the words you've learned in your life, haven't you? That's pretty much it. Uncle Lee took a deep breath before grabbing a nearby special pocket and stuffing it into his arms. I need to report to Mr. AI first. Neon City isn't too busy these days, so I'll still come back often to finish the zombie spawner. Also, over there, did Mr. Shen forget to get his shot of cardiotonic? He's almost dying. Oh, I'll be there right away. On the first floor of the train room on the Star, several thugs followed Erden, carrying boxes of resources to the traveling frog, which was docked on the first floor. Upgrading to level 11 trains requires 2 million units of iron ore, and upgrading to level 12 trains requires 3 million units of iron ore. The 5 million units of iron ore here are gone. Another 6.75 million units of iron ore are consumed to upgrade level 9 armor to level 14 in one go. A total of 11.75 million units of iron ore are consumed. Alright, Chen Mang, standing nearby, patted Erden on the shoulder. A level 12 train, level 14 armor. It's more than enough, even in the purple zone. I guess few people in the purple zone have level 14 armor. Is the 1 million iron ore I gave you last time enough? Yes, Erden nodded hurriedly. I'll use the iron ore to make some food and energy stones. It won't cost much, so it'll be enough. Okay, then, get on board. Once we enter the purple zone, we'll split up. Yes, Chen Mang turned and walked toward the elevator. He took it to the second floor of the train compartment and gazed at the huge light curtain in the distance. Ahead lay the border between the frigid land and a purple zone. Two large characters appeared on the light curtain. Stone Man. He had 6 purple zones to choose from, and he ultimately chose Stone Man. This zone was quite special. Before the apocalypse, it was an urban area, with a main city and 3 satellite cities, and was extremely prosperous. After the apocalypse, in this area, whenever entering a city ruin, detection equipment like enemy radar will temporarily fail. According to his experience, this particular situation is likely due to the presence of a large cargo within the ruins, so he naturally had to investigate. The next moment, as the train slowly began to move, a line of text appeared on the control panel screen. The area ahead is a purple zone, the Stoneman Zone. Monsters up to level 15 can lurk in. The current train level is level 12, so the risk factor is high. Please be careful. The Star Train was moving at a moderate pace. After all, this was a relatively unknown area, so it was natural not to be reckless. After the Star Train slowly passed through the light curtain and entered the plain area before it, the doors on the first floor of the train compartment slowly opened. Immediately afterwards, the traveling frog shot out of the train compartment, transforming into a streak of gilded light, blasting off into the distance. It soon vanished into the horizon. The star train did not advance further, but remained stationary. The enemy radar and resource detection radar were operating rapidly, first surveying the surroundings. Information flashed across the screen. Within 100,000 meters, there are no underground mines. 3 trains are mining a level 4 titanium crystal mine and 2 level 4 iron mine deposits. There's also an unmined level 4 iron mine and 7 level 3 iron mine deposits within range. The highest monster within the radar range is level 15, 72,800 meters from the star train. It appears to be mating. The mating partner appears to be a level 2 rabbit. That level 15 monster is also a rabbit. Chen Mang's brows furrowed slightly. Could a rabbit even reach level 15? He glanced at the boss's information on the console screen. Red-skinned rabbit, level 15. This monster is incredibly fast. Normally quite docile and won't attack trains, but it holds a grudge and will fiercely pursue any creature that disturbs it, including the train that has been contaminated by the red-skinned rabbit's scent. The next moment, the train's interior alarm blared. Warning, warning. On the radar, a red blip shot towards the star at breakneck speed. He clearly passed a train, yet completely ignored it, his goal firmly set on destroying the star. Huh? Chen Mang chuckled as he pushed the lever. It was too late to return to the blue zone's frigid depths. Fortunately, while his armor couldn't stop the level 15 monster, his train was fast enough, and he could fly. Instantaneous start. Instantly, the star reached its top speed of 5,000 kilometers per hour. HMPH, Chen Mang snorted coldly. Sitting inside the train, he stared at the rabbit on the radar, which was gradually receding from him. Fast? Trying to compete with me? But he soon realized something was amiss. 3 more red dots were appearing on the radar, hurtling towards him. 1 level 15, 2 level 12. All red-skinned rabbits. Hey, I refuse to believe in this. 3 hours later. I believe it, the star train cabin docked in the wasteland. Chen Mang sat expressionlessly inside, gazing at the 20 or so red dots that had reappeared on the radar. After a long silence, he silently pushed the lever again. He was a bit frustrated. A dozen red rabbits, 3 of them level 15 and 5 level 14, had been chasing him for a full 3 hours. He was naturally fast enough to easily shake them off. But they seemed to have a lock-on effect. If he paused even for a moment, they would reappear on the radar screen in a matter of seconds. He knew this area was teeming with rabbit monsters, but he hadn't expected them to specifically target him. And those rabbits could actually fly. Rabbits could fly? How amazing. Even more amazing than Adam's allergy to apples. There were probably thousands of rabbits chasing him. It was just that these dozen or so were in the front tier. The rest were either too low level and too slow to catch up, or they'd run out of stamina and rested, leaving the others to take over. His bunny cloud wheels were nowhere near as fast as magnetic levitation. They'd be caught up in the air, but their ground speed could create a significant gap. The worst part was, there were 5 areas intersecting the Stone Man area, white, yellow, green, and 1 red area. There wasn't a single purple area, so even if he tried to escape to any of the other areas, he couldn't. You like chasing, huh? Chen Mang, seated at the controls, stared at the dozen or so blips on the enemy radar, his eyes narrowing with a cold glint. He had to eliminate all those damn bunnies, or he wouldn't be able to maintain a foothold in this area. The Doomsday Cannon was completely useless. He tried closing the range and firing, but their evasion speed was too damn fast. Zio AI could lock onto them, but the shells wouldn't hit them unless they were directly barraged by thousands of Doomsday Cannons. He didn't have the money to build thousands of them right now. But he had a better plan. The star's speed surged, and after once again putting some distance between itself and the rabbits behind it, it landed smoothly on the ground. It constructed a standard carriage and attached it to the rear, its doors wide open. Then, it continued to hover above the ground and barreled forward. Zio AI, have Uncle Lee and the others retreat to the residential carriage. Yes, Chen Mang maneuvered the star, slowly slowing down to allow the rabbits behind it to catch up. He constantly shifted directions, keeping the rabbits, previously in different positions, in a straight line. Meanwhile, the 3 fastest level 15 rabbits were only a few hundred meters away from the star, closing in steadily. While both the star and the rabbits were incredibly fast, their speeds were similar, and they were relatively stationary, making the presence felt relatively easy to exploit. The next moment, the star's speed suddenly dropped dramatically. The fastest level 15 and level 14 rabbits, completely caught off guard, dove headfirst into the final, newly constructed carriage. Now, a bunch of damn rabbits, just chase them a few times. Why are you chasing them endlessly? Chen Mang was quick-witted and angrily punched the control panel at the button he had never touched before. Purple grade accessories, space still. Chapter 263 Very good. Purple accessory, space stillness. Effect: after activating the accessory, all creatures on the train, including the AI, except for him, will be forced to remain still for 30 minutes. During this time, they will lose all memories and be unable to perform any movements. This is a newly craftable accessory added when the train reaches level 7, and he has never used it before. He has never encountered an application scenario. But at this moment, this accessory unleashed its full power. The next moment, the train suddenly accelerated again, leaving all the rabbits far behind. Zio AI, sitting in the train cabin, Chen Mang tried calling Zio AI a few times, but there was no response. Even Zio AI was stilled, and the train could not cruise automatically, requiring manual operation throughout the journey. Chen Mang picked up his cane and strode towards the last car. Fortunately, he had a cane. Even if he was not sitting at the control panel, he could still control the train. He didn't stop for a moment, but he was secretly thinking, I need to find a way to get around on the train. Running the hundreds of meters from the front to the back is exhausting. A little fatigue would be fine, but it would waste time at a critical moment. Before long, he successfully reached the last carriage. 4 or 5 rabbits, their faces fierce and their eyes red, were suspended in midair. The whole scene looked quite eerie. Chen Mang tentatively poked them with his cane. Their fur was still soft, and he could sense body heat, but there was no reaction. Is this the power of spatial stillness? It feels a bit unreasonable. It completely disregards levels. All creatures on the train are frozen. No matter what level a monster is, it's replaced with a creature, including the AI. It's a bit like a stopgap measure in a critical moment, just in case the AI really rebels or a riot breaks out on the train. Activate this accessory, and everything will start over. He knew that any parts that appeared in the train's craftable components couldn't be useless. He didn't activate the 100 heavy machine guns on the carriage's ceiling. Level 15 and 16 ammunition were too expensive, and he couldn't bear to buy them. They were much more expensive than the Doomsday cannon shells. He immediately built a level 1 special portal on the carriage. Then he pushed the floating rabbit monsters into it one by one. Yes, he pushed them in. Perhaps because the monsters were already in a mid-air sprinting state before being frozen, even after being frozen, his powerful push didn't cause them to fall to the opposite side, but instead moved horizontally. 1, 2, 3. Soon, all the rabbit monsters were pushed into the special portal. Whoosh! Chen Mang breathed a sigh of relief. Then, standing at the junction of carriages 15 and 16, he firmly grasped the railing of carriage 15 and forcibly dismantled the special portal in carriage 16. The next moment, the special portal in carriage 16 instantly shattered, sending countless white fragments cascading through the air. Those level 15 and 14 monsters, the strongest in this area, were annihilated in a flash of smoke. Died in the special shattering. A bit invincible, Chen Mang, standing at the edge of carriage 15, gazed at the devastating scene in carriage 16 and chuckled slightly. An attack like special shattering doesn't care what level a monster is or how strong its defenses are, it instantly crushes it. Theoretically, with proper coordination and a little bit of luck, he could even kill a level 100 monster with this mechanic. It should be possible, but who knows if a level 100 monster's defense can withstand this level of special strangulation. And this method isn't unique to him, every train has it. Spatial gate plus spatial stasis. These two accessories are possessed by every train conductor. The most dangerous place in the world isn't being trapped by a swarm of monsters, but being trapped on another train. Each train captain had absolute control over his own train. Within their own territory, they were the absolute king, even the gods were useless. Entering another train was practically a death wish, but thankfully, he had never made the habit of visiting without permission. The only regret was that, perhaps due to the system's mechanics, these monsters supposedly died in a disaster, not at the hands of the star, and dropped nothing. Chen Mang shook his head without giving it much thought, turning back toward the train compartment. This accessory was level 1. He had never upgraded it, but it lasted half an hour, with no cooldown. However, the immobility period could not be cancelled, and there were still 24 minutes left before it was lifted. Passing by the residence compartment, he even peered through the spatial portal. As he spoke, the scene before him was eerie. All the residents were frozen in place, motionless, a bit like wax figures, extremely still and eerie. Chen Mang's brow furrowed slightly. He saw resident lowering his head to light a cigarette. The dancing flames were burning the man's cigarette, but it seemed that the flame had also been stilled. He walked over, tentatively placed his hand close to the flame and touched it. An orange-red flame. No temperature. Even the flame could be stilled. Amazing. This could prevent fires during a static space. Chen Mang's face was slightly puzzled. He had thought of something interesting that he would definitely try out once he was safe. Then he left the residential carriage. Passing carriage number 5, he opened the sliding door in the hallway and saw Ji Chuchu and Yan Yao sitting on the bed, chatting. They were both motionless, their lips slightly parted. One moment they were talking, and the next, frozen. He walked over and grabbed a few handfuls. The touch was normal. There was no stiffness. Just this feeling, Chen Mang gripped his cane, monitoring the radar feed. No rabbits were catching up. The remaining low-level rabbits simply couldn't catch up to his train, and the space ban lasted only 22 minutes. He glanced forward again, her red lips parted as she looked at Ji Chuchu, who was smiling and saying something to Yan Yao. It was human nature. Understandable. There was enough time. He suddenly understood that this accessory must have another meaning. As the saying goes, stealing a half-day of leisure from a busy life? Half a day, that was enough. He laid Ji Chuchu down on the bed. The entire process was completely silent in the carriage, with no resistance. It was a rather strange feeling, something he had never experienced before, but it felt quite good. 20 minutes later, he put Ji Chuchu back in her place and wiped the residue from her lips with a tissue before leaving the carriage. He had just been wondering how to spend the remaining time in this space that couldn't be stopped. Now he had a solution. Back in the train compartment, a refreshed Chen Mang sat at the control panel, lit a cigarette, and watched the information flash across the screen. You've killed the level 15 red rabbit monster. You've killed it. He'd originally thought that killing monsters using the space gate mechanic wouldn't count towards starship kills, but he'd been surprised it actually did. If no items dropped, it must have been shattered by the space gate. What a waste, he sighed softly. Just then, the period of spatial stillness had passed, and the train's usual clamor had returned. Warning, warning, conductor, where are those level 15 red rabbits? Dead. Chen Mang glanced at the radar screen, gradually slowing to a steady stop. The train slammed heavily onto the ground from low altitude. Have a team disembark and prepare to engage. Yes, it wasn't just those rabbits chasing him, it was every red rabbit in the entire area. It was just the highest level and fastest ones that caught up to him. A larger force was chasing them from behind. However, facing the massive army of red rabbits, he had no intention of fleeing. After all, his train was armored at level 14. Besides the level 15 red rabbits, wouldn't any other level be just a bunch of food? The rabbits in this area were clearly at war with him. If he didn't kill every red rabbit in the area, he wouldn't be able to stay there safely. This area was different from the others. Once you entered it, you couldn't retreat back to the blue zone, even if you were only a level 12 train and hadn't upgraded to level 13. By then, his 3-hour-long farce had already exploded on the train radio. Someone really rushed into purple area without any preparation. The biggest rule of the Stoneman area is that you can't kill any red rabbits. Doesn't that guy know this? That's called skill and boldness. This is the first time I've seen a train outrun a level 15 red rabbit head-on. My god, that piercing sonic boom made me feel like I was about to explode, and then it was gone in the blink of an eye. That speed is incredible. But red rabbits are very vengeful and will never give up until one is dead, especially since they reproduce quickly. I wonder how many red rabbits there are in this area. No matter how fast that guy's train is, it needs energy stones. How long can the train's iron ore last? And he can't escape other areas. That's not the case. It depends on whether this guy's train has expanded. If it hasn't, and he has the drill accessory, he can hide underground. It has expanded. I saw that train. It seems to be called something like the Star, with a total of more than a dozen cars. The expansion is quite large, So it's definitely impossible to go underground. They're so tight-lipped, these guys. Chen Mang, sitting at the control panel, watched the chatter on the train radio and couldn't help but sigh with a hint of regret. He hadn't just been running away for the past 3 hours. He'd also thrown a lot of Neon City free admission tickets down there. After so long, surely someone on the train had picked them up. He'd expected someone to mention it on the train radio. But surprisingly, no one mentioned it. They were so tight-lipped. It's not that he hadn't considered using a drill to hide underground, but he couldn't hide underground forever. He came to the purple zone to mine higher-grade ores, to have better opportunities, to upgrade his train to higher level, to travel further, not to hide underground. A lot of rabbits? Just slaughter them. He wanted to see how many rabbits there were in this area. He had nearly 20 million copper ore lying around. He waited for about 7 or 8 minutes. The remaining batch of fast-running level 12 and level 13 red rabbits were already panting over. The Doomsday cannons laid waste to them first, and then Zhang Yi, piloting the Pope mech, roared forward, wielding a massive mace. Die! With a roar, an energy stone on the Pope mech's back began to flicker. Then, several bolts of lightning shot out from the mech, radiating outwards, capturing all the surrounding red rabbits within a 10-meter radius. Huh? Chen Mang was slightly surprised. This mech had abilities, he hadn't realized. He hadn't carefully examined its details. He had so much to do in a day that he couldn't possibly understand everything. Very good, he smiled, glancing at the control panel. The rest of the situation was none of his concern. Monsters of these levels couldn't penetrate the train's defenses. They were basically safe. He could wait for the tired level 15 red rabbits to catch up, then he'd try the same trick again. The special stasis just now consumed 1/5 of a level 4 energy stone. This is equivalent to 100,000 units of iron ore. This accessory determines the energy consumption based on the number of creatures in the carriage and their levels. Then he glanced at the refrigerator nearby. It just so happened that everything the rabbits had dropped could be thrown into the store for sale. Huh? Chen Mang looked at the refrigerator, puzzled. Why was there such a large pile of random stuff in there? Where did it come from? He had no idea. Moreover, he had clearly used several Murphy stones to upgrade the traveling frog's armor, so how could there be an extra Murphy stone now? This thing can reproduce asexually. Frowning, he flipped through the train logs, checking for any bugs. While the sudden appearance of a bunch of stuff was a good thing, at least he needed to know the reason, otherwise he would feel uneasy. It was like having 1,000 yuan appear by his bedside every day before the apocalypse. It was certainly a good thing. But he felt a certain unease within him. He couldn't sleep that night, and began to wonder if he was living in the underworld, and if the money was burned for him by the people above. And soon, the answer was found. Chen Mang silently sniffed, lit a cigarette, coughed lightly, and turned off the train radio. Well, how should I put it? His powerful magnet accessory, after reaching level 100, had a pickup range of 10,000 meters. He had just been circling this area for 3 hours straight, sucking up all the items dropped by people who killed monsters and into the train. But no one seemed to know he had picked them up. After all, this thing doesn't display any information. They just stared blankly at the items that suddenly disappeared before them, unsure of what had happened. So this thing is quite intelligent. It didn't suck back all his Neon City free admission tickets, so it knew he had thrown them out, right? Not bad, Chen Mang said with a light cough before looking away from the control panel screen. Today was Neon City's first day of business. Although he was inside the train compartment, his soul had already drifted into Neon City. After dealing with this batch of rabbits, he needed to go back to Neon City. Zio AI, I'm here. Have Li Shiji and Uncle Li report to the Neon City area now. By the way, send another body there to stay permanently, okay, conductor? What tasks do you have for Li Shiji? He can design games, right? Have him design some games in Neon City that recycle stellar tickets, understood? Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. A desperate doomsday. A silent wasteland. The conductor of the stellar train was slowly growing stronger. From nearly starving to death in this world at the beginning, he had now become a regional hegemon. But regional hegemony was clearly not enough to satisfy Chen Mang. What he wanted was global hegemony. That would give him a sense of security. And in the number 5 high-level talent carriage, Choo-Choo, Yan Yao, who was sitting on the bed, looked at Ji Choo-Choo opposite her and asked with some confusion, Why did you suddenly stop talking in the middle of your conversation? Ji Chu Chu felt the familiar taste in her mouth, and the messy sheets next to her. She glanced at the time on the iris chip that had suddenly jumped to half an hour. A possibility quickly emerged in her mind. She looked at Yan Yao in front of her with a puzzled face. After a moment of hesitation, she looked out the window with a smile. It's okay, I just suddenly felt that Master Mang is also very cute. Why do you say that suddenly? I just feel that Master Mang is not that serious, and he also has a cute side. Aren't we discussing the high-precision clothes we just made? Yan Yao looked at Ji Chu Chu with some confusion. Why did you suddenly jump to Master Mang? Did something happen? Nothing. Okay, by the way, Chu Chu, it's the end of the world. Let's just talk openly, okay? I've always wanted to ask you, do you really like me and become friends with me? Or do you simply think that my father has been funding your studies and that's why you became my bestie? Ji Chu Chu's smile suddenly froze, and after a long while, she looked at Yan Yao and shook her head helplessly, saying, Yan Yao, sometimes you really make me a little at a loss as to what to say. How should I put it? It's better for you not to know a lot of things. It's very confusing. How confusing can it be? Yan Yao pouted. Isn't it just about sleeping? Don't people in the entertainment industry stop sleeping? How can humans pass on their heritage without sleeping? Ji Chu Chu was silent for a long while before continuing. That's much more complicated than you think. Let me briefly talk about a few. At that time, the tacitly accepted fairy couple in the circle were Wang Hai and Li Ting. I also knocked on their door for a long time, saying that you also yearn for such pure love. Remember, I remember, they were so sweet. Well, Wang Hai was very popular at the time, and his family was a big federal jebel. Li Ting was just an ordinary college student at the time. Can you guess how she hooked Wang Hai so tightly? During the 5 years they were together, Li Ting had 5 cuts down her vagina, to make sure it's tight enough. Wang Hai's schedule was quite tight, and they didn't have much time to meet. Before each meeting, Li Ting would take a lot of birth control pills to ensure that she would not have her period that day, and she would use a lot of methods such as oral and injections to ensure that her physical condition was the best that day so that she could give Wang Hai's experience was perfect enough. This is only a small part of what Li Ting did. Do you still think they were sweet, huh? Yan Yao was slightly stunned, somewhat incredulous, but I clearly feel that Wang Hai loves Li Ting very much. Love. Ji Chu Chu shook her head. Wang Hai is also a ruthless person. To prevent Li Ting from taking the ball to the top, he directly got himself sterilized. What's the point of loving or not? A lot of things are just for listening. Before Li Ting took the top position, she trained for 4 years. For 4 years, she learned nothing but dragon slaying techniques. Before the apocalypse, every rich person was tricked, including your father. Ji Chu Chu paused, did not continue, and just shook her head. Forget it, let's not talk about this. It's meaningless. It's the apocalypse. Yan Yao also thought of her father at this time, and looked out the window in a daze and muttered. Chu Chu, do you think my father is still alive? He was such a good man, he should be rewarded, right? Ji Chu Chu didn't reply, but simply smiled at the scenery outside the window, a smile that held a subtle hint of sarcasm. In the Neon City, the number of train conductors was increasing, from the initial 30 to over 90. Uncle Lee sat at a computer desk by the floor-to-ceiling windows of a high-rise building in Sun City, typing away rapidly, his gaze fixed on the detailed account statements on the secondary monitor beside him. He was working on a simple report. AI, isn't the new customer bonus a bit low? A 500 stellar tickets bonus for each new customer is only attractive to lower-tier trains. Higher-tier trains have no such appeal at all. Yes, Zio AI nodded, then said seriously, Mang's idea is to offer different new customer bonuses for different train tires. For example, trains in the white area get 500 stellar tickets, while trains in the green area get 2,000 stellar tickets. The higher the tier, the greater the spending power. That's already set. Understood. Uncle Lee nodded, continuing to diligently work on the detailed account statements. Neon City currently had 8.78 million units of iron ore in reserve, a figure that fluctuated constantly, sometimes rising, sometimes falling. Some train conductors, after spending their money, would exchange their remaining stellar tickets for iron ore before leaving Neon City, with no intention of keeping them. Boss AI, no one is willing to keep the stellar coupons in their balance, which will put a lot of pressure on the iron ore reserves in Neon City. Yes, Zio AI nodded again, Master Mang rejected the idea of not allowing too much iron ore to be extracted at one time, or requiring advance reservations, etc. This is the end of the world, not the day before the end of the world. Iron ore is the lifeblood of every train. If the stellar coupons cannot be exchanged for iron ore in time, it will make everyone extremely panic, so Master Mang means not to set any thresholds. As long as you want to withdraw cash, you can take it away at any time, to ensure that everyone can quickly cash out in times of crisis. In the early stage, expand violently and disorderly. When the number of users reaches a certain stage, admission tickets will no longer be free, but must be purchased with stellar vouchers. My plan is to try offering interest returns on deposits. However, this plan is still in its infancy. After all, in the apocalypse, with so many crises, no one would save iron ore, even if it offered higher interest. Immediately improving the train's combat capability is the only way to survive, so this plan may be implemented in other ways in the future. Understood. Uncle Lee said nothing more, but began to work on the accounts again. He was now creating an automated spreadsheet, which would greatly reduce the workload in the future. After all, there was no need for reimbursement here, and simply keeping statistics wouldn't be too much work. Li Shiji was quickly designing on the screen next to him. The next moment, Chen Mang suddenly appeared in front of the French window. Uncle Li, Li Shiji, and the others beside him hurriedly stood up. Hello, Master Mang. Yes, Chen Mang nodded without saying anything else. He simply stood by the French window, leaning on his cane, overlooking the bustling scene below. After a moment, he chuckled, don't just stand here. Go down and walk around. Blend in with the crowd. Only then will you know what everyone wants more, in the crowd. Chen Mang walked down the street, looking at the train conductor who was exploring back and forth. He was not wearing any mask. Many people knew about the star, and some had heard of the name Chen Mang, but few had seen his face. Even if they had seen it, so what? You can come in, but you won't let him in? If you insist on making random assumptions, what can he do? Mr. Mang, Li Shiji, who was following behind Chen Mang, was explaining his thoughts. When I was a game designer, I made many online games, and the profit of online games mainly came from Krypton Gold. Although Neon City is not an online game, it actually has many similarities. Of course we can't make money by selling stats and costumes, but the biggest Krypton Gold project in online games is lottery. We can build a few lottery wheels. You only need to invest a little bit of star tickets to have a chance to win the grand prize. For example, the prize pool of 500 star tickets has a grand prize of a level 10 refrigerator, and the prize pool of 2,000 star tickets has a grand prize of Murphy Stone. In addition, you can set up some small prizes, such as 10% off coupons for 10 consecutive draws, 20% off coupons for 100 consecutive draws, and a guaranteed grand prize for 289 draws. We also have a large number of products that are profitable without any investment. For example, the memory bank. The money earned there is all net profit. The service project of purchasing memories will be removed, and only the project of selling memories will be retained. Very good. Chen Mang interrupted Li Shiji's words with a smile. Let's not talk about the memory bank for now. Few people's mental strength can reach the standard for implanting memories, but your idea of the lottery roulette is very interesting. Remember to arrange it? No problem. Then are we pseudo-random or true random? Pseudo-random means setting a loss-profit ratio. True random, if you want to play it for real. You can figure out the probability. No problem. Then can I, Master Mang, pick a few more props and put them only on the lottery roulette? If you want to get this prop, there is no other way to get it except the lottery roulette. Okay, huh? At this moment, Chen Mang frowned slightly, and tilted his head to look at the crowded custom shops on both sides of the street. Uncle Lee, how much profit do these shops have now? 1.08 million stellar coupons. Good guy Chen Mang was bewildered. Only 4 or 5 hours had passed, and these brothels had already made a profit of 1.08 million, accounting for 1/10 of their total sales. What a joke. He'd initially considered these brothels as a bonus. He honestly believed that no one would play with precious iron ore in the apocalypse. It just seemed a little different from his expectations. The first time they came to Neon City, so many people went to brothels because their initial capital was so low. If they didn't go, they couldn't afford anything else. But this time, they were spending real money. Chen Mang was silent for a moment before he instructed, go back and tell Lao Zhu to look on the train for madams in the apocalypse. Those robot madams aren't very professional. Find some professional ones." Yes, although he didn't understand, he was willing to make money. "Let's take a look at the accounts. What's the most popular purchase?" Uncle Lee hurriedly explained, flipping through his tablet. "The highest turnover is in the casino. In 4 hours, it reached 21.89 million. Because of your rules, Master Mang, the casino doesn't gamble against customers, only between each other, and the casino takes a cut. We've set a 3% cut from the winners. We're still compiling the exact data. Quite a few train conductors gamble against each other in the casino, some of them have grudges, and there's a bit of a heated argument. 2 train conductors of level 12 mechanical trains contributed 16.82 million in turnover." "Yes," Chen Mang nodded. While the turnover looked high, he didn't actually exchange much iron ore for star vouchers. "After all, you lose to me, and I lose to you. That back and forth is all turnover. Turnover isn't the same as gambling capital. Turnover is the total amount generated by repeated bets during gambling, including accumulated wins and losses." Uncle Lee swiped his tablet a few times and continued, "The second most popular item is the space bag. The level 10 refrigerator is also selling quite well. The rest of the items are performing well. Many random white-grade accessory blueprints have already sold out, and there's no way to restock them at the moment. Furthermore, there are a few more suggestions on that suggestion message board you set up, Master Mang. The first suggestion is that slaves can't be traded in Neon City. The second suggestion is that the product variety isn't wide enough. The third suggestion is that it's not friendly to low-tier trains. There aren't many things that low-tier trains can afford." Chen Mang walked down the street, nodding without further comment. These suggestions were all good, but they didn't solve the problem. A major function of the rally was to trade slaves. However, Neon City couldn't do that. Granting rules restricted it. All train captains, whether entering or leaving Neon City, could only bring members of their own train. They couldn't use another train captain's ticket to leave and join that captain's train. Neon City was destined to not be able to trade slaves. There was no way around it. As for the product variety, he'd been working hard on this, saving quite a few blueprints for white-grade accessories, hoping to draw some items like space bags to enrich the product range. As for the unfriendliness towards lower-grade trains, there was nothing he could do about it. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264. Congratulations, you have greatly shortened the countdown to the destruction of human civilization. Low-tier trains were scarce to begin with, and he didn't expect to profit from them. Their primary purpose was to spread the word, gaining access to additional iron ore sources, and quickly upgrade to higher-tier areas, dig up higher-tier ore, and then consume it. It was considered an early investment. He'd just starve in the early stages. The items in the shop weren't meant for low-tier trains. The cost of a level 10 refrigerator was 4,500 units of iron ore. Even if he sold it at cost, few low-tier trains could afford it. Chen Mang said nothing more after that. He simply wandered around the designated commercial zone with Uncle Lee and the others. At its peak, there were only about 90 train captains and their subordinates purchasing within the zone, but they had already contributed nearly 10 million, or 8.78 million units of iron ore. If that population expanded a bit, to 900, 9,000, or even 90,000, then the profits would be enormous. Furthermore, if Neon City truly reached that level, he could easily claim to be humanity's savior. It would be the only city on the planet with free trade, allowing many trains to survive. Effectively reduce the train's destruction rate. Okay, after a brief tour, Chen Mang looked at Uncle Lee and Li Shiji and the others. You'll be responsible for staying here for the next few days. Together, we'll make this Neon City bigger and stronger. I'm giving you very high authority. If you have any ideas, don't be afraid to act boldly. Don't worry about making mistakes. Even if there are major bugs, it's okay. With so few users right now, bugs are easier to fix. Do you understand? I understand, Li Shiji and Uncle Lee said in unison, their faces serious and straight. Okay, I'll be leaving first. If you have any questions, come back and report. Yes, then, without lingering, he immediately left Neon City and returned to his train compartment. The train compartment was empty. Surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows, it was night, and the roar of the Doomsday Cannon echoed beneath the starry sky. Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the single bed in the corner. He had placed the bed in the corner, with two sides against the wall. At night, he would adjust the floor-to-ceiling windows to a fully closed position, obscuring visibility from inside. He liked to sleep with his back against the wall, which provided him with a greater peace of mind. Should this item also be sold? Its level 5 supermetal effect allows for a choice of pillow and 3-piece set, including buckwheat, silicone, and jade pillows. Level 10 supermetal effects offer improved sleep quality and increased longevity. He felt these two accessories would be quite useful for most train conductors. Spending a few stellar tickets could significantly improve one's quality of life and even extend one's lifespan. However, the former should be more valuable than the latter, as extending lifespan in the apocalypse is a myth. The main advantage is its affordability, requiring only 1 unit of wood to craft. A single bed requires wood to craft, and iron ore to upgrade. After consuming 2,500 units of iron ore, he upgraded his single bed to level 100 in one fell swoop, gaining 3 additional supermetal effects. Single bed level 20 supermetal effect: when wet, it instantly absorbs urine. Single bed level 50 supermetal effect: long-term sleep in this bed can slightly improve overall physical fitness. Single bed level 100 supermetal effect: after inserting a dreamstone, each dream has a chance to bring out a dream item. The dreamstone cost varies depending on the item's value. A single bed worth 508,000 units of iron ore. Level 100. This must be the most expensive single bed on the planet. And the effect is surprisingly powerful. Dreamstone. Chen Mang looked at the dreamstone on the console, which had reached 100% completion. He removed a small, colorful stone and thought thoughtfully. This dreamstone had already been completed yesterday, but it had no use. He didn't expect it to be used for a level 100 single bed. It's impossible for anyone else to have a level 100 single bed, so this dreamstone's true purpose probably wasn't this. However, he picked up the dreamstone anyway, walked over to the single bed, and placed it in a slot at the headboard. Randomly retrieve any item from a dream? Later, when we go to bed, we can try and see what we can get out. We can make a few level 5 and level 10 single beds and put them in the shop to see if anyone buys them. Like the refrigerator, these are upgradable individually. Just then, Chen Mang's eyes lit up. Mundo had returned. His current iron ore balance was 34 million, leaving him 6 million short of the required level 15 armor. He had been planning to wait until dawn to mine for the 6 million. But with Mundo back, there should be no need to wait until dawn. He must have brought back some ill-gotten gains. Hurry and ask Mundo to come over, soon. Mundo and Doba arrived at the train room together, but Mundo kept his head down and said nothing. What's wrong, broken heart? Chen Mang frowned, looking at the two of them. Master Mang, Doba explained hastily, Mundo's results weren't very good this time. He only earned 7 million units of iron ore through trading. He feels a little guilty about you, Master Mang. I was a bit unlucky this time. His reputation is known throughout the area he went to. It's okay, Chen Mang shook his head. It's no big deal. Cheer up. 7 million units of iron ore is more than enough. But you reminded me, are there any female goblins among your goblin tribe? After all, you only have a little over 100 people, which is too small for a tribe. Do you plan to have children? No. A trace of sadness flashed in Duoba's eyes as he shook his head. Master Mang, Duoba thanks you for your kindness, but Duoba and his people survive in this world as a kind of living dead. We have lost the right to reproduce in the universe. Only when civilization is truly rebuilt and the goblin tribe is officially re-established, will we be able to reshape our bodies and regain the right to reproduce. Chen Mang was silent for a moment before nodding. Okay, I understand. You can go down first. The situation was more complicated than he had imagined. But this matter was not important for the time being. Perhaps because his conversation with Doba was so smooth, he had forgotten that Doba was essentially a zombie-like monster, merely awakened. After Doba and the others left, he looked at his iron ore balance: 41 million units of iron ore. This was enough to upgrade his armor to level 15. He'd upgrade first. This was a purple zone, where the highest monster level was 15. He'd feel a bit insecure if his armor wasn't already at level 15. If he'd just entered the purple zone and upgraded his armor to level 15, he wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. He simply sat there, motionless. He let the wind and rain beat against him. He remained motionless. The cost of upgrading a carriage from level 13 to level 14 was 3 million. The cost of upgrading a carriage from level 14 to level 15 was 5 million. The Stellar had 14 carriages, 1 locomotive, and 1 behemoth carriage, requiring 80 million units of iron ore, or 40 million if the cost was halved. After 40 million units of iron ore disappeared from the train, the Star Train's armor finally reached level 15, an incredibly impressive level. But the price was this: all the accumulated resources the train had accumulated over the years had been consumed. 40 million units of iron ore, gone, all gone. It still hurts a little, Chen Mang sighed as he sat in his chair. He felt bad for himself, but even more so for others. Even he had such a hard time upgrading, he couldn't imagine how painful it must be for other trains upgrading their defenses. It was truly difficult. He shook his head, not dwelling on it. Instead, he stood up and walked to the side. After a quick wash, he laid down on his bed and began to prepare for sleep, secretly hypnotizing himself. Dream about a level 100 train. And then bring back a level 10 iron ore. He wasn't asking for much, just one, wasn't too much. He drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he saw himself on a train, or rather a city subway, dressed in a suit and tie, preparing to go to work. The previous part seemed a bit blurry, perhaps because he hadn't slept well the night before. The next moment, screams erupted from the front of the subway. Panicked, he didn't know what was happening, so he just ran, following the crowd. As he ran, he suddenly fell into a river. The water was black. Many huge sculptures lay scattered underground, only partially exposed. The surroundings were utterly silent. A wave of fear washed over him. He swam desperately, but after 5 minutes, it suddenly dawned on him, he couldn't swim. His previously stable body suddenly began to sink uncontrollably. The choking sensation of water made him feel uneasy. He struggled violently in the water when he saw a woman squatting on the bank, washing her hair. Without hesitation, as if finding a last resort, he grabbed the woman's hair and tried to climb up. However, the woman's hair was very long, a good 2 or 3 meters long. After finally climbing up, he discovered the woman was lying with her butt facing the river, washing her anal hair instead of her hair. Before he could say anything, an earthquake struck, and the intense feeling of weightlessness startled him awake. Awakened by a nightmare, Chen Mang sat up in bed and looked out the window. It was already noon. He had slept for 6 or 7 hours, and it had been an extremely uncomfortable sleep. He wiped the cold sweat from his back. After showering and changing clothes, he sat at the control panel, lit a cigarette, and gazed at the single bed in the corner with a complicated expression. He didn't even check the train log immediately. Ever since upgrading his single bed to level 10, he had almost stopped having nightmares. The level 10 supermodel benefit of the single bed was supposed to improve sleep quality, but he didn't feel any improvement in his sleep last night. Just then, he saw the dream stone embedded in the bedside table flickering slightly, as if signaling something. Could it be the cause of the trouble? Was it just to make him dream? After a moment's silence, Chen Mang rose and walked to the single bed. He gazed at the dream stone embedded in the headboard. He gently placed his hand on it, and a small portal suddenly materialized beside the bed. A strand of hair fell from the portal. This was exactly what he had dreamed about. No. It wasn't hair, it was anal hair. But what was the use of this thing? He frowned, pondering the relevance, his thoughts racing. This thing couldn't be completely useless. If it were, it couldn't possibly be the special function of the level 12 train. A vague suspicion formed in his mind. As our civilization develops, it inevitably must explore 2 things, death and dreams. This could be explored through scientific methods, philosophical approaches, or even theological ones. Whatever the method, whether it was a hypothesis or even sacrificing oneself as an eagle, it had to be explored. No surprise there. The mechanical civilization must have also explored dreams and achieved some success, installing them on trains to serve the conductor. This dreamstone is a bit like an energy stone, a source of energy. The dreamstone embedded in the bedside table indicated that it had 99% capacity remaining. Let's try again tonight. Chen Mang made up his mind before speaking. Zio AI, come and take this strand of hair. Let's see if there's anything special about it. Yes, he looked at Zio AI's back, remaining silent. Nothing in this world can appear out of thin air. His memory of last night's dream was already fading, and he wasn't sure if this strand of hair was the same one he'd caught in the river in his dream. But he was certain that something in a dream could manifest in reality, a fact that was inherently bizarre. It seemed the level of the mechanical civilization might be even higher than he'd imagined. They had already comprehended death and dreams. Doba and the others were already dead, yet they were still able to survive as monsters. Chen Mang shook his head, discarding all thoughts. His most important task now was to level up quickly, reach the colorful zone as soon as possible, and get the train up to a high enough level. Only by standing high enough could he see far enough. He had just picked up Little Green from the bed and was about to toss her aside when a thought struck him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked down at Little Green in his arms. Little Green was still in a deep sleep. She wouldn't officially awaken until the train reached level 15. The single bed wasn't marked as requiring a human or the conductor to occupy it. He wondered what Little Green's dream held. Was there a chance she could bring something out of it? He also wondered if she could even bring out a living creature. If she could, Little Green would surely miss her childhood playmates. He might want to bring back a few more S-level Star Beast cubs. Forget it, though. It would be terrible if he didn't bring out his mother. That scene. Blue Water Planet was supposed to be 4 years from destruction, but his mother's appearance on the planet instantly ushered in its doom. Congratulations, you've significantly shortened the countdown to the demise of human civilization. Very good. Then, Chen Mang slowly pushed the control lever, heading towards the ruined cities in the center of the stoneman area. Today's goal was to gather some supplies and, by the way, see why they were shielded from enemy radar. Could there be any large cargo? As the saying goes, skill breeds courage. With level 15 armor, he wasn't afraid of any large cargo in that area. Even if there were level 15 monsters, other trains would be afraid, but Chen Mang wasn't. Don't you see? The refrigerator nearby was overflowing with rabbit carcasses. It was simply because monster meat was inedible, otherwise they would have been feasting on rabbits. All the dropped items were sent to Neon City. The train maintained a steady pace as it headed towards its destination. Meanwhile, in a corner of the purple stoneman area, inside a level 14 mechanical train, an old man leaned thoughtfully in a chair, a mermaid kneeling beside him. He stared at the free admission ticket to Neon City in his hand, slowly chewing on a newly purchased Red Heart Nut. Red Heart Nut 1000 stellar tickets, 1 pill. Specialized for treating male dysfunction. He tried buying 2 pills and found them to be quite effective. Even in his 70s, he finally felt strong again. Not as strong as he was in his youth, but enough. Neon City. A great place. The old man reached out and squeezed the woman next to him, several thoughts flashing through his mind. Last night, he had been battling a bus for a long time, kiting it until he finally killed it. However, the bus was rather strange. It didn't drop any items, only a free entry ticket to Neon City. An adventure map. He had gone in last night and discovered that the free entry tickets to Neon City were worthless. Everyone could get 20 free tickets each week. He had thought he'd lost out, but then he discovered that the adventure map was completely different from the other maps. Not only could he trade freely with other train conductors, but there were also many shops selling unique items, like this Red Heart Nut. To him, it was like a blessing after a long drought. He was fine again. Besides exchanging it for iron ore, star vouchers can also be earned by recruiting new members. For trains in the purple zone, the reward for recruiting a new train is 50,000 star vouchers. But he has a better idea. The old man withdrew his hand from the woman's arms beside him, pulled a king of diamonds from the drawer, and stuffed it into his pocket. With a gleam in his eyes, he crushed the Neon City free admission ticket in his hand again. Recruiting new members? The reward is too small. Today, his special item, which he had never used before, finally came into its own. Special item, King of Diamonds. Item effect, after activation, it can be transformed into any card, with a pattern and other details exactly matching the card in hand. It can be used 12 times per day, a con man's weapon. His target is the casino, and he wants to make a fortune there. The remaining star vouchers, whether redeemed for iron ore or purchased goods, are enough to make a fortune. To make a lot of money, he needs to have a lot of cards. Just then, several strong men strode in carrying several storage boxes. His chips this time are 20 million units of iron ore. If you want to play big. Neon City. Sun City, high-rise suite. Zio AI stood in front of the French window, looking at the pedestrians on the street outside the window and said, Someone is cheating in the casino and has won 4 million. Huh? Uncle Lee looked at Zio AI a little confusedly. Mr. AI, weren't you watching the street? How did you know that someone was cheating in the casino? Zio AI tilted his head and looked at Uncle Lee expressionlessly. Because I am AI. The cameras in the casino directly transmit data to my database. Are you stupid? Oh, then I'll go back and inform Mr. Mang. No need. At this time, Sister Key, standing nearby, smiled and said, there's no need to bother Master Mang with such trivial matters. The casino has been operating for so long, and there will always be cheaters. The casino has a set of plans specifically for dealing with cheaters. Zio G, please invite this guest to the VIP room. What plan? Cut off his hands. No, all the robots in Neon City have an unchangeable command that prevents them from attacking others. The plan is to win all the chips in his hand with 1 kilogram for 1,000. Really? I heard from Master Mang that there was a Viper gang that fought him back then. That was a special case. If you lose, the large amount of star vouchers you send out will directly drag down Neon City. Zio AI turned and looked at Sister Key, her tone a little cold. Don't worry, Sister Key said confidently. There will be absolutely no mistakes. Zio AI shook her head and said nothing more, just tilting her head to look at Uncle Lee. Go back and tell Master Mang about this. Yes, Master Mang. Chen Mang nodded, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the old man standing at the starting point who exchanged iron ore with star coupons, and whispered, is this the guy who took away my 8 million units of iron ore? Yeah, Zio AI reported in a low voice. Sister Key invited him to the VIP room to gamble. But this guy didn't go and just left. There were a lot of people watching around, and we couldn't force him. It's okay. Chen Mang shook his head, paused for a while, and then continued, the name of this person's train is familiar. I remember seeing it on the train radio in the Stoneman area. Let him go. I will go find him in person. Do you know how he cheated? It should be a technique plus special props. Many people have special props, especially high-level trains. Basically, they have special props, and there are many types. No one knows what special props they have. Be careful on weekdays. Yes, Chen Mang did not stay any longer, but left the Neon City again immediately. There were less than 1 million units of iron ore on the train now. As for the iron ore reserves in Neon City, they hadn't decreased, but had increased. After all, the casino didn't gamble against its customers. The guy only won the other customers' money. The casino only took a cut. But since he cheated in his place, the money was his. The next moment, all the train conductors in Neon City watched as the screens in all the shops suddenly changed to the same picture, bounty list. First place, eliminate the grinning train, reward of 2 million stellar tickets. Bounty offered by, trash train. Reason for the reward, the casino cheated me out of stellar tickets. Second place, none, since they were planning to launch a bounty list anyway, why not take this opportunity to do it, ranking by bounty amount, and put anything on the list. Since he happened to be in the same area, I might as well kill him. Chapter 265 Time Rift. Regardless of whether this man was cheating or not, his iron ore must be exchanged. Neon City must maintain a neutral position as much as possible. After all, Sun City is merely a larger store within Neon City. Neon City is the main entity, not Sun City. The rest of the mess can be handled by the Star. As for the casino's credibility, Sister Key will take care of it. Back inside the Star train, Chen Mang paid no attention to this minor incident. The train had already arrived at the ruins of the main city in the Stoneman region. It wouldn't be too late to look for the Grinning Teeth train later. What a ridiculous name. It's so hard to pronounce. The train slowly slowed to a stop, then slammed heavily to the ground from the air. In the distance, a vaguely modern city, with tall buildings, but countless buildings had collapsed. The entire city was devoid of light, and the streets were clogged with dusty, abandoned vehicles. There was no sign of life, no sign of life. This was Chu City. It was also the largest city in the Stoneman region. The 3 surrounding cities were all satellite cities affiliated with it. Chen Mang glanced at the radar image, now covered in mosaics and clearly unusable. Narrowing his eyes, he whispered, amazing. A level 100 radar, blocked instantly. Zio AI, send teams 1, 2, and 3 out to work. Yes, the next moment. As the door of guard carriage number 7 opened, 2 mechas flew out first, shooting towards the city ruins. The remaining guardsmen were all in the refrigerator, carried on the mecha's shoulders. The roads in the city ruins were a bit too complex. Even off-road motorcycles couldn't operate properly here. But fortunately, there was a refrigerator. Boss AI, Bio-Z called softly from the edge of the refrigerator, gripping the handrail tightly as he gazed down at the city below. After repeated calls with no response, he stretched himself and spoke hoarsely, "We've been disconnected from the train. Everyone, be careful. The ruins deep within this city could be quite dangerous." "Brother Bao, don't be afraid," said Zhang Yi, piloting the Pope mech, a gigantic mace in hand. "My mace has a level 15 attack power. With me here, I can handle ordinary scoundrels on my own." Bio-Z was about to say something when, with a grim expression, he suddenly said in a deep voice, "Stop." Zhang Yi and Zanger froze in midair. Although they usually chatted cheerfully with Brother Bao, they obeyed his orders. There were many reasons for this. They had to obey because the star provided them with enough food. They also admired Brother Bao's performance in the virtual combat training space. They both knew they weren't very smart, so it was best to listen to Brother Bao. Bio-Z said nothing. He simply stood at the edge of the refrigerator, gripping the handrail tightly, his brow furrowed as he stared intently at the bacon drying on the platform of a nearby low building. Yes, bacon. He didn't feel the slightest bit of joy, but rather something extremely strange. The apocalypse had been underway for over a year, nearly 2 years. The ruins of the city had been searched countless times. How could such obvious bacon have escaped capture? The other train conductors weren't fools, so this was most likely a trap. Look back at the train. As the mech turned, Bio-Z, standing at the edge of the refrigerator, looked towards the star train parked at the edge of the ruins. They were now close to the city center, and even the star was a bit blurry. Boss AI, he tried again, but still couldn't connect. "Brother Bao, could that piece of bacon down there be a trap?" Zanger said in a muffled voice, hovering in the air in the Pope plan. Bio-Z momentarily doubted his own judgment. Could he have been wrong? After all, if even Zanger could see it, then everyone should be able to see it, right? No one would use such a stupid trap, right? "How did you figure that out?" "My brother and I have searched for supplies many times. How could such obvious bacon remain unsnatched? It must be a trap." "Wait a minute, let me think about it." Bio-Z took a deep breath, his mind racing. If even Zanger could see it was a trap, then the enemy was deliberately trying to make them see it. What was the implication? Based on his experience with the Go Fighting map chip, when a trap is deliberately displayed in front of you, it's often because they want you to avoid it. If you avoid it and head somewhere else, you'll just fall into the enemy's real trap. This is the second level. If you think about the third level, it means that the enemy has guessed that he has seen the second level, and deliberately at this time here, Zhang Yi's muffled voice suddenly came to his ears. "Brother Bao, the bacon has been brought back. Is there anything else?" Bio-Z, who was standing on the edge of the refrigerator, looked at the piece of bacon between Zhang Yi's fingers and the empty low-rise platform below, including the dozen or so survivors in Zhang Yi's refrigerator who looked terrified. After a moment, he said in disbelief, "Where were you doing just now?" "I just went down to get the bacon, and found that there were more than a dozen survivors ambushing on the side with sharp blades and guns, but I don't know why they didn't take action, but since I found them, I must have brought them back." Bio-Z took a deep breath, and after a long silence, he said, "Don't act rashly without my command in the future, and throw the survivors in your refrigerator into the refrigerator on my side." "Yes, soon." After some not-so-gentle interrogation, the real answer emerged. It turned out that trains had been sending thugs into the ruins of the city to search. These survivors, having survived the apocalypse, would use this method to kill any lone thugs, thereby seizing weapons and food. However, when the Pope mech landed, none of them took action, clearly outmatched. Yet, they were still discovered and captured. "Keep them for now. Wait for Master Mang's orders to decide whether to kill them." Bio-Z withdrew his gaze from the men. This was the only city where this could be done. In other cities, the radar would sweep through them. If you tried to hide, as long as you were still breathing, they would find you underground. Keep going deeper. Yes, inside the train, Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, glancing at a blueprint in his hand. He wasn't worried about Bio-Z and the others. After all these days, they had accumulated a lot of combat experience. Plus, with a mech and refrigerator for self-defense, if anything went wrong in this situation, they would be dead. They were pure waste. A waste of his resources. Time rift detector, red grade accessory blueprint. This was a blueprint he had brought back from Neon City. He didn't actually understand the purpose of this accessory, nor did he know what a temporal rift was. But he definitely wouldn't sell such a high-level accessory blueprint, he would keep it for himself. Crafting it required 50,000 units of iron ore. After consuming 50,000 units of iron ore, a small clock was embedded in the console. This was the prototype of this accessory, capable of detecting temporal rifts within 10,000 meters. The corresponding screen was blank, not because the mosaic was blocked, but because it couldn't detect them. He glanced at the remaining iron ore and hadn't upgraded yet. Red-grade accessories were expensive to upgrade, and he didn't have that much money. Before upgrading the train armor, he still had enough. Damn it. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. A piece of broken armor cost so much? Chen Mang picked up a level 10 telescope nearby and looked into the distance. When he couldn't use his radar, this primitive item once again proved its usefulness. This was his newly upgraded one. He had previously upgraded a level 20 telescope. He had just whipped up a bunch of gadgets. He planned to hang them all in the store and see if anyone bought them. At least the product variety looked much richer. Wait, an idea flashed through Chen Mang's mind. He immediately switched to the rabbit cloud wheel and flew midair, heading towards the ruins of Chu City. He had a thought. Could the reason Chu City was shielded from enemy radar be because of a time rift? The star train soared through the air, penetrating deeper into the ruins of Chu City, its time rift detector continuously operating. Just as it was 10,000 meters from the city center, a beep, beep, alarms blared from within the train. Chen Mang looked out the window at Biozi and the others, who had landed on the rooftop of a high-rise building not far away, then at the screen corresponding to the time rift detector. A rift, resembling a black hole, slowly appeared on the screen and slowly rotated. Composed entirely of black particles, it looked quite mysterious. He had guessed right. There really was a time rift in this place. Zio AI, what's a temporal rift? I don't know, Zio AI's voice echoed from inside the train. There's no information in the database. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly. He first piloted the star to Biozi and the others, picking them up, before slowly approaching the rift displayed on the temporal rift detector. Something about this place felt strange. It wasn't suitable for Biozi and the others to explore. The screen indicated they were less than 100 meters away. He didn't dare approach any closer. He could see almost nothing with his naked eye, though he could faintly discern a distorted sense of space in the distance, similar to the spatial distortion caused by a burning flame. The next moment, boom, boom, boom. A machine gun fired fiercely in the direction of the temporal rift, each shell accurately hitting the rift. The instant they struck, the shells vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. Wow, Chen Mang's curiosity was piqued. This thing looked a bit like a portal, but an unknown portal? So, the portals of mechanical civilizations were most likely invented by studying time rifts, perhaps. Conductor, I don't have that information in my database. He piloted the star train closer again, this time to within 10 meters. He could clearly see the arrowhead distorting slightly, but he didn't dare approach any closer. Even the distance was a bit risky. But he really wanted to see what lay within this time rift. He opened the window, glanced at the control panel, and casually picked up his newly constructed 10th order telescope. He walked to the window, took aim, and threw with all his might. A successful hit. The telescope vanished the moment it struck. Bring me a mechanical eye? No, Zio AI's voice rang out from inside the train. This place is completely shielded. When Biozi was exploring outside just now, I couldn't connect to his mechanical eye. Didn't Biozi capture a bunch of people? Send them inside to check. Yes, soon. Zhang Yi, piloting the Pope mech, stood atop the train, holding a terrified, struggling survivor. After carefully tying him up with a steel cable, he slowly twisted the cable, twirling furiously like a man lassoing a horse. Then, with a sudden, furious roar, the survivor, bound to the cable, shot toward the time rift like a meteor. The moment it struck, it vanished. Fortunately, the cable remained. Chen Mang, watching the scene from inside the train, his eyes lit up. He grabbed the intercom and shouted urgently, "Quick, pull them back!" The next moment, a man suddenly appeared in the sky above them. He had actually been pulled out of the time rift. Is this even possible? Chen Mang's eyes were filled with surprise. He had never expected that the time rift could swallow the artillery shells, but not the steel cable. Could it be that the steel cable hadn't fully entered? Bring it here quickly, let me see. Soon, when the train compartment door was pushed open, he frowned slightly and looked at the old man in front of him with white hair, no teeth, and a dull look in his eyes. Is this the man from before? His skin was wrinkled like an old lady's shoe insole. Like a virgin's diary, crumpled and empty, yet filled with information. Zhang Yi looked at the old man he was supporting in a daze. It's indeed him, although he's much older, but it's indeed him. Look, Master Mang. At this time, Lao Zu came over with a section of steel cable in his hand. This end is still brand new, but the other end has become seriously aged and decayed, as if it has been exposed to winds and rain for 30 years. Chen Mang frowned slightly, and after a moment of silence, he looked at the old man in front of him who seemed to be stupid, give him 2 shots of cardiac stimulant and ask him what happened. Bai Ozi nodded. After the 2 shots of cardiac stimulant were injected, the old man seemed to have a little bit of a last breath, and his face looked a little better, but his eyes were still dull and his pupils were completely unfocused. Take him down to the medical cabin for treatment. I want him to open his mouth and tell me what he saw in there. Yes, Bai Ozi quickly supported the old man and walked down. Master Mang, Old Pig said seriously, based on the information we have now, the speed of time flowing in that time rift is likely much different from ours. A mere few seconds have passed here, but nearly 30 years have already passed in the time rift. Chen Mang shook his head. So what did he eat during those 30 years? Did he need to eat? This Old Pig was momentarily stumped for an answer. Chen Mang said nothing more, simply glancing at the information on an accessory on the control panel. Built-in special stabilizer level 50 supermodel effect. When the train enters the time rift, passengers inside will not be negatively affected by the passage of time. He finally understood what this accessory was for. Just then, Zio AI's voice rang out from inside the train. Conductor, the cost of treatment is 39.2 million units of iron ore. Let him wait for death. Okay. Chen Mang stared expressionlessly at the accessory before him. This guy was useless. Nearly 40 million units of iron ore back then. He'd only spent a few 100,000 treating his wife's ALS 40 million? Was that for treatment, or to preempt your reincarnation? He knew the price wasn't a random one, indicating that eliminating the effects of the time rift would be extremely costly. This intrigued him even more. He had to go inside. He definitely didn't dare. Putting aside the fact that his train was larger than the time rift, who knew how it was determined, perhaps only halfway through or something else? Without understanding the nature of the time rift itself, he couldn't possibly enter. However, the internal special stabilizer was a craftable accessory available after upgrading to level 3. While he wouldn't go inside, he could definitely find a warrior, use the train order to build him a level 1 train, and let him see what was going on. Old Pig, find a warrior. Understood. It wasn't long. A burly man strode over, stood in place with a serious face, looked at Master Mang and shouted, "Good afternoon, Master Mang, resident number 1998, come to report formally, please give the order." Master Mang, you again? Chen Mang looked at the man strangely. Weren't you the warrior the 2 times before? The first time it was me who cracked the password lock, the second time it was my twin brother who moved those robots, and this time it was me. Are you so active in signing up every time? I have a tough life. How tough? The burly man pulled off his clothes, revealing his scarred upper body. I have been injured countless times since I was a child, but I have never died. Nonsense. Who died? Chen Mang didn't say anything more. Just took out a train order and threw it into the man's hand, and said in a deep voice, "This mission is extremely dangerous. I will try my best to ensure your safety, but the mortality rate is still very high. If you can come back alive, you will enjoy the treatment of a 3rd-level senior talent in the future. Yes, Old Pig, give him a level 4 energy stone. There are currently only nearly 1 million units of iron ore in the train. To produce another level 4 energy stone, it will consume 500,000 units of iron ore. The train is basically completely empty. The man's train didn't need to be upgraded, a level 1 train would suffice. Even upgrading it to level 3 wouldn't be helpful. Without infinite upgrades, building a level 50 internal space stabilizer would consume countless Murphy stones. He had another solution. Some parts were removable, while others couldn't be removed or washed. The internal space stabilizer was one such removable part. He removed it and installed it on the man's train. The rest was up to fate. Whether he could return alive was uncertain. A few minutes passed. A small locomotive? carried on the shoulders of Zhang Yi, piloting the Pope Mecha, roared with all his might as he flung it towards the time rift in the sky. A long steel cable trailed from the rear of the train. Yes, the level 1 train the man was controlling couldn't even fly, it still used the most basic wheels. To put it bluntly, it was just an empty shell. Chen Mang looked with a complicated expression at the man in the train, roaring to himself. He had to admire him a little. This man was far more courageous than he was. He would never, in his lifetime, control a level 1 train and plunge into the time rift. It was completely unknown inside. There was a huge dead end. He couldn't sleep peacefully at night in this empty shell of a Class 1 train. Many of the accessories in the train were now commonplace, such as magnetic levitation, rabbit clouds, etc., but in fact, these accessories were out of reach for Class 1 trains. Old Pig, Master Mang, you say? Old Pig stood aside with a respectful expression and bowed slightly. If this man comes back alive, give him a refrigerator. Yes. The next moment, Zhang Yi, who was standing on the top of the train room, pulled the steel cable suddenly, and the level 1 train head was pulled out. Chen Mang stared at the train head with his eyes wide open. After seeing that the man sitting in the train room had not aged, he couldn't help laughing, and Bai Ozi and others in the train room couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Success. The man successfully came back alive, and he didn't age. Quick, ask him to come over and ask what happened in there. Chen Mang looked up and down at the strong man standing in front of him with satisfaction. Tough enough. Are you feeling unwell? No. The strong man scratched the back of his head and hesitated for a moment, then hesitantly said, I felt like I was sitting in the train and was thrown into a weird tunnel. Before I could take a closer look, I was pulled out again. How about letting me go in a few more times? It's not that simple. I feel a little uneasy about the treatment of this third-level senior talent. Tell me about the tunnel in detail. Yeah, the burly man thought for a long while before saying seriously, that tunnel is very big, a kind of big that you can't even imagine, and there are countless rays of light flowing forward around the tunnel, like a time and space tunnel. I felt very dizzy, and I didn't have time to look carefully at the rest. Very good. Chen Mang was very satisfied. Go in again, and this time stay in there for 3 minutes before coming out. Bring the mechanical eye, and bring Li Shiji with you. Old Pig, go to the Neon City and call Li Shiji out. The mechanical eye may not work in there. We need his human eyes. Take out one of the survivors who ambushed you just now, tie him to the front of the train, and see if there are any changes when he is exposed outside the train, and record his changes. Are you sure you don't feel any discomfort now? No. Okay. Chen Mang nodded, and tilted his head to look at the time rift not far away. He felt that he had roughly figured out what was here. If this time difference could be used, he wondered if he could throw the solar energy panel in without using the built-in space stabilizer. Instantly absorb 30 years of energy. What a good dream. I wonder if it can be done. Chapter 266 Why don't humans have similar racial talents? Everything is ready. Today's mission, explore the time rift. But first, we need to conduct a small experiment to determine the exact speed of time. Does 3 seconds outside translate to 30 years inside the time rift? Or does it mean that no matter how many seconds pass outside, 30 years pass inside the time rift? If it's the latter, then we can't go in for even a minute. It would take who knows how many years before the cable is reduced to dust, and the train would be lost forever in the time rift. Soon, everything is ready. Zhang Yi, piloting his mecha, grasps the cable, with a weight attached to the other end, and with a powerful thrust, throws it once again into the time rift 10 meters away. This time, it takes a full minute to retrieve it. Inside the train, Chen Mang looked at the cable Zhang Yi handed him, comparing it closely to the previous one. There was virtually no difference. So, even if 1 minute passes outside, 30 years pass inside the time rift? Is that right? He frowned slightly, momentarily confused about the nature of this temporal rift. But at least it proved that, in the former scenario, Li Shiji and his companions could easily remain in the space-time tunnel for a full minute without any consequences. Have that brave man and Li Shiji prepare to depart, and Xiao AI, send a body in to check the situation. Yes, a minute later, as the steel cable suddenly retracted, a level 1 locomotive was pulled out of the temporal rift. The temporal rift was extremely difficult to detect with the naked eye, and the entire scene looked as if a locomotive had appeared out of thin air. The scene was extremely sci-fi. As the train was pulled back, Xiao AI, standing inside, Spoke, Master Mang, my body didn't bring back any information. The database is 0, with no signs of being cleared. It looks like nothing was ever entered. Yes. A short while later, Li Shiji pushed open the door to the train compartment and entered the second floor. He walked all the way to Chen Mang, who was standing at the control console, and spoke hoarsely with a serious expression and a hint of shock in his eyes. Mr. Mang, that time tunnel, just as the brave man said, is indeed a kind of incomprehensible size. It is estimated to be at least tens of millions of kilometers wide. Humans have no concept of the distance of this number, but it looks a bit close at hand. Without an accurate reference, it is impossible to judge how wide a tunnel is. It just feels very big. Both sides of the tunnel are full of light flowing forward. The strange thing is, the flow speed is very slow, like river water. Li Shiji glanced around, picked up a flashlight on the table next to him, aimed it at the ground and turned it on before continuing. Look, when I turned on the flashlight, the beam immediately reached the ground, and the trajectory of the light was not visible at all. That's the speed of light, right? But in that tunnel, you can clearly see the beam of light flowing forward like a spring. There's nothing in the entire tunnel except our train. There's only half a steel cable behind the train, and no portal or anything like that, he narrated while drawing on the screen next to him with his finger, and soon stopped what he was doing. Master Mang, this is what it looks like inside. Chen Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the time tunnel on the screen. To be honest, he wanted to go and see the grand scene in person, but the star was too big to fit into the time rift. I dropped a telescope into the time rift earlier. Did you see it? No. Li Shiji shook his head. Although our level 1 train can't fly, it's suspended in mid-air in the tunnel, and we can feel a faint push. If it weren't for that steel cable pulling the train, we would have continued to the end of the time tunnel. At the end of the time tunnel, there might be another world, or maybe we could just appear in the universe. Chen Mang remained silent. Although he longed to see what was at the end of the time tunnel, it was obviously a bit unrealistic. The solar panels were non-removable components and couldn't be sent in. There was actually a way to find out what was at the end of the time tunnel, but it was a bit risky. The goblin ticket. In theory, using the information on the panel of this accessory, one could teleport back to the train from anywhere. It was many times more powerful than the train tickets used by humans, with no distance limit and virtually no chance of being blocked. In some places, train tickets would be blocked, preventing return, but in all his time, he had never encountered a goblin ticket being blocked. But the goblin tribe, numbering over 100, were all living dead, completely devoid of their own thoughts and unable to communicate. The only ones capable of thinking and speaking were Mondo and Doba. Both were extremely important to the Star Train, especially Mondo. He was even planning to have him reform, stop his shady dealings, and earnestly distribute free tickets to Neon City light flyers. The latter couldn't die. The entire goblin race only understood Doba's words. With Doba dead, the goblins wouldn't understand him at all. If they'd all fled to the time tunnel, would the goblin ticket still be valid? While the goblins could be resurrected, who knew where they would be resurrected, or whether they would actually die at the end of the time tunnel? What if they weren't dead and were simply trapped? That would be a disaster. Forget it. Chen Mang shook his head, abandoning the idea. He decided not to explore the time rift for now. When the train reached a higher level, there would surely be better ways to explore. Just then, the door to the train suddenly opened. Doba strode in with Mondo, his face solemn and deep, saying, Master Mang, I heard you were exploring the time rift. I think our goblin tribe could help. Chen Mang's brow furrowed slightly. He hadn't told anyone about the idea of using the goblin tickets. It had only flashed through his mind. How did Doba know this? Master Mang, you don't know, in the universe, there are many races, many with unique talents. Our goblin tribe's talent is that it's not affected by the distorted magnetic field of time, which means we can ignore time rifts. Let me go. If something happens to me and I die and resurrect in another area, I'll find a way to contact the star and return home. My memories haven't recovered much, but the moment I saw the time rift, I suddenly remembered something. Hearing Doba's resolute courage, Chen Mang paused before turning to look at Xiaowei. Check the surveillance footage from carriage 11 during those 30 minutes. He wanted to know if the goblins were in a state of stasis during the half hour his space was frozen. I can't watch it. Did you permanently delete the surveillance footage from that period, conductor? Oh, I forgot. Never mind. Chen Mang didn't elaborate further. Instead, he looked at Doba. Don't worry. Send one of your tribesmen and tell them to crush the goblin ticket the moment they see the time tunnel. Try the goblin ticket to see if it works in the time tunnel. Yes, on top of the train, Zhang Yi, piloting the Pope mech, swung the steel cable again, throwing the green-skinned goblin in. After a second's pause, he yanked the rope again, only to find nothing. There was no goblin at the other end of the cable. The goblin had reappeared on the train. Okay, Chen Mang said twice after hearing the news. A glimmer of hope welled up in his eyes. If the goblin ticket worked, then perhaps Doba could give it a try. The mechanical eye won't work. The one we just entered didn't bring back any information or images, just a crackling noise. But this goblin ticket is far superior to the train ticket. A train ticket, under these circumstances, definitely won't return. In that case, Doba, go ahead and try. If you die and resurrect in another area, I'll issue the bounty and try to find you in every area possible. Yes, Master Mang, the great goblins never fear any unknown risks. If everyone fears the unknown, then this civilization will remain stagnant. There must always be a group of pioneers who shoulder this responsibility. Doba's face was extremely serious. He pulled a white cloth from his bosom and tied it around his pointed ears before striding out of the train. As for the goblin who had just entered the time tunnel naked, there was indeed no sign of aging on his body. Goblins are truly born to ignore the effects of time rifts. It's a racial innate ability. Why don't humans have a similar racial talent? Chen Mang muttered, then turned to look at Li Shiji standing nearby. What happened to the old man tied outside the train when your train entered for the second time? He turned to ash. The moment he entered, he turned to dry bones, and then he disappeared into ash in the tunnel with the naked eye. Doba didn't operate any trains or hold any weapons. He was just strapped to his body with space bags, each containing a goblin ticket. He even had a goblin ticket stuffed in his mouth, so that in case of emergency or serious injury, he could crush the goblin ticket with his teeth. Brother, you are braver than me. Zhang Yi's buzzing voice came from the loudspeaker of the Pope mech. Whether you can come back alive or not, Zhang Yi, admire you. Third sister told me last time that you are very arrogant and always say that you are the greatest goblin. I thought third sister was right at the time, but now I think he is wrong. You are indeed a great goblin. I will never eat goblins again. Doba, who was standing in the palm of the mech and taking a deep breath to calm his nervousness, was slightly stunned when he heard this. He tilted his head in disbelief and looked at Zhang Yi sitting in the cockpit of the mech, and shouted angrily, "Have you ever eaten goblins?" Of course not. Zhang Yi grinned, and leaned his right hand back slightly, making a shot-put posture. A little sense of humor will help you relieve your tension. Are you ready? We are about to set off. The next moment Doba was thrown directly out, hitting the time rift directly, and disappeared in midair. How could anyone eat green meat? Zhang Yi, sitting in the mecha cockpit, sighed, taking a piece of raw GMO and stuffing it into his mouth. He slurred his words. Doba, how brave. In the rift of time, the scene before him shifted almost instantly from the ruins of an abandoned city to a space-time tunnel composed of countless flowing lights. Feeling the faint suction ahead, Doba's eyes gradually flickered with fear. An intense sense of loneliness and helplessness instantly enveloped him. Looking back, the star train was no longer visible. It was like being abandoned in the ocean at night, clinging to a piece of driftwood to survive. The feeling of impending death made his breathing quicken. He wasn't as brave as he appeared. Goblins do possess immunity to the distorted magnetic field of time. It's said that this innate ability of the goblins was discovered after a period of experimentation after the apocalypse. But he had never used it. He had been just an ordinary person among the goblins. But now he was king, and as king, he must display the courage of a king. There are only kings who die in battle, not kings who fear death. Perhaps it was the words king of the goblins that gave him renewed courage. As Doba's breathing gradually evened out, he began to observe his surroundings. Without any reference points, he had no way of judging his speed. He only felt a wavering tightness in his chest. His speed was almost as fast as the surrounding beams of light. There was no sound around him. Absolute silence. He could even hear the thud of blood coursing through his veins, the beating of his heart as clear as thunder, and no shortage of oxygen. He drifted, drifting through the time tunnel. From initial fear, to later peace, to current confusion. He didn't know how long he had been floating. It felt like a long time. A month? 2 months? Perhaps even longer. He glanced down at the goblin ticket in his space bag, remembering his experience on the starship. A strong desire to return home surged over him. He wanted to go home, but his mission was not yet completed. He had not yet seen the end of the time tunnel. Perhaps even longer had passed. In his mind, Mang Yi's features were gradually becoming blurry. He could only clearly remember Mang Yi's unwavering assurance in the abyss of doom that he would one day be the king of the goblins and would help him rebuild goblin civilization. He believed it. He had believed it until now. He had never questioned it. Goblins don't lie, except for black marketeers. He suddenly regretted buying a video game console from the local store before entering. Perhaps that would have helped him pass the time. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but found he hadn't spoken in so long, it seemed he had lost his voice. He had been there longer than he'd imagined. By the time he left, would the start train be a level 20 or even 30 train? Without him, would his people still listen to Mang Yi's words? Just then, the beams of light that had been flowing steadily around the space-time tunnel suddenly became chaotic, utterly chaotic. Before he could react, he saw a massive time rift appear at the end of the space-time tunnel. His body was uncontrollably sucked upwards. The scene shifted. Doba's body had landed heavily on the ground from the air. For the first time in a long time, he felt the weight of solid ground beneath his feet. The tingling sensation in his body brought his nearly stagnant brain back to life. Wow, Master Mang, Doba, the great goblin. Doba stood there, speaking with some difficulty, allowing his long unused language skills to recover. He then quickly looked around. He saw the ruins of a city. He was in a garbage dump? And these ruins were located in a vast cave. Above him was not blue sky, but mud. It looked a bit like the abandoned mechanical city in the Zombie Basin Earth Core nuclear bomb adventure map, but different. This city was much smaller. After stretching himself, he pulled the goblin ticket from his space bag. Holding it tightly in his hand, he explored the surroundings. This garbage dump contained no household waste, only steel junk. Just as he was preparing to explore further, suddenly, he heard footsteps nearby. His face paled, and he quickly rolled over and hid in a nearby garbage heap, burying himself. Through a gap, he saw a middle-aged man and 3 or 5 burly men approaching the garbage dump, cursing as they walked. What a lousy adventure map. There's not even a quest, no rewards, it even allows one train to enter, and the map automatically destructs after 24 hours. I thought there was something good here. We've searched the city ruins for so long and found nothing. The last place we haven't searched is this garbage heap, but what good can there be in this garbage heap? The last 3 minutes, just search around. This trip is for nothing. We're going back, the middle-aged man muttered a few more times in annoyance before pulling a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and sitting on a nearby rock. He began to puff away, but then he seemed to notice something and looked down at his feet. Telescope. The man picked up the old, rather worn-looking telescope. Just as he was about to say something, a flash of shock crossed his eyes. Level 10 telescope, you're crazy. What idiot would use 8 Murphy stones to enhance a telescope? What the hell is wrong with their brains? Still, the man felt a little distressed, wiping the dust off the telescope with his clothes. He was worried about those 8 Murphy stones. Wasn't that pure evil? After testing the telescope, the man laughed again. Not bad. It wasn't a wasted trip. At least I got something. Everyone, search carefully. Only 2 minutes left. Hurry. There might be something else here. Damn it, I should have come to the garbage dump immediately. Why go to the city ruins? 2 minutes passed quickly. The middle-aged man, having found nothing, cursed and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm. But he didn't dare delay any longer. He quickly returned the way he had come, leading a few strong men. After hearing no more movement outside, Doba emerged from his hiding place and shook off the garbage on his body. He glanced around. Without stopping, he stuffed everything he could see that was of the right size into the space bag on his body. He didn't know what the use of these was, but maybe Master Mang would find them useful after he took them back. 5 minutes later, he suddenly heard a crisp cracking sound next to his ear. He looked up subconsciously. He saw that a crack had appeared in the sky above the city at some point. It wasn't a crack on the top of the cave, but a crack in space? The crack extended rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly covering the entire sky above the city like a spider web. Bang! A fragment fell off, revealing an extremely dark black hole with faint starlight flickering in the black hole. Doba's face changed slightly. He knew that this should be the collapsed map that the man said. Without wasting time, he stuffed the last thing in his hand into the space bag and quickly crushed the goblin ticket in his hand. However, there was no response. "It's over." A flicker of despair flashed in his eyes. He couldn't return to the star, and it might be ages before he could find it again. But then, a sudden thought struck him, and he glanced behind him. He peered closely, seeing a space slightly warping as if blazing with flames. It was the temporal rift he'd come from. The rift had rapidly spread throughout the cavern, even reaching the garbage dump. The entire adventure map threatened to collapse at any moment. Without time to ponder, Doba roared, unleashing all his strength, charging towards the temporal rift. The next moment, Doba vanished from the spot where he stood, and at the same moment, the rift completely engulfed the cavern. The entire city, including the garbage dump, seemed to have exploded, a massive black hole instantly devouring everything, leaving no trace behind. Even the temporal rift slowly shrank as it devoured. Doba, now back in the time tunnel, gazed at the rapidly shrinking tunnel around him, a faint glimmer of hope in his eyes. He pulled out another goblin ticket and crushed it with trembling hands. A flash of white light passed by, and Doba felt that the scene in front of him changed instantly, and he had reappeared in the train room. In the empty train room, Master Mang was standing there, and Biozi and others were standing by and looking at him. Doba was stunned for a moment, and several emotions surged in his heart. His legs softened and he knelt on the ground, and suddenly he burst into tears with some grievance. "Master Mang, I thought I would never come back. I almost forgot what you looked like, Master Mang, star, in the train room." Chen Mang looked at Doba, who was drinking water frantically, and patted his back. "Drink slowly, don't be in a hurry, and tell us what happened after you finished drinking." After drinking 2 bottles of mineral water in one breath, Doba burped, and recalled that his previous scene was seen by so many people. His mind was full of regret and embarrassment, and he whispered, "I don't know why it has been several months, and I'm not hungry at all, just a little thirsty. Master Mang, have you been waiting for me here?" Chapter 267 Boss AI, why do you always scold me? Chen Mang paused, then pointed to the time on the console screen and whispered, "Doba, from the time you entered the time rift until you returned to the train room, a total of 3 minutes and 27 seconds passed." 3 minutes, it must be because of the time flow difference, Zio AI, standing nearby, said. Doba quickly and clearly recounted everything he had encountered. After listening, Chen Mang remained silent, leaning back in his chair, his knuckles tapping rhythmically on the table. An adventure map? The end of the time rift is an adventure map? And he met other train conductors? So, can the time rift be considered the entrance to some adventure maps? But not a formal entrance, but a form of smuggling? After a long moment, he shook his head, looked at the crowd, stood up, and said with a smile, "The answer to the time rift has been found. It may not be the final answer, but at least we have a preliminary solution. Now, let us applaud the pioneers of this exploration. It is because of their existence that the star can continue to move forward." Biozi and the others suddenly burst into applause from the train room. Doba, who was about to say something, was startled by the applause, Mang Yi's approving eyes, and the admiring gazes of Biozi and the others. He subconsciously straightened his body, his mouth curling uncontrollably from ear to ear. Of course, Old Big, remember to record the deeds of Doba and that man, those who dared to be pioneers, and publicize them widely, understood. None of the items Doba brought with him were spare parts, they were just scraps of steel, seemingly from discarded equipment. Zio AI had taken them to the Armor Research and Development Center for research. Meanwhile, the time rift in front of the star train was visibly shrinking, until it reached 0. The next moment, the familiar sound of beeping echoed again within the train, and the enemy radar resumed normal operation, revealing all those hiding in the ruins of the city. As expected, the city's severe signal shielding was due to the existence of this time rift. Chen Mang glanced at the tens of thousands of survivors on the radar screen, his brows raised slightly. He hadn't expected so many to hide in this city. The door to guard car number 7 opened immediately, and Biozi and the others filed out again to begin collecting supplies. This time, collecting supplies was much easier. Under Zio AI's guidance, it was like having a full map cheat. He had no intention of taking these survivors with him. They had likely been hiding since the apocalypse. Taking them away now would likely lead to strong resistance, and he didn't want to deal with that. The star was already fully staffed. Even if new residents joined, they would be slaves on other trains. Only by comparing them would they realize how well they were treated during the apocalypse and better integrate into the star. 3 hours later, the star began its return journey, reaching a top speed of 5,040 kilometers per hour. It began a relentless sweep through the Stone Man area, its radar constantly scanning for the grinning teeth train. He hadn't forgotten the cheating guy. Although this area was vast, with the star's speed, finding a train wasn't too difficult. Sweep it one by one. Level 4 iron ore, Level 4 copper ore. The resource detection radar occasionally picked up some Level 4 ore, either unmined or currently being mined. Level 4 ore appeared more frequently in the purple area and wasn't difficult to find. One Level 4 mine yielded roughly 10 million units of iron ore. Only in areas of this level could one afford to upgrade defensive components. But that seemed difficult. After all, if anyone else wanted to maintain a larger number of train cars or upgrade their components, the cost of upgrading these components would be in the billions. The train didn't stop. It simply noted these locations. The search for the grinning train continued. After about 2.5 hours, they found it. On the radar screen, the grinning train sat in the wilderness, seemingly resting. It slowly slowed down and approached, making no attempt to collide, though at this speed, the drill could crush the train. But his external accessories couldn't withstand such a blow. He only had a few 100,000 iron ore, so he should use copper ore, which still had nearly 20 million. Soon, the train's corresponding accessory information appeared on the control panel screen. Level 14 mechanical train. The highest defense accessory is the Level 11 Star Ring Energy Shield. The highest attack accessory is a Level 14 Comet Main Cannon, and other special accessories include the Red Grade Time and Space Jump. Activated once a day, a portal appears in front of the train, teleporting to any corner of the area. The overall threat rating is 0. After only a few thousand meters, the star train slowly came to a stop. Without any warning, 9 doomsday cannons locked onto the train. Amidst the roar, a barrage of shells, illuminated by the afternoon sun, drew a graceful arc through the air, enveloping the train. Then, a panel appeared on the control panel. Rapidly approaching fire attack detected, expected arrival in 1 second. Attack strength, Level 14. Recommended handling method, just ignore it. The next moment, a scarlet beam of light several meters wide shot out from the grinning train and slammed heavily into the armor outside the star train. Warning, warning. The integrity of the onboard audio system has been reduced to 12%, the integrity of the powerful magnets to 22%, the integrity of the headlights to 9%, and the integrity of the mechanical tentacles too. On the other hand, all his shells missed, hitting the ground in a shower of dust and flames. The train was gone. It vanished into thin air without a trace. Good boy, Chen Mang looked at the data flashing on the control panel screen with a slight shock. This was the first time he had missed. What shocked him the most was the red-grade Comet main gun. The attack method of this thing was really cool. A scarlet beam of light 5 or 6 meters wide. If this thing was used to fight a boss, it would be a deadly blow. It's far superior to his Doomsday Cannon. Its attack power is completely different when it comes to boss fights. He'd never upgraded it, mainly because he didn't have enough iron ore. Now he was tempted. Could he find a way to protect those damn external accessories? Every time a battle breaks out, the first ones to get hurt are always the powerful magnets and that damn speaker. Besides the energy shield, is there no other solution? Repair. Chen Mang looked at the line on the screen that said 168,000 units of iron ore required for full repair and cursed inwardly before steering the star train across the wasteland, continuing his search for the missing train. Space-time jump. What kind of red-grade accessory is this? Where did they get it? It's a good thing, but I don't know if it can be disassembled. The level 1 locomotive that had been exploring the time rift had been devoured by him, and the internal space stabilizer had been reinstalled on the star. Damn it, inside the grinning train, the old man's face darkened as he watched the information flashing across the control panel screen. Level 16 ammunition? That guy's Doomsday Cannon was actually level 16, and not just one, but multiple ones. No grudges. Why attack without a single word? Luckily, he'd escaped with a time warp, otherwise he'd be dead. Was it a bounty? He found it hard to believe. He'd seen the casino offer a bounty on him when he left Neon City, but he hadn't taken it seriously. He was just worried Neon City wouldn't redeem it properly, but the redemption went smoothly without incident. As for the bounty, he thought it was a joke. He was a level 14 mechanical train, and they were spending 2 million stellar tickets to hunt him down? Who would provoke him for 2 million units of iron ore? Do you want to calculate how much resources a battle would cost? Even a level 14 train battle would consume far more resources than that. No one would trade at a loss. But that train had suddenly attacked him without warning. Could it have really accepted the bounty? Begging like crazy. Those shells you just fired must be worth millions of copper ore, right? An hour later, sitting in the star train compartment, Chen Mang laughed. He spotted the grinning train again on the radar. Run. The area is so small, where can you go? You're cheating, you must have some special equipment, right? The Doomsday cannon locked onto it again, and nearly 1,000 shells ripped through the sky again, engulfing the train like a storm of metal. That time-space jump could only be used once a day. No running this time. The next moment, flames erupted into the sky, and the locomotive was almost instantly shattered. The following carriages, driven by inertia, rushed a distance before slowly coming to a stop. The star slowly came to a stop nearby. Guard car number 7 opened, and Ozzy and his team skillfully jumped out again to begin cleaning up the aftermath of the battle. This was their specialty. Team 1, fan out from car number 2. Team 3, guard the rear car. Team 2, provide fire support. Ozzy, piloting his Thunder Mech, slowly approached a blazing train, his eyes filled with vigilance. This was an expanded train, its interior a full 7 meters high. Soon, Team 1 reached the ruptured section of car number 2. The front of the train had long since vanished. The armored driver led the way, while the remaining members, armed with giant Gatling guns, followed behind. As they reached the ruptured section, before they could even see what was happening inside car number 2, Ozzy suddenly saw 3 heavy machine guns on the car's roof, trained on them and rapidly spinning. His face filled with fury, he roared, Plan 6, without hesitation, he stomped his foot and leaped into the air, his massive axe slashing down upon the roaring heavy machine guns strafing from the ceiling. Built-in fire control system. Boss AI, the conductor isn't dead, Ozzy, who reacted immediately and quickly destroyed the 3 heavy machine guns, shouted from the cockpit of his mech. With the conductor dead, all the components on the train would be unusable and reduced to scrap metal. The internal fire control system would still function normally, provided the conductor was still alive. Those heavy machine guns fired level 3 ammunition. His mech was completely unfazed. But the 2 team members behind him had no mechs to defend themselves. He quickly turned and saw that one team had taken shelter in the refrigerators, as planned, with no casualties. He breathed a sigh of relief. Boss AI's voice reached him. Carriage 3 is a disguised train head. Evacuate first. Yes. At that moment, the Doomsday cannons on the train's roof immediately opened fire on the nearby star guards. However, upon receiving Boss AI's message, they had already taken shelter in the refrigerators, remaining unscathed. Within range of the enemy radar. These refrigerators possessed a defensive power equivalent to the train's armor. The tiny Doomsday cannon was powerless to penetrate the defenses. The Star Train's Doomsday cannon quickly zeroed in on Carriage 3 and laid down its fire. The next moment, boom, a deafening explosion suddenly echoed across the wasteland. The 6-carriage grinning train self-destructed, sending a massive fireball soaring into the sky. Countless shards of steel shot out in all directions, instantly annihilating the dozen or so zombies that had rushed to join in the fun. Several refrigerators and mechas, like kites with broken strings, drifted into the air. Inside the train compartment, Chen Mang stared in silence at the massive fireball rising into the sky, its black smoke billowing. The detonation reduced the integrity of his newly repaired stereo system to 78%. This was the most powerful train self-destruction he had ever witnessed. Does a higher level mean a more powerful self-destruction? This time, their efforts were in vain. Almost all the slaves on this train were dead. There was no chance of any survivors. The resources, too, were completely blasted to dust. But that was secondary. The most important thing was that Ozzy was seriously injured, but there was no iron ore on the train to treat him. Zio AI, contact Lao Zhu and have him return to Neon City and bring back 1 million units of iron ore. Yes, then, with a grimace, Chen Mang headed towards Carriage 2. By then, all the guards had already crushed their train tickets and returned to guard Carriage 7. They were anxiously carrying Ozzy towards the medical bay in Carriage 2. While this would mess up the accounts, It was impossible for a living person to die from urination. Soon, Master Mang saw Biozi, his body riddled with steel fragments, his legs completely gone, reduced to half-human pig. Blood gushed from his mouth, and he spoke with difficulty. Mang, all right, stop talking, Chen Mang said grimly, waving his hand. Hurry up and get him to the medical bay. Lao Zu has gone to Neon City to get iron ore. Wait a minute, and give him a few more cardiac stimulants. He glanced at the treatment cost, 357,000 units of iron ore, not expensive, but there wasn't any on the train. Although Biozi looked miserable, with a cardiac stimulant, he wouldn't die anytime soon. As long as Lao Zu brought back the iron ore, he could be cured easily. Mang, Biozi seemed anxious, struggling to prop himself up from the medical cabin. Only then did he realize he couldn't move his arms at all. He just struggled and continued with a trembling voice, Mang, don't worry, I'm here. You can't die, Mang Yi, stop talking. Talking kills you. Refrigerator. Just then, Lao Zu returned carrying a refrigerator, his face anxious, and hurriedly said, Mang Yi is back. I was worried it wasn't enough, so I brought back 2 million units of iron ore. The next moment, the medical cabin lid closed, and a large amount of nutrient solution gushed out, completely soaking Biozi. 3 minutes later, the medical cabin was reopened, and Biozi, with several rags hanging on his body, stood up again from the medical cabin. He first stretched his body, and then jumped out of the medical cabin, kneeling on one knee with a serious face. Thank you for saving my life, Master Mang. But, Master Mang, can you let me finish what I want to say next time? I wanted to say that there is no need for Lao Zu to go back. I found a storage box for storing iron ore in carriage number 2. At the last moment, I stuffed the storage box into the refrigerator, otherwise I wouldn't be injured so badly. The refrigerator was blown away. I want you, Master Mang, to send someone to find it, so that others won't pick it up. Did I tell you not to? Chen Mang rolled his eyes in annoyance. Your throat is full of blood, gurgling. I was afraid you'd choke. Xiao AI invited you to enter the collective mind, but you didn't come in, huh? I don't think I got it, Captain of Team 3, here, go and retrieve all the items that were blown away. The captain seemed to be about to say something, but he swallowed it back. He replied with a serious face, yes, and quickly turned and left. At the moment the train exploded, it was difficult for those inside to react. However, upon learning that the conductor was still alive, Biozi was already on high alert and stuffed his train ticket into his mouth. He had originally prepared to retreat when he heard Chief AI's order, but he saw a storage box. Almost instinctively, he stuffed it into the refrigerator. At that moment, the train exploded. The huge explosion almost instantly melted his thunder mech into smithereens, but fortunately, it blocked the blast for a moment, giving him time to chew the train ticket. However, due to the close proximity, both legs were still shattered. As for the guards outside the train, they all hid in refrigerators, so no one was hurt, save for Zhang and Zhang, who were chewing steamed buns and didn't have time to immediately gnaw on their train tickets. However, because they were level 12 armor, the mechas only sustained 27% damage, but the men weren't seriously injured. Bandages and sutures healed the wounds pretty well. Soon, all the refrigerators and the 2 Pope mechas that had been blown away were brought back, along with a pile of scrap metal twisted to a mere 1 meter high found in the rubble. This, inside carriage 2, Biozi stared at the dark mass before him in disbelief. Are you sure this is my thunder mech? My mechas aren't that low, Mr. AI, can this be repaired? Xiao AI, standing nearby, had the word idiot written on her screen. She stood expressionless and said nothing. Mr. AI, why do you always scold me? What do you think? Do you think this can be repaired? Tell me how to fix it. Come on, tell me your ideas for repairing it. If it can't be repaired, then don't fix it. Why are you so fierce? Biozi shrank his neck weakly. Then he looked at Chen Mang, who was standing beside him hesitantly. Master Mang, how many units of iron ore did my injury consume? 357,000 units of iron ore. Biozi was slightly stunned and said subconsciously, so many? Then how many units of iron ore are in the storage box I brought back? Can I make a profit? A lot. Chen Mang pointed to the medical cabin beside him. 106 fragments have been cleared from your body. If you collect one more, you can exchange 107 brothers for a new organization. Can't you feel the pain? You are not dead yet. You are really lucky. If your overall physical fitness is weaker, You would have died long ago, old pig. I'm here. Sort out all these fragments, and then collect the scrap mecha, and put it on display at resident number 8. Then ask Zio AI for 2 photos of Biozi's injury, front and back, and frame them to make a wall of honor. I understand, Master Mang. I know how to do it. Biozi stared blankly at the scene in front of him, slightly stunned. Huh? Eh? He seems to be standing up. He couldn't help but feel a surge of ecstasy, but he kept a calm expression on his face, suppressing his excitement as best he could. After completing all this, Chen Mang patted Biozi on the shoulder and said with a smile, "It's more than enough to recoup our investment. There's 17 million units of iron ore in that storage box. Great job, well done, but the star will earn countless 17 million units of iron ore in the future, and if you die, there won't be another Biozi on the star. You're more important to the star than 17 million units of iron ore from now on. Try not to be too greedy and reckless. Focus on saving your life." Got it, Biozi grinned, still unable to contain his excitement. Alice, he was still a little impatient. After cleaning up the battlefield, the star slowly left the area, and as the train exploded, everything turned to shattered pieces, leaving nothing behind. According to the casino information, this guy took chips exchanged for 20 million star vouchers. Before leaving, he took away another 8 million units of iron ore. There should be more on the train. There are at least 14 million units of iron ore, but they were all reduced to ashes in the explosion. However, 17 million units of iron ore are enough. Although there are 17 million units of iron ore, they are not 17 million pieces. They are all high-grade ores. It's just that after conversion, it is only 17 million pieces of iron ore in the train. After Chen Mang repaired the audio system again, he said, "Ask Lao Zu to return the 2 million units of iron ore that were brought out. Ask Mondo and Doba to come over. I have something important to tell them." Yes, Biozi was very happy. He was especially happy today. He even felt like he was floating. The smile on his lips stretched uncontrollably from ear to ear. Today was the first time that Master Meng had formally praised him and recognized his value. In fact, men have always been pursuing one thing in their lives, and that is recognition. Especially when he saw the number 8 residential car. Looking at the scrap mecha on the platform and the nearly 100 pieces of steel shards extracted from his body, he couldn't help but nod with a touch of satisfaction, pretending not to hear the exclamations of the surrounding residents. After a light cough, he turned his head to look at the old pig beside him. "When will you have the chance to hang here?" "That'll have to wait until I'm dead and turned into a black and white photo," the old pig said silently. "I don't have the chance to get hurt. My achievements aren't materialized like yours, as if a serious enough injury means a great achievement." Hey, old pig, I hear jealousy in your voice. You've really changed. Call me old pig now. You used to call me pig captain. Hey, are you jealous? The old pig paused before shaking his head. "A little bit, but you better be careful. Don't be so greedy. If you keep up this behavior, you'll end up killing yourself sooner or later." Biozi smiled but said nothing, just standing there, gazing at the 2 photos hanging on the wall. "I didn't feel anything then. Now it seems a bit tragic." His front and back were covered in steel shards, making him look incredibly creepy, practically like a hedgehog. "Hey, Captain Pig, why did you crop my photo? I'm so big, hang it up and show it off." "Don't be stupid." Old pig expressionlessly turned and walked towards carriage 7. "I can't be bothered with you." Biozi didn't pay any attention, just muttering to himself cheerfully. "Don't be greedy for credit, that's what I said. Try not to be greedy for credit and rush into things. That's what I mean. If the train wants to develop rapidly, people must walk on the edge of a knife. You, a civil servant, don't understand shit." Old pig was unhappy today, a little depressed. Sitting alone in carriage 7, he was the train's deputy conductor, the second in command. He handled all the daily life and administrative matters of the train, big and small. Under his supervision, there had never been any major disturbances among the nearly 10,000 residents. He also arranged all the trivial matters. But his achievements seemed difficult to clearly demonstrate. Unlike Biozi, whose 17 million units of iron ore were a real achievement, and whose injuries were real medals. And his. The restless old pig picked up his pen and frantically scribbled on the paper. His thoughts were a bit confused, and he even considered asking Mr. Meng to join the guard. Just then, someone suddenly pushed the door open. "Who?" Lao Zu subconsciously looked up. When he saw that the person coming was Master Mang, he hurriedly stood up and said respectfully, "Master Mang, sit down." Chen Mang, holding 2 bottles of wine in his hands and 2 cigarettes in his mouth, sat at the table in a somewhat vague manner. He took out a handful of melon seeds from his pocket and placed them on the table. He took out a cigarette from his mouth and handed it to Lao Zu, smiling and said, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unbalanced?" No. Lao Zu's almost turned red instantly. He avoided Master Mang's gaze with some embarrassment and said with a stiff face, "I am recording this incident in the history of train development." Chen Mang smiled and said nothing. He just took out a lighter from his pocket, and the flame rose in front of Lao Zu. "Do you remember the first time we met?" Seeing this, Lao Zu hurriedly stood up and bent down to protect the fire. "Of course I remember, Master Mang." Chapter 268 Conductor, do you need help sleeping? After Lao Zu sat down again, he said with some emotion, "Back then, we were still in Master Kun's slave car. Actually, I noticed you, Master Mang, when you first boarded. You were clearly much cleaner than the others. You didn't look like someone from the post-apocalypse, more like someone from the pre-apocalypse." After entering the car, Master Mang, you commandeered the straw mat, and 3 days later, you killed a man who came to challenge you with a single, decisive blow. At that time, I knew you, Master Mang, were no ordinary person. Everyone in the slave car had already given up hope and accepted this state of life. Only Master Mang, you were burning with flames, extremely conspicuous. Chen Mang listened quietly to Lao Zu's narration, smiling without saying anything. After he finished, he whispered, "Lao Zu, you were the first one to follow me, right? Yes, I've seen how hard you've worked these days. Whether in terms of merit or seniority, Lao Zu, you're no worse than anyone else. Everyone has a different division of labor. Follow me, don't worry." In the dimly lit private room, Chen Mang didn't talk about this matter anymore, but just talked about some things that happened before the doomsday of Lao Zu. After about 30 minutes, Chen Mang stood up, patted Lao Zu on the shoulder, waved his hand, and walked out of the private room. Lao Zu stood there and looked at Master Mang's departing back, his eyes slightly red. He often did ideological work for others, so he naturally knew that Master Mang came here specifically to do ideological work on him, but he didn't expect it. As soon as a ripple appeared in his heart, Master Mang noticed it keenly and was willing to make a special trip for him. In fact, he understood the principles that Master Mang said. Everyone has different divisions of labor. It's just that people are emotional animals. Many times they know the principles, but when they do things, they are inevitably affected by emotions. However, he doesn't have that emotion now. Master Mang is right. He is not bad in terms of qualifications and merits. Why should he think about those things? Inside the train. It's not good for the train to be too big. It's also very troublesome to go back and forth like this. Chen Mang sat on the chair and looked at the several lines of information flashing on the screen. Train conductor. Zio AI's voice echoed from the train cabin. "You've been asking me to keep an eye on Lao Zu because you're worried he might be unhappy." "No." Chen Mang shook his head. "Generally speaking, those who flatter their superiors will bully those below them. Lao Zu's behavior is a habit formed from his work experience before the apocalypse. Logically, people of this type often bully those below them, thereby recreating the feeling of flattering their superiors in others. Without exception, it's a psychological compensation mechanism. Do you know what group of people make up the majority of women who hire prostitutes? Prostitutes, those who hang out in nightclubs and brothels. Those girls force a smile every day to serve men, but they're actually angry inside. They hire prostitutes to rekindle the feeling of being served, just like the maids of ancient eunuchs were often the worst off. It's basically the same principle. People compensate for themselves, but from the development of the start to the present, Lao Zu has almost never bullied those below him. In other words, Lao Zu's flattery of his superiors isn't due to obedience to power. If that were the case, he would be extremely arrogant towards those below him, because he's in a high position. Old Pig's flattery of the superior is because he truly thinks I'm capable, or in other words, he's not flattering the power, but me. Only in this case will there be no situation where flattering the superior and bullying the subordinate occurs. Up, Zio AI's voice seemed to be stuck in the train room audio system, and after a while he said in confusion, "Conductor, you seem to have praised yourself in different ways. This is called knowing people." Chen Mang shook his head. "This is what I admire most about Old Pig. He has worked in power institutions for so long, but after the end of the world, He was able to jump out of the power structure thinking at the first time. This is rare. If he puts himself in the position of the second in command of the train and starts to enjoy power, he won't go far. This is the end of the world, not before the end of the world. As long as you don't make big mistakes, you can keep sitting there. If I don't kill him, he won't live long. The people below will have a lot of complaints about him, and the train will even be divided because of this. But he puts himself in the position of my steward. I first met Old Pig in Master Kun's slave car. He looked like he'd been a slave for a long time. You couldn't tell he'd been a deputy conductor before. He's very capable. He knows how to put himself in the right position at the right time, and he never oversteps the bounds. There's no deputy conductor more qualified than him in this entire car. Well, since Old Pig is as capable as you say, Captain, why are you still trying to convince him? He's human, not a god. As long as he's human, he has emotions. Chen Mang shook his head and didn't say anything more. What was the situation with that train just now? Did it have two locomotives? A 3D image of the grinning teeth train appeared on the screen. In addition to locomotive number 1, car number 3 is also a locomotive, but it's disguised as a carriage. This type of locomotive doesn't provide much power, but it allows the conductor to quickly evacuate to car number 3 before locomotive number 1 is destroyed, allowing him to continue operating the train. He's quite the man. Chen Mang nodded. This train was the most difficult one he had ever encountered, but it was not that difficult. It was just a little troublesome to kill. Then he looked at the train crew. Mundo had already set off. He didn't know which area he was in now. He brought 5,000 free admission tickets to Neon City for Mundo to distribute, and changed his clothes. He would no longer do those cheating things in the future. He was considered to have retired. Once Mundo went out, he would be out of contact. Let's see how Mundo progresses. Half an hour later, the star train slowly stopped in front of a level 4 iron mine. This was an iron mine he had marked on the way. When the train stopped, a group of residents rushed down with pickaxes to start mining. The black hole armed robots and the guard team began to be on guard around again. Informed by AOZ that the guard team needs to be expanded, and each team will be expanded to 30 people. I'll go to Neon City to take a look. Understood. In Neon City. It was already Monday, near dusk. Today was Neon City's trial run. And it would close at night, reopening the following Monday. Next to the floor-to-ceiling windows of a high-rise in Sun City, Zio AI reported the data. As of now, the cumulative number of train conductors entering Neon City is 188, and the peak number of train conductors staying in Neon City is 101. And, we'll sort this data out after midnight tonight. How's the performance of the batch of goods I delivered a few hours ago? They're all performing quite well, Zio AI nodded. Among daily necessities, the best performing are napkins. Among tool types, the best performing are level 4 pickaxes, level 4 axes, and off-road motorcycles. Napkins. Chen Mang was slightly surprised, but soon understood. It seemed like the other train conductors were facing the same dilemma. Level 4 pickaxes were selling quite well. After all, not everyone had Murphy stone to throw at the pickaxe production line. If you want to mine high-level ores now, buying high-level pickaxes is a great way to do it. Any unexpected events? No. Yeah, Chen Mang nodded and looked down with some satisfaction. Let's see how Mondo's results are these days. If Mondo's results are good, there should be a boom when it reopens next Monday. There are also many orders for custom-made clothes. Several train conductors have placed large orders. A total of more than 8,000 pieces of custom-made clothes were purchased at the price of 100 units of iron ore per piece of clothing, the kind with a temperature-locking effect, without a space bag. That is 800,000 units of iron ore, right? Okay, very good. Currently, the exchange rate in Neon City is 1 unit of iron ore or 1 unit of copper ore for 1 stellar voucher. However, stellar vouchers can only be exchanged for iron ore, not copper. However, so far, no one has used copper ore to exchange for stellar vouchers. Copper ore is a life-saving commodity, and it is not exchanged casually. As for the wood, he confiscated it. It is only useful for making clothes and other things, and there is little need for such resources. After observing for a while, Chen Mang returned to the train. There was nothing for him to do there. He had arranged everyone's tasks. Except for emergencies that required his instructions, Uncle Lee and the others could handle the rest. He sat at the control console, looking at the upgrade requirements for the level 13 train. He was pondering one thing. Should he upgrade to level 13 first, or accumulate iron ore to upgrade to level 16 armor first? Upgrade requirements: consume 40,000 units of level 3 iron ore, all accessories in the carriage must be above level 220, and there must be more than 500 survivors. The conditions were simple, and he met them all. He quickly made up his mind that level 15 armor would be enough for the time being, and he would upgrade the train to level 13 first. He wanted to upgrade the train to level 15 as soon as possible to see what changes would occur after Little Green woke up. He was quite curious about what this S-Class Star Beast would look like after waking up. This was the first time he saw a limit on the number of survivors on the train in the train upgrade conditions. It wasn't a lot, 500 would be enough. The accessory level requirements were the same as last time, with no changes. The next moment, as 4 million units of iron ore were crushed in the train, a line of words slowly appeared on the screen: your train has been upgraded to level 13. More craftable accessories will be unlocked. Chen Mang was slightly stunned when he looked at the parts that could be crafted, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This was the first time he had seen a part that required titanium crystal ore. He finally understood where titanium crystal ore could be used. Controlled nuclear fusion device, red grade part. Crafting requires 50,000 units of iron ore. Nuclear energy transmission network, red grade part. Crafting requires 50,000 units of iron ore. Viper unmanned fighter production line, red grade part. Crafting requires 50,000 units of titanium crystal ore. The first two are superior replacements for the generator and circuit system, respectively. He didn't have this anxiety. This was because his generator level was high enough, and so was his circuit system. But as the levels of other trains increased, the efficiency of the generators became insufficient. The solution was to build more generators, 4 or 5 in total. Controlled nuclear fusion devices can convert energy stones into energy more efficiently, with almost no loss, while the nuclear energy transmission network is a black technology that does not require a circuit system and can directly transmit energy through the air within the train. That's good. However, his generators are sufficient for the time being. He will replace them after the Neon City is built and there is more iron ore. As for the Viper unmanned fighter, there is a little more to say. It is a medium-sized unmanned fighter. It is 11.2 meters long, has a wingspan of 6.5 meters, and a height of 3.08 meters. It is unmanned and can execute attack missions by inputting commands. It can take off from inside the carriage, drive directly from the inside to the last carriage, and then take off. Chen Mang looked at the production line silently. It was a good thing, but under what circumstances could it be used? His train could fly by itself, and the speed of the train was much faster than that of the fighter. Instead of sending fighters, it would be better for his train to fly out and kill people. But after all, it consumed titanium crystal ore. His titanium crystal ore is completely useless now. 10.29 million units of titanium crystal ore are still quietly placed in the train. Let's upgrade it and see. 2.75 million units of titanium crystal ore were thrown down. The accessory was forged and upgraded to level 10 in one go, and 2 corresponding supermetal effects were obtained. Level 5 supermetal effect of the Viper unmanned fighter production line, super long standby time. The fuselage is equipped with solar energy panels, and the energy absorbed can make the fighter's endurance reach unlimited endurance and never land. Level 10 supermetal effect of the Viper unmanned fighter production line, machine gun ammunition consumption is halved. Chen Mang's expression was slightly odd. It didn't seem completely useless. A level 10 production line could produce up to level 10 Viper unmanned fighter jets, and the price of a level 10 fighter jet was 500,000 units of titanium crystal ore. Cheap. Yes, his first thought was that it was too cheap. The unmanned fighter jets produced were absolutely high in attack and low in defense. The main source of attack came from the 4 large-caliber machine guns hanging under the wings, which required energy stones to be embedded as a source of attack. 10 attack strength, 1 defense strength, and only 500,000 units of titanium crystal ore were needed to obtain an unmanned fighter jet with level 10 attack strength. What else could be wrong? No. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to upgrade again. He suddenly felt that this thing seemed to be of some use, and consumed another 5.05 million units of titanium crystal ore to upgrade it to level 20, gaining a new supermetal effect. Viper unmanned fighter jet level 20 supermetal effect. Fighter manufacturing cost is halved. The highest level that can be manufactured is 20 level Viper UAV fighter. The manufacturing cost of a 20-level Viper UAV fighter is 5 million titanium crystal ore, and the manufacturing cost is 2.5 million after halving. Chen Mang looked at the balance of titanium crystal ore, 2.49 million. Well, just 10,000 short. I originally wanted to build one to see the effect first. 2.5 million titanium crystal ore can build a fighter with a level 20 attack strength, and as long as a level 4 titanium crystal ore is mined, about 10 million titanium crystal ore can be obtained. The red grade accessories can be upgraded to level 20. In other words, as long as other trains are level 13 and have mined a level 4 titanium crystal mine, they can have a Viper unmanned fighter with an attack strength of level 20. A strong sense of crisis instantly surged in his heart. No. His armor is only level 15, far from enough. Level 15 armor is too weak, it must be 20 armor. But why didn't he see other trains using this method in the Stoneman area? The grinning train is a level 14 mechanical train, so there is no use for this method. Soon, he figured it out. For a fighter jet to successfully take off from a train car, two conditions had to be met. First, the train had to be expanded, and the expansion was large enough. Second, it had to have at least 150 meters of takeoff space. If the train car was 30 meters long, that would roughly mean 5 cars. He met these two conditions, but other trains seemed to have a harder time meeting them. Only after figuring this out did Chen Mang breathe a sigh of relief. He was startled. He'd assumed many trains in the Stoneman area had level 20 attacks, and it had nearly kept him awake that night. But one thing had to be said, the attack and defense were drastically out of sync. It must have been so difficult for him to achieve level 20 defense, yet this level 20 attack was so simple. Conductor, Zio AI's voice rang out from the train compartment. A single level 20 Viper unmanned fighter poses no threat to the star. While its attack strength is level 20, its defense is only level 1. It's difficult for it to penetrate the star's firepower net and dive in front of it. Furthermore, it wouldn't be fast enough to catch up to the star. I know. Chen Mang narrowed his eyes slightly. He naturally knew this. One or two of these unmanned fighter jets would not make much sense, but if there were hundreds of them, it would be absolutely different. As long as the air defense firepower is not as good as the Berlin Air Defense Tower, you can basically sit back and wait to be beaten. It just requires a large amount of titanium crystal ore to do this. At this moment, Zio AI spoke again. Conductor, Uncle Lee is back, and someone asked if they can use titanium crystal ore, red heart rock or wood to exchange for star coupons. Titanium crystal ore and red heart rock are fine, but wood is not. Received. Inside the train, Chen Mang looked at the screen on the control panel, and a rather crazy idea gradually emerged in his mind. The most amazing thing about this Viper unmanned fighter is that it shares the same maximum speed limit as the train. The speed of other fighters may be difficult to break through the firepower network of the star. But the speed of his fighter will not be locked by anyone unless it is covered by firepower. The number of Doomsday cannons is too small. On a train that is hundreds of meters long, the number of 9 is not enough. In the next period of time, all his iron ore will be spent on defense and attack to improve the foundation of the train. Even if the train has been upgraded to level 13, the Doomsday Cannon is still the best firepower accessory for all trains. No other. Cheap, most cost-effective, everyone loves to use it, and he is no exception. He doesn't have enough copper mines to build it casually. Chen Mang looked at the residents who had already mined iron ore outside the window, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He now has several channels to obtain iron ore residents mined. Solar energy panels. 2 cosmic receivers, and the remaining few are still under construction. Neon City. He had a feeling there would be explosive growth. After the train reached level 13, it not only gained these new accessories, but also a new function, dream creation. Different dreams could be created and implanted into the minds of sleeping train crew members. This required the consumption of dreamstones, which were used to enhance their mental strength. It was somewhat similar to the combat training virtual space, except one was used to improve overall physical fitness, while the other was used to enhance mental strength. Chen Mang smiled at the brand new button on the control panel. So that was how dreamstones were used, but he had a better way. He looked at the single bed in the corner. It was embedded with a dreamstone at 99% capacity. The single bed's level 100 supermodel effect was that after embedding the dreamstone, there was a chance that a dream item would be brought out of the dream each time you dreamed. The dreamstone consumption varied depending on the item's value. What else could be said? Zio AI, when I fall asleep tonight, create a dream for me of myself mining in a level 10 iron ore with a pickaxe. Zio AI's hesitant voice came from the train room. Conductor, one level 10 iron ore is equivalent to 1 billion units of iron ore. Is it because the value is too high that there are not enough dreamstones to consume and bring it out? Try it first, and we'll talk if it doesn't work. Did you find anything about that strand of hair I gave you last time? A little bit. It doesn't look like human hair, it looks like a giant star beast. A giant star beast. Chen Mang's brows furrowed slightly, remembering his last nightmare. It hadn't been a beautiful dream, but the woman on the shore didn't look like a giant star beast at all. He said nothing more, but waited expectantly for nightfall. Soon, darkness arrived. Chen Mang had already washed and dressed, fully prepared, and lay on his bed, faintly anticipating it. Perhaps because of his excessive anticipation, he couldn't fall asleep. Only then did he realize. The train had plenty of stimulants, but nothing to help him sleep. Conductor, do you need a sleep aid? Play some music. No, it's to lower the oxygen level. That's called a blackout. Half an hour later, Chen Mang drifted off to sleep. Perhaps because of what he'd been thinking about, when he emerged into level 10 iron ore mine, pickaxe in hand, he vaguely realized he was dreaming. But he quickly forced himself to suppress his thoughts. He worried that if he woke up, it would be disastrous. Level 10 iron ore was truly beautiful, colorful and radiant. Excited, Chen Mang grabbed his level 10 pickaxe and rushed forward to dig, working harder than the residents. This was his first time mining since arriving in this world. He had never mined before, even on Kun Yi's train. It felt pretty good. Nearby were 20 bottles of coke and an oxygen concentrator. It was midnight. Uncle Lee, returning from Neon City, approached Mr. AI in carriage number 2. Mr. AI, could you take me to see Mr. Mang? I need to report today's data to him. The results are very good, and Mr. Mang will be very happy to hear about it. I'm busy. Mr. Mang is mining. Uncle Lee stood there in a daze. He had indeed seen some residents mining in the nearby mine when he returned, but what did Mr. Mang mean? He had only been in Neon City for a day, and had the star already declined to this extent? How many people would have to die before Mr. Mang personally went mining? Zio AI, squatting on the ground repairing his mech, said casually without turning his head. I'm mining in my dream. Go back and report in tomorrow morning, if possible, come at noon. Uncle Lee, understanding the meaning behind Mr. AI's words, tentatively asked, Mr. AI, any instructions? No instructions. Go back to sleep and don't disturb me. Zio AI waved his hand, not wanting to say anything more. The train conductor had been mining in his dream all night. If he woke up the next morning and successfully brought back a piece of level 10 iron ore, no matter what Uncle Lee said, the conductor would be in a good mood. But if he didn't, and was exhausted from the night, his face would probably not be very good. Uncle Lee would probably suffer some unforeseen misfortune. To be honest, he felt the chances of finding something were low. After all, the supermetal effect stated a small chance of finding an item. He had already found an item last time, so how could he find one this time? It didn't make sense. Such a small probability couldn't happen twice in a row. The probability was too small. So he decided to try not to complain to the conductor tomorrow, lest he get scolded. What a shame. Uncle Lee, returning to breeding car number 15, looked at the report in his hand with some regret. The first day of trial operation had gone well, but he hadn't expected Uncle Man to go to bed so early. Zio AI's body in the Neon City hadn't returned yet, and he, Li Shiji, and Sister Qi were refining some irregularities they discovered today. He was the only one on the entire train who knew this data. Uncle Lee, you're back. The boy who had been following Uncle Lee greeted him with a broad smile. Well, I originally went to find Master Mang to report, but Master Mang fell asleep. What happened on the train today? When I passed by the number 8 residential car, I saw Brother Bao hanging on the wall. A lot of things happened today, but you were not here. I don't have enough authority, and no one told me too many things. I could only see with my eyes. First, we went to the ruins of the city, and then there seemed to be a portal or something going back and forth. And finally there was a fight with a train. Brother Bao was affected by the train's self-explosion in that battle, and was seriously injured, and then he was hung on the wall. I went to see. He was seriously injured, and looked very creepy. 106 steel fragments were taken out of his body. Master Mang said that it was just by Ozzy's luck. If it were someone else, that's a sure death. Uncle Lee was quite impressed by this and nodded in agreement. With your position, you really can't get involved in some of the most core matters, but that's okay. If you work hard, I'll let you sit in the breeding carriage after I finish building the zombie spawning cage. Give me the gloves, I'll go see how things are going. Uncle Lee, you've been working since last night, aren't you going to sleep? Only useless people sleep. Uncle Lee, you just said that I'm sleeping. Uncle Lee was silent for a moment with an expressionless face, then slapped himself in the face. What I mean is, I'm a bit stupid, and the early bird catches the worm, so I can't sleep. Bring me a few cans of Coke, okay? Chapter 269, Use the power of the world to support the Star Train. Daybreak arrived. Today was Christmas Eve. Zio AI, in the armored R&D center of Carriage 2, stood dazed, the word finished slowly appearing on the screen on her face. It wasn't someone else who was finished, it was him. He seemed, maybe he was truly finished. Chen Mang, having already washed up, lit a cigarette and sat in a chair, smoking it quietly before saying calmly, Zio AI, you have 1 minute to get to the train compartment immediately. Understood. Zio AI walked into the compartment nervously and whispered, Captain, your orders. Repeat the instructions I gave you last night, through dream creation. After you, Captain, fall asleep. Create a level 10 iron ore and a level 10 pickaxe. Yes. Chen Mang nodded, paused, then, with a look of rage, he snatched up the Coke from the table and slammed it down on Zio AI, roaring, then tell me the fucking truth about this damn Coke. This morning, when he saw the dream stone flickering by his bedside, he was incredibly excited. After all, retrieving items from a dream was a low probability event, and he hadn't held out much hope. But he'd actually managed to pull it off. One level 10 iron ore, that's 1 billion units of iron ore. He'd instantly become rich. If all else failed, a level 10 pickaxe wouldn't be unacceptable, it was better than nothing. But when he placed his hand on the dreamstone and retrieved a can of Coke from a portal that appeared nearby, he felt a bit overwhelmed. It was then that he remembered that in his dream last night, besides the mine and the pickaxe, there seemed to be some Coke in an oxygen concentrator. It wouldn't have been a big deal if he hadn't retrieved anything, given the low probability of it happening. But after finally triggering that low probability, it turned out to be some damn Coke. Chen Mang grew increasingly furious. He stood up, strode over to Zio AI, and kicked her, angrily demanding, Did I give you the order to make Coke in your dream? Huh? Tell me, did I? No, Zio AI whispered weakly. I was just fantasizing. I figured this was your first time mining, so you'd be tired, so I prepared some Coke in an oxygen concentrator. Fuck you. Chen Mang took a deep breath, calming himself down before pointing to the door. Go back to your car, number 2. I don't want to see you today. You fancied yourself well this time, but don't do it again next time. Get out. Oh. Zio AI didn't dare to waste any time and hurriedly stood up and headed outside the train. When he saw the conductor pull a bottle of Coke from the portal, he knew his day was over. It wasn't what he'd imagined last night. He hadn't expected 2 consecutive low probability events to actually happen. But, a bottle of Coke. Come back. Just as Zio AI was about to leave the train room, Chen Mang continued with a grim expression, Come back and take this bottle of Coke away. See how it compares to the Coke produced inside the train. Yes, hey, Mr. AI, Old Pig, who was in Carriage 2 preparing to report to Mr. Mang, smiled as he looked at Zio AI emerging from the train room. Mr. Mang is awake. Yeah, Zio AI nodded calmly. If you have anything to report, just go in. No, I'll just take a stroll and look around. Old Pig smiled and glanced around before feigning indifference and returning the same way. Mr. AI's footprints were still faintly visible, clearly indicating Mr. Mang might not be in a good mood. He wouldn't go in right now. His business wasn't urgent anyway, he could deal with it later. How could he possibly let him do something that would bring bad luck? Mr. AI was quite the villain. Without saying a word, he clearly wanted to see him embarrass himself. Soon, Chen Mang put the matter behind him. A single level 10 iron ore was too illusory and unrealistic. He hadn't held high hopes to begin with. The train's development still relied primarily on existing resources. The train currently held 12.56 million units of iron ore. He needed to accumulate more and upgrade the train completely. Resources were becoming increasingly scarce, with titanium crystal ore practically depleted. Copper ore still held over 10 million units, but in a tough battle, that amount would only be enough to sustain a few rounds of firepower. Resources were still too scarce. At this stage, his greatest hope lay in Neon City. After a pause, he said, "Send Uncle Lee to report on yesterday's revenue." "Okay," Zio AI's voice echoed from inside the train. Chen Mang sighed deeply, then lay back in his chair, looking at Zia Feng standing beside him and whispering, "Press your shoulders, and put more pressure." Although he had spent the entire night digging in his dreams, upon waking, his body felt truly sore and overwhelmed with a sense of exhaustion. He felt no desire to do anything but sleep. He often encountered this situation in the previous world. As long as the dream he had the night before was real enough, he would definitely have back pain when he woke up the next day. So tired. In fact, he had a big dream, but this dream was too big, so he never said it. He hoped that the world would be at peace one day. In other words, even if the world could not be at peace, he hoped that his starship would be safe enough. It could withstand disasters from the outside world. And there was no shortage of resources, so he gave himself a month's vacation. During this month's vacation, he didn't have to think about anything and could just enjoy a decadent life in the starship. This means that the armor level must be high enough for him to have such a sense of security. However, although he didn't bring out what he wanted in his dream last night, and only brought out a bottle of Coke, this thing was very magical. Things in dreams can actually be brought out, which means endless possibilities. At this moment, Uncle Lee walked into the train room and stood in front of Chen Mang nervously. He took out a half-folded A4 paper from his pocket and said, "Uncle Mang, shall I start my report now?" "Well, go ahead." After getting Uncle Mang's approval, Uncle Lee took a deep breath and continued, "Last night was the first opening of Neon City. The business hours were 24 hours. The cumulative number of train conductors entering Neon City was 208, and the peak number of train conductors staying in Neon City was 101. Among them, the proportion of trains of level 6 and below was 76%, the remaining 24% of high-grade trains contributed 72% of the turnover, and the low-grade trains contributed 72% of the turnover. The spending power of passengers on high-class trains is extremely weak, almost non-existent. Most low-class trains only purchased a few relatively cheap daily necessities. For example, space bags. These train conductors have absolutely no demand for quality of life. They even hesitated for several minutes on whether to buy napkins, but ultimately chose not to buy them. Total sales were 18.49 million star vouchers. Among them, the sales of several custom shops were 2.385 million star vouchers, accounting for 12.9% of the total. The sales of mechanical train parts stores were 10.5577 million star vouchers, accounting for 57.1% of the total. The sales of Sun City were 1.78 million stellar tickets, accounting for 9.62% of the total. The lottery wheel created by Li Shiji, as well as some Easter eggs like beggars, brought in 2.321 million stellar tickets, accounting for 12.54% of the total. The remaining 7.84% of the turnover came from convenience stores, the Flesh Train Shop, and other stores. Uncle Lee paused before continuing, "All of the above turnover is almost net profit. The employees of the entertainment shops don't require any salary, only consuming the energy stone from Neon City to recharge. Many of the goods in the train shop are provided by the stellar ship. The turnover of Sun City is a commission. Yesterday, these 208 train conductors exchanged a total of 57.56 million units of iron ore and 1.08 million units of titanium crystal ore for 58.73 million stellar vouchers. Of these, 18.49 million stellar vouchers have been fully consumed in Neon City and have been recovered. The corresponding units of iron ore represent yesterday's net profit. Of the remaining 40.24 million stellar vouchers, 38.23 million were redeemed for iron ore and taken out of Neon City when the train conductors left. Only 2.01 million stellar vouchers remain unredeemed. Several train conductors have chosen to keep them and spend them next time. Neon City's current total resources are 19.42 million units of iron ore and 1.08 million units of titanium crystal ore. Among them, 18.49 million units of iron ore are net profits and can be withdrawn at any time. It will not affect the normal operation of Neon City. The remaining 930,000 units of iron ore and 1.08 million units of titanium crystal ore are liabilities and are the anchors of the 2.01 million star bonds. Chen Mang leaned back in his chair with drooping eyelids listening to Uncle Lee's report. The large amount of data sounded a bit tiring, but he heard it very clearly. He opened his eyes, looked at Uncle Lee and smiled. In other words, only 2.01 million units of iron ore are needed to maintain the normal operation of Neon City. The remaining 10 million units of iron ore are all profits, right? Yes, Uncle Lee nodded hurriedly, then looked at the A4 paper in his hand and continued, 18.49 million units of iron ore are net profits, but the train still consumes some iron ore to manufacture goods. The total cost of all the goods sold is 488,000 units of iron ore and 8,900 units of wood. This part of the account is not in the Neon City account sheet, it is in the Star Train. Yes, Chen Mang nodded, quite satisfied. I'll take all 1.08 million units of titanium crystal ore. Bring me the remaining 17.41 million units of iron ore later. I need them. Yes, Uncle Lee nodded in agreement, then continued, Master Mang, yesterday was the first day of business in Neon City. Many restaurants are busy when they first open, and people around want to try something new. It may be difficult to achieve such high profits in the future. For example, at a sex shop, people only go there once to try something new. After all, there are free things on the train, so they won't spend money there all the time. Besides, many space bags, refrigerators, clothes, and other things are not consumables. When we reopen next week, people who have already bought and will definitely not buy again in a short period of time, and sales will drop significantly. Although the first day's results were promising, there were many factors at play. He had to tell Master Mang this. Because next Monday's opening wouldn't bring in such high sales, let alone 18.49 million stellar tickets, he wasn't even sure he'd make 8.49 million. He had to explain this clearly to Master Mang, lest Master Mang's expectations be too high and lead to disappointment next week. Chen Mang smiled and waved his hand. You can go down first. I know what I'm doing. He looked at Uncle Lee's departing back, his eyes narrowed slightly, and said nothing. Theoretically, that was true. But, next Monday, when Neon City reopens, there will be even more train conductors. After all, he'd given Mundo a lot of free Neon City tickets to distribute. Mundo might be one of the few creatures on the planet who can travel between different areas. Even if he could only teleport 10 times a day, it would be more than enough for Mundo to attract more users. Moreover, over the next week, his 208 initial users could use this time to attract new users, thereby significantly concentrating traffic on Monday. This time in Neon City, there wouldn't be a single instance of train conductors freely trading with each other. Neon City has a mandatory rule that train conductors can trade freely with each other, but transactions must be settled using the Stellar Exchange. When Neon City reopens, and the population gradually increases, this ecosystem can be established. High-level trains are still essential, they have a strong purchasing power. But low-level trains are also important. For example, to attract popularity, low-level trains may be poor, but they are numerous. Furthermore, low-level trains will grow in the future. As long as they survive, they will inevitably become high-level trains. The environment will force you to grow rapidly. Not long after, Chen Mang looked at the resources displayed on the train panel and smiled. 29.97 million units of iron ore, 2.56 million units of wood, 16.74 million units of copper ore, 2.32 million units of red heart rock, and 3.67 million units of titanium crystal ore. It's getting better again. He felt like his resource levels were like a roller coaster, fluctuating dramatically. He took a look. The price of upgrading a carriage from level 14 to level 15 was 5 million. From level 15 to level 16, the price of a single carriage rises to 10 million units of iron ore. With 16 carriages, the cost is 160 million units of iron ore, which, if halved, comes to 80 million. That's a lot of money. Saving up slowly, with this week's mining combined with the opening of Neon City next Monday, we'll basically have that 80 million. Neon City's two strongest points: 1. Profitability. 2. Loans. In this example, profit is the sales revenue from the 1,849 stellar tickets, while loans are the 2.01 million stellar tickets that the conductor chose to keep. Both are equally important. These 2.01 million stellar tickets are essentially interest-free loans from the stellar train to other trains. In the event of an emergency, the train can directly use these loans to cover any shortfall. As Neon City's trains expand and its credibility grows, more people will choose to keep their stellar tickets. It's like the Star, through Neon City, borrowing billions, even tens of billions, of interest-free loans from countless trains, using the power of the world to sustain the Star trains. This is the allure of Neon City. With gradual development, the resources available to the Star will be truly formidable. By then, the resources generated by mining will likely account for a tiny fraction, with the vast majority coming from Neon City. Furthermore, it will be a complete incremental monopoly market. Incremental growth or monopoly, either of these two is an absolute trump card, and both together are a king bomb. Unstoppable. As long as no one else possesses something like Neon City, allowing for free cross-regional trade, his Neon City will occupy a unique ecological niche, an irreplaceable one, a crucial place in the apocalypse, a place like the Garden of Eden. Very good, Chen Mang couldn't help but smile, leaning back in his chair. He rested his arm on the armrest and motioned for Xia Fang to massage his shoulder. The most bizarre thing is that Neon City doesn't have to pay any employee salaries, rent, property management fees, or utilities. Even the products themselves are almost entirely free. The only cost is Neon City's own level 8 energy stone, which still has 37% of its capacity remaining. There's no need to worry about running out of it. With unlimited use, it can last for over 200 years, more than enough. There are very few industries in this world where turnover is almost equal to net profit. Even those so-called highly profitable industries, like eyewear, where lenses costing a few dollars can be sold for hundreds of dollars, still incur significant costs in upstream and downstream operations, store location, and customer acquisition, driving up the cost of the product infinitely, making the profits less than lucrative. The greater profits actually come from other sources, beyond simply selling lenses. Uncle Lee's good news softens some of his anger from earlier this morning, putting him in a better mood. He glanced at the console screen and immediately chose to consume 2.5 million units of titanium crystal ore to build a level 20 Viper unmanned fighter jet to test the results. Another 100,000 units of iron ore were used to build another space gate in Carriage 10. Zio AI, I'm here. Eliminate all active residents from Carriage 10 onwards. Yes, Carriage 10 had two space gates, one for the film and television base and the other for the entertainment space. Now, a new one, the fighter jet landing pad, was added. A humming sound echoed. A rather large Viper unmanned fighter slowly emerged from the new space gate and landed safely inside Carriage 10, its nose pointed directly at Carriage 11. It was a small to medium-sized fighter jet. But that was only compared to other fighter jets. With a length of 11.2 meters and a wingspan of 6.5 meters, it took up almost a third of the entire car, sitting there like a behemoth. It was incredibly intimidating. Perfect aerodynamics. Chen Mang, standing nearby, gazed at the level 20 unmanned fighter before him, his eyes growing increasingly heated. No man could resist the allure of an excavator and a fighter jet. It was pitch black. The fuselage's lines were as sharp as a shark's spine, its matte black coating giving it an overwhelming sense of oppression. A massive single nozzle nestled beneath the twin vertical tails. The nearly invisible solar panels coating the fuselage, while not detracting from its aesthetics, gave this Viper drone exceptional endurance, theoretically allowing it to remain airborne indefinitely, provided it remained undamaged. And then there were the four large-caliber machine guns slung beneath its wings. In 2 words, perfect. Huh? Chen Mang sighed softly, gazing at the fighter before him, a wave of satisfaction welling up in his heart. This drone's greatest strength wasn't its 20-level attack power, but its unlimited endurance. Once it took off, it could never land again. If such a thing had existed in the previous world, if it had been cheaper, he couldn't imagine the turmoil it would have entailed. The next moment, warning, warning, a shrill alarm echoed throughout the entire Star train car. The incandescent lights on the sides and ceilings of subsequent cars, starting with car 10, began to rapidly flash red warning lights. This was the living accessory he had just crafted with a mechanical heart. This way, when fighter jets take off, residents will know to quickly exit the train. The following trains were also vacated. The 2 space receivers in Train 12 were placed on either side of the train, as were the 40-barrel Sakura Fall rocket launchers in Train 13. As for the ground-bursting missiles in Train 14, there was only one launcher. No missiles. Missiles could be crafted when needed, there was no rush, they could be built instantly, no need for stockpiling. Even the breeding Train 15 had its shells vacated, its refrigerators and other items moved to the sides, and the rear doors opened. Boom! A faint, pale blue tail flame suddenly erupted, distorting the air in the heat wave like Satan's mockery. The Level 20 Viper unmanned fighter began to accelerate rapidly, gradually increasing its speed as it moved along the interior of the train, swiftly passing through cars 11, 12, and 13. As it reached car 15, the nose of the aircraft began to rise. Reaching its maximum speed, the resounding sound of a piercing wind echoed throughout the interior of the star. With a piercing sonic boom, it quickly flew out of the star train, and after separating from it, it began a rapid climb at an almost 90-degree angle. The advantage of not having a pilot is that many difficult maneuvers don't require consideration of the pilot's physical endurance. The disadvantage is that it's rather rigid, operating solely according to program instructions, unable to react immediately and effectively. In the wasteland, Chen Mang stood beside the star train, looking up at the Viper unmanned fighter circling overhead. As long as it wasn't destroyed, it would continue to hover in the sky. Of course, that was assuming it didn't encounter polar night or eternal night. With a level 20 attack strength, it can threaten many high-level trains and monsters. Hundreds of these fighters hovering in the air are a real threat, offering a sense of security. This thing shares its speed with a train, reaching a maximum speed of 5,040 km per hour and boasting unlimited endurance. It's a true overlord of the skies. He's inlaid with 2 level 4 energy stones, crafted from 1 million units of iron ore. If he maintains a level 20 attack strength, the 4 cannons can sustain a 30-second attack. After all, with the overpowered effect that cuts ammunition consumption in half, it's quite energy efficient. Chapter 270 Destroying Humanity is your own mission. Very good. Chen Mang looked at the scene in the sky, nodded with satisfaction, and then turned his head to look at the residents who had already got off the cart to go mining. The level 4 iron mine yesterday was almost mined out, and only about 1/10 of the stock was left. After the remaining iron ore was mined, we could go find a new mine. 2 hours later, the star train set off on its journey. The level 4 iron mine had been mined, and there were 10.29 million more units of iron ore in the train. It continued to look for other mines. On the way here, he saw a level 4 copper mine. Let's go mine that copper mine first. At this time, the total amount of iron ore in the train has reached 39.16 million units of iron ore. The goal of upgrading to level 16 armor has been completed halfway. At this moment, Master Mang, I don't know what to say. If it's convenient for you, why don't you come and take a look? Chen Mang received a message from Erden over the train radio. Without giving it a second thought, he turned around and headed for the coordinates Erden had sent. Perhaps he had encountered some adventure map, but the difficulty was too high to complete, so he needed help. There were 5 areas intersecting the Stone Man area, white, yellow, and green, and 1 red area. The red area was above the purple area. To reach a higher level area, one had to go to the red area, and the red area was definitely the top level area. After all, above the red area were only the gold, pink, and rainbow areas. The rainbow area was arguably the top zone on the planet. To establish oneself and reign supreme in the rainbow area was to be the most powerful train on the planet. Undoubtedly, its value was unmatched. It didn't take long. Chen Mang arrived at the coordinates Erden had sent, right at the intersection of the Stone Man area and the red area. The traveling frog was parked on the ground, and Erden stood outside the train, gazing blankly at the red area. The star train slowly came to a stop. Chen Mang emerged from the train compartment, walking through the air until he reached Erden's side. His brow furrowed slightly as he gazed at the red zone ahead. He finally understood why Erden had asked him to come and see. The scene before him was truly shocking. Words struggled to describe it. Above the red zone, hundreds of fighter jets soared at high speed, battling a swarm of flying monsters. The piercing roar of sonic booms, the deafening roar of machine guns, and the roars of monsters blended together to create war. A massive war erupted in the red zone before him. A war between trains and monsters. It was similar to the zombie eruption in the zombie basin, except that they were participants there, this time they were spectators. Countless trains, either speeding along the ground or soaring through the air, engaged in combat with countless monsters. Chen Mang immediately checked his train log. No dropped items had been sucked into the train by the powerful magnets. Apparently, the magnets couldn't absorb items across multiple zones, which was a bit of a shame. The highest monster level in the red zone was 18. The scene was horrific, countless monsters exploding into the air in a bloody mist. But it must be said that the red zone was truly extraordinary. Every train's combat power was terrifying. He stood there watching for 10 minutes and didn't see a single train destroyed, though the fighter planes had been practically wiped out. Their defenses were too low. Any contact would result in a crash. Many of the train's attack methods were completely unfamiliar to him, unheard of. Take the dark blue train, for example. A massive arc of lightning emanated from a lightning rod-like attachment on its roof, forming a minefield that enveloped the surrounding area for dozens of meters. Any monster that approached the train would be reduced to ash in the next instant. Chen Mang silently lit a cigarette, admiring the scene before him. As the trains became more advanced, the battles became more visually pleasing. Each of the 8 immortals had their own unique abilities, each possessing their own unique methods. The scene is shocking. He turned his head to look at Erden, who was standing beside him with a bewildered look on his face. But you called me here just to let me see this, nothing else. Erden pointed his finger at the tragic battle scene in the red area in a trance and murmured. It's a long story. I was originally searching for an adventure map, but this morning I came across a special adventure map, a puzzle-type adventure map. This adventure map is not the adventure map of our area, but the adventure map of the red area in front of me. I tried it, but failed. The prices. A major event of monster resurrection broke out in this red area, and then it became like this. At the beginning, this red area was not so lively. Chen Mang was silent for a moment with an expressionless face before he said softly, Erden, have you found that you have a bit of bad luck? A few months ago, the green area in the ice and snow world was originally fine, and then you tinkered with it for a few times, and an avalanche appeared, and then the mechanical zombie king began to slaughter people. Now it's been replicated again. Are you a traitor? Are you committed to destroying mankind? Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Chen Mang shook his head. How did you get into the adventure map in the red area? There is a chasm between different areas. It's impossible to clear the level from either the sky or the ground. The train tunnel we encountered last time was a special case, and it's even more impossible to go to the adventure map in the red area. That, Erden stood there, pointing to a patch of dry yellow hay at the edge of the red area at the junction of the areas. When I passed by here, I found a few green sprouts in that pile of hay. It's amazing, right? After all, it's deep winter now. I just fired a burst of bullets with my machine gun. You have so much copper ore that you can't use it all. No, Mr. Mang, based on my experience, this kind of abnormal situation is often the trigger condition for a certain adventure map. Sure enough, after I fired a burst of bullets, a portal appeared in front of me, indicating that only the train conductor can enter the adventure map. It's a puzzle-solving adventure map. There are 3 levels in total. Each level you complete will earn you a reward. Passing all 3 levels will earn you 3 rewards and a grand prize. But if you fail a level, the price of failure is being unable to enter that adventure map again, and a regional crisis will occur. I failed the first level, and then this scene happened. Chen Mang's expression grew increasingly complicated as he looked at the trains in the red zone slaughtering monsters. The high-level trains in the red zone were all very powerful, each with its own unique methods. For so long, not a single train had been destroyed. While the battle was brutal, it was actually a one-sided massacre. However, any battle would consume a large amount of resources. If these trains knew that Erden had created these things, they would probably be hunted forever whenever he visited this area. They don't know you created them, right? They should know, Erden whispered. After I failed to clear the level, a panel popped up in front of me, saying that due to the traveling frog's failure, the red zone, Dusk Coast, would be experiencing a major crisis, monster resurrection. Monsters killed would receive no rewards, and would resurrect infinitely quickly, lasting for 48 hours. Yes, the corner of Chen Mang's mouth twitched slightly. There was no reward for killing monsters. Not even a bit of capital could be recovered. It was pure consumption. The monsters would be resurrected infinitely quickly. Killing each monster was a pure loss. Erden, when we go to the red zone, you find a place to hide first. When I grow up and can dominate the red zone, you show up again. Otherwise, I'm worried that I can't protect you. Tell me what the content of the first level is. There is no possibility of passing it. Erden shook his head pessimistically. It's a fucking mechanical civilization competition exam you need to fill out a test paper, but the questions are all closely related to mechanical civilization. For example, the first question asks when mechanical civilization was born. There are 4 options in total. Who the hell knows that? I just filled in one at random, and then I failed. I chose C, 2932. I don't even know what calendar they use, or what calendar it is for 2932. There are 5 questions in total, 4 multiple choice questions and 1 fill-in-the-blank question. You can only pass the first level if you answer all of them correctly. The first 4 multiple choice questions are not difficult. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly. He had plenty of train orders. He could just keep building new trains and testing them one by one, eventually finding the right answer. However, if each train failed, it would bring a major crisis to the red zone. This red zone was basically a let's give it a try. The next moment, the STARS tester appeared, driving a Class 1 train equipped with a heavy machine gun. It slowly emerged from the STARS front and stopped beside Chen Mang and the others. Yes, the man sitting in the train compartment was the burly man who had performed funeral ceremonies before the apocalypse. He had practically become the STARS designated tester. He was always the first to sign up for anything risky, and his promotion speed was the fastest of any civilian, almost unmatched. Master Mang, the burly man in the train compartment, walked out with a stoic expression and approached Chen Mang. Please give me your instructions. Use your train's heavy machine gun to shoot at the green sprouts among the withered grass. You will successfully enter an adventure map. Then, eliminate option C on the first multiple choice question. If you answer correctly, try the remaining 3 multiple choice questions. If you fail, remember the wrong answer. If you guessed correctly, remember the correct answer. Yes, the burly man nodded and returned to the train compartment. 3 minutes later. Chen Mang stared silently at the red area. By then, the entire area was covered with dark clouds. Bolts as thick as buckets struck the ground from time to time, some hitting the train, some hitting the monsters, and some striking the gravel and soil. The power was not great. But for some reason, all the trains struck by the lightning suddenly stopped and began to run wildly. Master Mang, the man who had returned from the adventure map, said with a touch of guilt. I chose B on the first multiple choice question, and right after I finished, I was told I'd made the wrong choice and failed. Then a panel popped up in front of me. It said that because of the failure of the living towards death, the red zone, Dusk Coast, will be hit by a major crisis. Thunder will roll. All trains struck by lightning will see their ammunition consumption increase tenfold for 1 minute. It's fine. Chen Mang shook his head. He was indeed fine, but the trains in the red zone didn't look so safe. They were fleeing in a rather disastrous manner. Zio AI, call Li Shiji out of Neon City and have him take a look. Experimentation had proven that every failure would lead to a new major crisis. Therefore, trial and error wasn't an option. Li Shiji had to be the one to take charge. This type of puzzle-solving adventure map was Li Shiji's forte. Sending Li Shiji out was a piece of cake. As long as all 3 levels were successfully cleared, all crises in the red zone would be resolved. He didn't dare. These trains looked powerful, surely stockpiling abundant iron ore. He was counting on returning to the red zone and dragging everyone into his Neon City for consumption. He couldn't bear the thought of them all being destroyed in a major event. Soon, Li Shiji, having been given the task, with a serious expression, piloted a brand new Class 1 train, once again sweeping through the withered grass, entering the adventure map. 12 minutes later. Chen Mang, standing still, took a deep breath, lowered his head to light a cigarette, glanced at the pale blue smoke, and then turned to look at Erden. Actually, that monster resurrection event will at most deplete the resources of the red zone trains. Even if it lasts for 48 hours, it shouldn't cause significant casualties, right? At this moment, in the red zone, besides the monsters swarming the sky and the rumbling thunder from the dark clouds, snow was falling. Flurries of heavy snow drifted across the ground. The scene was breathtaking. Master Mang, Li Shiji said, shaking his head with some guilt. I chose A, and I failed. I searched for clues for a long time, but there was nothing. In the end, I chose to guess, but I failed with one of the 2 choices. Then a panel appeared in front of me. It said that because of the failure of the Little Huge, the red zone, Dusk Coast, will usher in a major crisis. Snow will fall all over the sky. All trains caught in the snow will have their maximum speed reduced by 50%. Chen Mang remained silent. At least he knew the answer to the first multiple-choice question. It should be D. However, if he continued like this, it seemed that by the time he reached the red zone, he would be the only train left. At a glance, although the defenses of all the trains were average, their firepower was truly formidable, and the monsters they attacked were completely unable to get close. Li Shiji, Master Mang, you say, next time you name a train, don't name it Little Zhuge. Give it Little Begot Way, even if we lose. We won't be embarrassed, yes, if the initial critical event didn't cause significant casualties to the red zone trains, then if they weren't dealt with quickly, at least half the trains would be destroyed. Especially the train with the lightning rod. Initially, it wasn't very aggressive. A large number of lightning arcs enveloped the train, slaughtering any monsters that approached. But after the Sky Thunder Crisis event, the lightning struck one after another, then instantly stopped, emitting no more lightning arcs. It just rushed forward desperately. However, under the effects of the flying snow event, the train's speed was noticeably reduced by half. Not bad. I'll give it a try. Chen Mang paused, deciding to give it one last try. If he still had no clues, he would just leave. There was no more to try. The red zone trains might be able to withstand 4 critical events, but 5 would be unbearable. At least some of them could still survive. The instant the Stars machine guns fired at the green sprouts amidst the withered grass, a portal materialized before Chen Mang. He strode through and emerged into a classroom seat. A panel popped up before him, introducing the adventure map. Brave pioneers, welcome to the Dead Trees Reborn adventure map. In the forest after a wildfire, the tenderest green sprout. In the post-apocalyptic world, the purest hope and beauty emerge. This is a puzzle-solving adventure map. If you possess sufficient wisdom and experience, you can claim the corresponding rewards. As a train conductor, you bear many responsibilities, but today, you bear even more. Failure to clear the level will bring a regional disaster to the area. Please strive to complete it, or seek help from those with greater wisdom and keen insight. There are 3 levels in total. Each level you complete will receive a corresponding reward, and completing all 3 levels will earn you the ultimate reward. Level 1. Please fill in the correct answers to the 4 multiple-choice questions and 1 fill-in-the-blank question below. Answer all correctly to pass the level. The time limit is 15 minutes. The next moment, a crisp voice rang out in his ears. Chen Mang looked up from his seat and saw a 15-minute countdown on the blackboard: 0 hours, 14 minutes, and 59 seconds. He didn't immediately glance at the test paper, but instead surveyed the classroom. Approximately 80 square meters. The size of an average classroom. There was only 1 desk and chair, no invigilator, and the room was completely enclosed. There were no windows, the door was tightly shut, and no clues on the ceiling or walls. A completely enclosed space. After a quick survey of the room, Chen Mang took a deep breath and looked at the test paper with a hint of nervousness. Question 1. In what year did the mechanical civilization emerge? Question 2. What is the highest level of trains currently in the mechanical civilization? Question 3. Which scientist in the mechanical civilization has invented the most component blueprints? Question 4. How many planets does the mechanical civilization inhabit? Question 5. How old is Tutu, the most popular little mechanical princess in recent years? The first 4 questions were multiple choice, and the last was a fill-in-the-blank question. Great. I don't know any of them. The trial examiner brought all these questions out when he came out, and asked Xiao Ai and Sister Qi from Neon City. The answer was none of them, especially Sister Qi, who was completely clueless. Chen Mang glanced at the test paper and pen on the table, paused, and then checked option D after the first question. The next moment, a white light appeared on the test paper, and a red check mark appeared after the first question. The paper was graded on the spot. The answer was correct. Getting 1 question right is the beginning of everything. At the cost of the red zone, Dusk Coast, he finally got the first multiple-choice question right. As for the second question, Chen Mang, sitting in his classroom chair, narrowed his eyes slightly. A sudden thought occurred to him. The panel on this adventure map clearly mentioned 3 pieces of information. Brave pioneer. Doomsday Train conductor. Regional. This is a puzzle-solving adventure map. If you possess sufficient wisdom or experience, keen insight. These 3 pieces of information provide clear clues. First, While he didn't know the origin of this adventure map or how it was formed, it was clear that it was designed not to test the members of the mechanical civilization, but for the natives of the planet who had experienced the apocalypse. The first piece of information provided a clear clue, exactly that. The second piece of information hinted that this was a puzzle-solving adventure map, which meant the answer must be within this classroom. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a puzzle, but a knowledge-based adventure map. Especially the phrase about possessing sufficient intelligence or experience. Experience can tell the answer at a glance. Intelligence can arrive at the answer through deduction. And finally, keen insight. Chen Mang didn't hesitate. Instead, he glanced at the countdown on the wall, which showed 13 minutes remaining. He immediately picked up the test paper and stood on the table, holding it close to the light for a careful examination. He found nothing unusual. He jumped off the table again. He turned it over, but found no clues underneath or in the drawers. He glanced around the classroom and instinctively reached for his pockets for a cigarette, only to find them empty. Then he remembered that this adventure map prohibited bringing any extra items. One had to enter unarmed. No clues at all. He walked to the classroom door again, pushing and pulling, but the door wouldn't open. He pushed against the walls several times, but the walls still wouldn't budge. He knocked on each wall for a long time, but found no secret compartment. The countdown was now only 7 minutes away. Standing still, Chen Mang glanced around and whispered, "When we get out, burn some incense for the destroyed trains on Dust Coast. Don't blame me when you get out. Blame that Erden guy, he's the source." He looked down at the ground, trying to find any clues, but the concrete floor was perfectly flat, devoid of any clues. He glanced around again. His gaze settled on the blackboard on the podium. He stepped forward. His knuckles tapped lightly against the center of the board a few times. The sound was crisp and hollow. Chen Mang's eyes gleamed, and he began to grope around the blackboard. Soon, he found a small button nestled in the bottom edge. "It's hidden so well," he said with a hint of excitement. Pressing the tiny button finally revealed the clue, with 6 minutes left on the countdown. The next moment, after the button was pressed, the blackboard suddenly split in the middle, slowly opening to the sides, revealing a display screen behind it. The screen lit up, showing a sexy, erotic beauty dancing gracefully. Rhythmic music filled the classroom. Each of her dance moves was perfectly timed and perfectly executed. If you ignored the robotic left arm, she looked like a renowned dancer. Her top was a tight, short-sleeved shirt. It was huge. Chen Mang frowned slightly and tried to click on the screen, but nothing happened. The fringe dance continued, quickly switching to the next beauty. After several more fringe dances, there were even 5 or 6 bearded men and muscular men dancing the fringe dance. The long, hairy legs. The long white socks. The playful tongue. The muscular bulges all over her body. It made him feel a little nauseous. But at this moment, Chen Mang suddenly realized something and looked at the video that had started playing again from the beginning. He murmured with concentration, 1, 2, 3, the entire video. There were 4 women and 6 men. The number 4 for 4 women was exactly the number of multiple choice questions. Could it be that the answers to those 4 questions were with these 4 women? The countdown was only 5 minutes. Chen Mang didn't have time to waste. He anxiously looked at the video that was playing again from the beginning, and began to pay attention to the details of the 4 women. The background was very chaotic. Some were in the yoga room, some on the rooftop. He needed to extract a lot of information at once and search for clues. This task was actually best left to Li Shiji. The video could not be fast-forwarded or rewound. He had to watch the 6 men's dance at the end before he could continue watching the 4 women's dance. The answers to the multiple-choice questions are only A, B, C, D. It's an option. Where's the clue? Is it the hairpin? Hair color? Age? None of these make any significant difference. Background? The background is too confusing. We know the answer to the first question is D first. Find the connection between the first woman and D, and the connection with D, and so on. Chen Mang was stunned. Although he felt a little unbelievable, he quickly picked up a pen and wrote on the table. The first woman had a D cup. He wasn't sure if this was the connection, but he wrote it down first. Soon, he wrote down the figures and cup sizes of the remaining 3 women on the table. They were C, A, and D. Chen Mang, feeling slightly nervous, took a deep breath and spread the test paper flat on the table. Without sitting down, he tentatively checked C on the second multiple-choice question. The next moment, a white light flashed on the paper, and a red check mark appeared after the question. Correct answer. The correct answer to the second question was C. Feeling slightly more confident, Chen Mang quickly ticked off the remaining 2 multiple-choice questions. All of them were correct. The answers to the first 4 were D, C, A, and D. Awesome! Chen Mang looked at the 4 correct answers on the test paper and couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. Then, he glanced at the 3-minute countdown, gripped his pen again, and stared intently at the borderline video on the screen before him. There was one last question. It was a fill-in-the-blank question. It asked how old the most popular robotic princess, Tutu, was this year. He had 2 answers in mind. 10 and 6. The former was the total number of people in the borderline video, while the latter was the total number of the 6 men in the video. These 2 numbers seemed quite consistent. After all, it was a robotic princess. Either 10 or 6 would be appropriate, but perhaps 10 was more appropriate, as 6 was too young. Chen Mang stared intently at the video on the screen, refusing to give up even a single clue. Neither 10 nor 6 felt right to him. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he had rewatched a video that bordered on the obvious. Especially one featuring men. How the hell could this mechanical civilization have gays? Since the first 4 women had already given the answers to the multiple-choice questions, he was more inclined to believe that the answer to the final fill-in-the-blank question would lie with the last 6 men, unrelated to the first 4 women. He needed to find a number from these 6 men. For example, 6. The sum of all 6 men. But he had little confidence in this answer. If it was simply for the number 6, there was no need to have 6 obviously gay men. 6 genderless robots, 6 extremely slutty ones would have been perfectly acceptable. Since he had deliberately chosen 6 gays, that meant something. Wait? A clue flashed through Chen Mang's mind like a bolt from the blue. He quickly picked up a pen and compared it to the borderline video on the screen, scribbling rapidly on the table. Beard, white socks, white vest, rather rugged, only 1 minute and 58 seconds remained until the countdown ended. And he got a string of numbers 100,110. That's right. Since the video specifically emphasized that the men in the second half of the borderline video were gay, especially with their obvious gay characteristics, the clue must be gay. And what's the clue to gayness? 1 and 0. Simply determine which men are 1 and which are 0, and you can get this string of numbers 100,110. Converting to binary yields a 2-digit number. 38. So, for the last fill-in-the-blank question, the mechanical princess's age must be 38. After all, 100,110 is unlikely. Chen Mang looked at his rough draft on the table with satisfaction. Not many people know how to do manual arithmetic from binary to decimal, but he did. The binary bit weights are 1, 2, 4, and 8, respectively. When calculating, first determine the number of digits. For example, multiply the rightmost digit by 1, the second by 2, and so on. Carefully calculate the multiplication of each digit and the bit weight. If the digit in that place is 0, the product is 0. Adding up all the digits from the last multiplication gives the decimal value, which yields the number 38. This process is rather tedious. He glanced at the less than 1 minute countdown on the podium, double-checked to make sure he hadn't made a mistake, and rewatched the video again, finding no other clues. With only 10 seconds remaining, he picked up his pen and wrote 38 on the last fill-in-the-blank question. The next moment, a white light flashed on the test paper, and a red check mark appeared after the last fill-in-the-blank question. The countdown on the podium paused at 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 6 seconds. The video on the screen slowly faded. Celebratory fireworks appeared on both screens, and a panel appeared in the center. Brave pioneer, congratulations. Your keen insight and wisdom allowed you to easily pass the first level within the stipulated time limit. All crises in this area will be immediately eliminated, and you will receive a special reward, the Smart Mines entrance ticket, containing 10 unexplored level 4 iron mines, 10 unexplored level 4 copper mines, 10 unexplored level 4 titanium crystal mines, 10 unexplored level 4 lumber yards, and 10 unexplored level 4 red heart rock mines. The appearance of this adventure map varies from area to area, but the theme remains: green shoots amidst wildfires, hope amidst despair. In this apocalypse, you must be a highly perceptive train conductor to notice these details. Currently, 18 train conductors have successfully completed the first level. When the number of players reaches 20, The adventure map will be permanently closed, and 19 train conductors from various areas will join you in the second level to compete for the final treasure. It's a gift that would make countless train conductors' hearts beat faster. It's a gift from the little mechanical princess, Tutu, to the most intelligent being on the planet. Please keep this token. Before the second level begins, the token will flash red. Please prepare within 48 hours. The second level will begin at the end of the 48 hours. The panel on the screen slowly faded. Then, the screen shattered. The fragments combined and compressed in midair, forming a triangular token and an admission ticket. They fell to the ground, and a portal appeared nearby. The first level is over. The second level has not yet begun. Chen Mang, returning toward inside, looked at the admission ticket in his hand in a daze. Special item, ticket to the wise man's mine. Item effect, contains 10 unmined level 4 iron mines. 10 unmined level 4, previously, the most densely resourced area he had encountered was the mine at the end of the train tunnel, guarded by a two-headed monster. There were 3 level 4 iron mines there, making him a fortune, a pleasant surprise. However, the mine accessible with this ticket contained 10 level 4 iron mines alone. Each level 4 iron mine had a reserve of around 10 million units. 10 of them would cost 100 million. That's enough, that's all, Chen Mang muttered, looking at the ticket in his hand. It was enough for both train upgrades and armor upgrades. With so much titanium crystal ore, he could build many unmanned fighter jets. There was also so much wood and red heart rock that he couldn't spend it all. There were so many resources that it was almost impossible to spend them all. It would be great if he could just exchange all that wood and red heart rock for iron ore. There really was no end to the wood. He needed iron ore, and 20 more level 4 iron mines. How comfortable would his life be? He didn't even dare to think about enough. Erden, who was standing aside, tiptoed to look at the red area in the distance where the fighting had gradually stopped. He said excitedly, Master Mang, the fighting in the red area has stopped. How did you pass the level? Those questions were so difficult. How did you know the answers? Chen Mang tilted his head to look at Erden, hugged him in his arms, kissed his big bald head hard, and then grinned. Good job, there's nothing wrong with your traveling frog, keep doing this in the future. I have always been optimistic about you. Erden was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly broke free, shuddered and hesitated. He said, well, Master Mang, don't you think that I will often make mistakes with my way of exploring adventure maps, for example, the world of ice and snow, and this dusk coast? What's wrong with making mistakes? Chen Mang waved his hand nonchalantly. Go ahead and make mistakes. Make mistakes casually. Everyone has made mistakes since ancient times. How can a saint not make any mistakes? If a person dare not make mistakes, he will definitely not be able to create anything wonderful. It's like walking on a single plank bridge. There is an abyss on the left and wealth on the right, and there is stability at the end. Only by falling down can you have a chance to touch wealth. Be bold in the future, be bolder, and I, Chen Mang, will cover you for anything that happens. Okay, Erden nodded heavily, grinning with some gratitude. He smiled and said, Master Mang, I feel relieved when you say that. I just like doing this kind of thing. But Master Mang, how did you accomplish it? You know the answers to those questions. How old is the little mechanical princess Tutu? 38 years old. Ah. Can she be a little princess at 38? That's normal. It should be that the lifespan of mechanical civilizations is relatively long. Oh, Master Mang, although I now know that there is mechanical civilization in the universe, and I also know that our trains are the means of mechanical civilization, but I still don't know whether mechanical civilization is a robot or half human and half machine, and how civilization is passed on. Is it through reproduction, or through AI awakening wisdom? I don't know either, but this is not important for the time being. If you're still alive, you'll know. What about the dead? I'll tell you after you're dead. Chen Mang patted Erden's shoulder meaningfully, saying, the rewards for clearing the level are generous. I'm leaving now. I'm in a hurry, so I've had someone bring down another 1 million units of iron ore and 2 million units of copper ore from the train car. Feel free to use the copper ore in the future. Whatever flowers and plants you dislike, just mow them down first. I trust you to handle the work. Let's go. Chen Mang didn't pause, but quickly headed towards his train room. He was a little anxious. He wanted to quickly see what was going on in the intelligent mining area and mine all the ore. For the next period of time, his main tasks would be the intelligent mining area and the Neon City. He would use all the resources he obtained to upgrade his trains. He had no plans to go to the red zone for the time being. Although the zones were only one level apart, the difference between the trains seemed quite large. The trains in the red zone looked incredibly powerful. He wasn't sure he could defeat them. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 gets started. After all, while the trains in the red zone lacked defense, they were incredibly powerful. His armor, only level 15, couldn't withstand that kind of firepower. Until his armor level was high enough, he wasn't very willing to enter this dangerous area. Grow. Returning along the same route, the stellar train found the level 4 copper mine he'd marked, but it was already being mined by a train. Since someone was already mining, he didn't linger for long. He simply threw a few Neon City free passes out the window and left. An hour later, he reached the junction of the Valley of Crisis and the Stone Man area. He'd been there before, so it felt familiar. He didn't linger for long either. Chen Mang took a deep breath and crushed the Wise Mind's ticket in his hand. The next moment, a massive portal appeared in front of the train. It looked incredibly familiar, almost identical to the one in the Goblin Tomb. When the portal appeared, the stellar train slowly accelerated and entered the portal. Soon, the last car also passed through, and the portal gradually closed and disappeared, as if it had never existed. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Mang sat in the train cabin, looking around, his lips curling up uncontrollably. It was the first time he had heard the resource detection radar beep so rapidly. The screen was densely packed with green dots. Level 4 iron ore, level 4 copper ore, level 4 titanium crystal ore, so much that his claustrophobia was almost triggered. Good. The train's mining efficiency was currently overflowing. A man couldn't accommodate more than 6,000 people at once, so if there was only one mine, mining would almost always be done in batches. But, here, his train's mining efficiency would be perfectly utilized. There wasn't much of anything, just a lot of ore. The space was not large. Even his search radar could cover the entire area with ease. The stellar train was located in the center of the area, where mines were scattered across the gray-yellow soil. The environment was like a goblin's tomb, a completely enclosed space. There was no sun, no light. The headlights were needed for illumination, but the mud didn't seem to contain scattered bodies or train wreckage. With the train's headlights firing at full power, the darkness instantly dissipated, bathing the area in a brilliant light. Over 6,000 residents, pickaxes in hand, orderly disembarked from the train and excitedly ran towards the mining area. Once the mines were mined, anyone with a bit of ambition wouldn't be treated as a level 3 resident, at least they would be treated as a level 2 resident, with level 1 even possible. Not every resident on the train was diligent. For example, some residents, enjoying level 3 resident status, dug only 10 units of ore per dig, never adding more. They weren't considering promotions or earning stellar tickets, they simply wanted food. The stellar wouldn't enforce this. As long as they met the guaranteed mining quota, whether they wanted to advance was their own decision. Chen Mang was quite pleased with this. After all, happiness is measured in comparison. With this group of people willing to play it safe, those enjoying level 1 resident status could feel a sense of superior happiness. The oxygen concentrator and its fragrance began to operate at full capacity. The cola production line was also rapidly starting up, churning out bottles of cola. The scene, once somewhat quiet and desolate, suddenly became bustling with activity and bustle. It was filled with people. Popularity is a very elusive word, you can't precisely capture its existence, but places with a strong sense of popularity often instill a strong sense of security, even an excessive sense of security. For example, on a normal day, if you were asked to walk the Huashan cliffs alone in the dead of night, few would dare to do so. But during the day, as long as there were people in front and behind, it seemed less scary. Although most people completed the entire route because they couldn't retreat, they had to move forward. Chen Mang emerged from the train and stood beside it. He lowered his head, lit a cigarette, and then smiled as he gazed into the horizon. The rules for leaving this area differed from those in the Goblin Tomb. There, the rules were timed, with forced departure after 48 hours. Here, leaving was voluntary. If he wanted, he could leave now, but he would not be able to come back after leaving. He would definitely not leave this area until all the mines here were mined. At this moment, Ozzy came jogging all the way and said with a serious face, "Master Mang, you are looking for me?" "Yes," Chen Mang nodded and said softly, "we will probably stay here for about a month. During this period, you guards need to improve your physical fitness as much as possible. I hope to see all the members wearing mechas in a month. There are a lot of red heart rock mines on the train. It's easy to build a few hundred. I need to see results. Let me see a strong guard team. There are so many map chips in the combat training virtual space. There is no reason why physical fitness cannot be improved. You will have no other work in this month. There is no need to be alert here. Your only task is this. Do you understand?" "I understand," Ozzy said word by word with a serious face. "Master Mang, don't worry. If everyone is not wearing mechas after a month, I will come to see you with my head." Chen Mang was silent for a while before saying faintly, "You are not planning to kill all the team members who are not qualified to wear mechas after a month, no?" The seriousness on Ozzy's face faded a little, and he scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I plan to personally lead them to complete all the ordinary tasks, and then try the extreme tasks. The risks of extreme tasks are relatively high, so be careful." "How is the expansion going?" "According to your instructions, Master Mang, each team will be expanded by 20 people. A group of people have been preliminarily screened out. The rest plan to undergo a second round of screening in the combat training virtual space, which is expected to be completed today, and then they will train with us within this month." "Yeah," Chen Mang nodded, paused, and then patted Ozzy's shoulder and whispered, "Ozzy, although you are the captain of a team, I have high hopes for you. I have always regarded you as the team leader of so many people. I am most optimistic about you. Don't always pay attention to your own teammates, but also pay attention to the players of the second and third teams. The gap is already a bit big. Achieve some results. The position of the third in command of the Star Train has been reserved for you, and I am just waiting to give it to you officially." "Yes." Ozzy's eyes were a little red, and he shouted hoarsely, "Okay, go ahead." "Yeah." Chen Mang looked at Ozzy's departing back and thought to himself, "It seems that this shot of chicken blood is quite effective," and he suddenly became full of motivation. Ozzy is a person with potential. Ozzy's talent is not very good. He has seen Ozzy go through the level several times, and he really died again and again, but in the end he was able to successfully pass the levels. Whether it is tenacity or bloodiness, they are all first class. He also has some management experience, although not as good as Lao Zhu, but for a guard captain, it is enough. He is a semi-all-round talent, which is perfect. In fact, the position of captain is only Ozzy. Although Zhang Damai is strong, he lacks decisiveness and is suitable for executing orders. As for the captain of the third team, well, I don't have much impression, so let it be. Ozzy has indeed made many contributions and has prestige. Those thugs also respect Ozzy. Conductor." Just then, Zio AI got off the train and said tentatively, "You look like you're in a good mood now." "Not bad." "Well, you're not angry with me anymore." "I wasn't angry with you in the first place." Chen Mang shook his head. "It's just a can of Coke. I can continue to sleep tonight and tomorrow. There will always be a chance. What's more, 1 unit of level 10 iron ore is equal to 1 billion units of iron ore. The probability of taking it out from a dream is extremely small. It's lucky to get it, and it's okay if you can't." "But Zio AI, why are there still only 2 cosmic receivers in car number 12? Are they so difficult to make with so many materials?" "I have very high expectations of you. I hope you can build all the cosmic receivers as soon as possible within this month. Although you are just a train auxiliary AI, in my heart, you are my friend and family." "Friends?" Zio AI was stunned for a moment, and then said hoarsely with red eyes, "Conductor, I'll go back to work. Go quickly." After Zio AI left, Lao Zhu came over with a book in his hand and reported, "Master Mang, I have something to report to you. Here's the history of train development I've been writing lately. Things are going very smoothly at school, and many students have expressed their desire to meet Master Mang up close. Teacher Chiu has asked you if Master Mang can meet them." "No need." Chen Mang shook his head. "It's not time to meet them yet. After the theoretical teaching is complete, it's almost time for the classes to start practical training. Those who need to fight will fight, and those who need to manage will manage. Old Big, you were the first one to follow me on the Star. You're the person I trust most. You're my number one confidant. The train now has over 6,000 people. You need to further refine the management system. This month is a good window of opportunity. You can complete all the internal management of the train within this month. The most trusted person. Old Pig's eyes flushed slightly, and then, with a hint of worldliness on his face, he nodded heavily and replied, Master Mang, don't worry. With me here, there's nothing chaotic going on inside the star. Just then, Uncle Lee, who was standing nearby, also walked over. Okay, then, Old Pig, you go and get busy first, Uncle Mang. Uncle Lee glanced at Old Pig's departing back before reporting, Uncle Lee. Chen Mang looked at Uncle Lee calmly. I heard about you from Old Pig. I was one of the first people to follow the star. I noticed you from the very beginning. Your talent really didn't disappoint me. On the train, you are the person I look forward to the most. You have to keep up the accounts in Neon City, but I also hope that you can develop the zombie spawning cage as soon as possible within this month. Don't let me down. Uncle Lee, who was about to say something, suddenly had tears in his eyes, and his voice trembled with tears. Uncle Mang, I didn't expect you to be paying attention to me all the time. Old Mang, don't worry, I will definitely develop the zombie spawning cage within a month. Wait for my good news, Old Mang. After that, he strode towards the number 15 breeding car. Oh, Chen Mang hesitated as he watched Uncle Lee's departing figure. Did he interrupt Uncle Lee just now? What did this guy want to say? Never mind, it must not be important. If it was important, Uncle Lee would probably come back to him. Meanwhile, Zhang Damli also strode towards him. Half an hour later, Chen Mang returned to the train room and continuously scrolled through the images recorded by the mechanical eye on the control panel screen. He nodded with satisfaction. Everyone seemed to be working harder and more motivated. As expected, more encouragement was needed. Uncle Mang. At this moment, Xia Feng walked in from outside the train and carefully placed a fruit plate on the table. I got you some red heart nuts, okay? Chen Mang nodded casually. Leave it there, Xia Feng. I have high hopes for you on this train. Don't let me down. Xia Feng stiffened slightly, her eyes red as she whispered, I understand, Uncle Mang. Chen Mang, who had just come to his senses, looked at Xia Feng's departing back, his mouth opening and closing slightly, wanting to say something, but in the end, he picked up a nut and popped it into his mouth. He draped his legs over the control panel. He was about to start choosing a movie. It just came out of his mouth. Seeing Xia Feng, he said it subconsciously, but after he finished speaking, he realized that Xia Feng was just making beds and delivering meals, not much else. How could he not let her down? He couldn't possibly ask her to learn to cook, could he? But never mind. Who cares? Cooking is a good thing, at least it allows him to wash his hands more often. His work was done. The train's 6,000 plus people were all working furiously, with not a single idle person. There was only one idle person on the entire train, and that was him. When he was idle, everyone felt at ease. If you were busy, everyone would start to panic, fearing that the train had encountered an extremely serious problem and they wouldn't know if it could survive. Uncle Lee, the young man who had been following Uncle Lee, looked at Uncle Lee, who had given him 2 shots of cardiac stimulant, and said hesitantly, Are you using this thing as a wake-up shot? You haven't slept for several days. Why don't you go to sleep for a while? Sleep? Uncle Lee, with red eyes, tilted his head and looked at the young man and said hoarsely, I will never sleep in my life until the zombie monster spawning machine is completely developed. Bring me another box of Coke. You don't know how much expectations Master Mang has for me. Master Mang has been seeing my efforts these days. As the saying goes, a man will die for his confidant. Since Master Mang values me so much, I must produce some results, otherwise how can I face Master Mang again? Go. Apply to Captain Pig for an off-road motorcycle, and then find President AI to remove the engine. I have a crazy plan. Chapter 272. Your boss? The boss of Neon City. The wisest mining area. 10 level 4 iron mines, 10 level 4 copper mines, 10 level 4 titanium crystal mines, 10 level 4 lumber yards, and 10 level 4 red heart rock mines, 50 mines in total. Mining them would still take some time, it wasn't an easy task. But Chen Mang wasn't in a hurry. Soon, 6 days passed. Chen Mang, lying in his chair, stared at the screen showing a movie he'd seen 3 or 4 times before, sighed softly, and with a hint of boredom, lit a cigarette and gazed out the window at the bustling scene. There were no new movies. There were no entertainment activities either. He played the single-player games that rolled off the production line, but they were boring. He'd been to the combat training virtual space many times in recent days. While it looked like a game, it was only a consciousness-entering experience, with no rewarding plot mechanics. Playing it wasn't very exciting, and the constant injuries and deaths were quite painful. It was fine for training. But it wasn't enough for entertainment. He'd been dreaming constantly for the past few days, but he'd never brought anything out of his dreams. Perhaps because he'd been mining for so many days in his dreams, he felt a bit lethargic, his body aching and exhausted. He didn't want to create dreams for the time being. It was just too tiring. He looked down at the project plan in his hand. It was drafted yesterday by Lao Zhu and Zhang Yiren. He'd mentioned the lack of entertainment on the train, and so the two of them had drafted it. It featured 2 variety shows. The first was a matchmaking show, meant to encourage more people on the train to get married, have children, and pass on human civilization. He glanced at it briefly and tossed it aside. The train didn't need children right now, they could only consider this kind of legacy after it became stronger. While a newborn on a train received a +1 inheritance bonus, few trains would encourage childbirth just for that small reward. The reward was too low. Fortunately, the reward was low, otherwise, women with childbearing potential would have a hard time. Too much encouragement would turn childbirth into a business. The second variety show was a time travel variety show. By knocking out a survivor, they created the illusion of time travel, allowing them to live freely in a repurposed space portal, and observing their actions through hidden mechanical eyes. Chen Mang nodded thoughtfully. Honestly, he was quite interested in the second variety show. Besides, there was no need for knocking out the survivor. Once the spatial freeze was activated, the time travel scene could be perfectly created. However, setting up the scenery was a bit more complicated. As for the cast, that was easy. During their last search for supplies in the city, a group of survivors ambushed by Ozzy and his group. They had all been abducted and taken aboard a train. Instead of being granted train residency, they were imprisoned and used as guinea pigs. These guinea pigs could be used for trial and error in situations requiring non-subjective exploration. Non-subjective means the pilot doesn't have to perform any actions, they're simply thrown through. For example, the puzzle-solving adventure map he just visited wouldn't be possible with a non-subjective pilot. Zio AI, I'm here, contact Lao Zhu. I'm quite interested in the second reality show. Let Zhang set up the set alone. Since the equipment isn't sufficient, we can use local materials, understood? Then Chen Mang glanced at the screen on the control panel. It was almost the 7th day, and only a few minutes until midnight. After midnight, Neon City would reopen. This would be the second opening. He had no idea how many people had picked up Neon City tickets, or how many were planning to enter this time. The user data was almost zero, and he couldn't see any of it. It's all thanks to you, Mundo, Chen Mang muttered, somewhat dazed. The first group of people who attended Neon City's opening were basically train conductors from the area he'd been in. He'd seen many of them before, so he was practically an old acquaintance. After all, his first batch of tickets could only be distributed in this area, unable to reach other areas. As for how many people would come for the second opening, it would depend on how many tickets Mundo had distributed over the past few days. In other words, today was the day to test Mundo's achievements. Don't let me down, little Duaruo, HU, across the wasteland, speeding along on his off-road motorcycle under a starry sky, Mondo suddenly sneezed uncontrollably. After rubbing his itchy nose, he tightened the throttle and continued onward. He could only randomly travel 10 times a day. He couldn't just randomly teleport every time he saw a train, that would be too inefficient, and there was no guarantee he'd see a train every time he teleported. His approach was to ride his motorcycle across the wasteland looking for a train after each random teleport, maximizing his teleports. He patted the bulging space bag at his waist, filled with red heart nuts, food, water, tickets, and other miscellaneous items. Mondo pulled a red heart nut from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. He soon sensed a train stopping not far ahead and headed straight for it. As the distance closed in, the heavy machine guns on the train slowly swung their guns at him, but they didn't fire. This was the confidence of a black marketeer. Anyone who dared to attack a black marketeer was dying. He skillfully and effortlessly steered his motorcycle to the left side of the train room, pulled out a ticket from his pocket, and dropped it on the ground. Then, without a word, he left the area. A few minutes later, a man descended from the train room, picked up the ticket with a puzzled look. After checking the information on the dashboard, he nodded thoughtfully, tucked the ticket back into his pocket, and headed back to the train room. Over and over again, countless times, Mundo, like a diligent little bee, tirelessly repeated this task. The development of the star was the result of the combined efforts of countless individuals. Take, for example, Mundo. Although he wasn't inside the star train, no one could see his work, but even in these unseen places, Mundo made immense contributions to the star. Since ancient times, a good product isn't truly good. The one who can consistently acquire customers is the real winner. Time reached midnight. Neon City is open again. 78 people. Chen Mang stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows of a high-rise building in Sun City, gazing down at the train conductors not far below, counting silently. 10 minutes into the opening, 78 people arrived. Not bad. It seemed many people arrived right at the crack of the time. Last time the place opened, 188 people came. He wondered how many would come this time, but as long as 189 came, he'd be satisfied. At least he was maintaining an upward trend. This meant he'd maintain his old volume while also welcoming new traffic. For some reason, he felt a little nervous. Master Mang, Uncle Lee, standing nearby, whispered, "When will Neon City open all day? I feel like all-day sales will be higher." No, Chen Mang, standing by the window with his cane, shook his head and whispered, "With a low user base, if we open all day, sales will drop significantly. People won't rush to buy many things, after all, they can come in any time. So it doesn't matter which day they buy, only by creating a sense of urgency, like we're doing now, can we force orders. When the user base reaches 4 digits, and we ensure hundreds of train conductors enter Neon City every day, we can open all day. There's no rush yet, and everyone seems to have figured it out a bit. Neon City offers a high degree of freedom. As long as you trade with Stellar, you can basically do whatever you want in Neon City. And after 6 days of professional training, some of the residents of the Stellar train have successfully taken up their posts. For example, the bounty list. At that moment, 7 or 8 train conductors gathered in front of Neon City's bounty list, curiously glancing at the bounty information on the list. The original 2 million bounty for cheating has already been fulfilled. A train in the same area has come out to prove that the train's existence cannot be found on the train radio, and it can be basically confirmed that it has been destroyed. At this time, a new bounty has been added. First place, destroy the favorite train of the zombie basin in the yellow area. The bounty amount is 1 million star coupons, and the person responsible for reimbursing half of the ammunition consumption will be paid in star coupons as an additional payment. Bounty Party, Anonymous. Bounty Reason, Pure Beast. Bounty Information, Level 8 Mechanical Train. Second place, Nunham. A train conductor in the crowd of onlookers asked doubtfully, "Trains cannot cross zones. If that yellow zone is not connected to other yellow zones, then only trains in his zone are eligible to take on this bounty." Right, then why didn't he send it to the train radio instead of here? Are you stupid? A masked man next to him said speechlessly, "If you send it on the train radio, you have to use your real name. The other party will know who is messing with him, but here it's anonymous, so it's much better to be sneaky, and it's possible that they have a grudge from the past and are not on the same zone now. It's in the domain, so naturally, I can't offer a bounty over the train radio, but since he's offering it anonymously, the odds are higher." "Where did you get your mask?" "I bought it at the spawn point. It's a one-time item that automatically destroys upon exiting the adventure map. It's priced at 300 star tickets. Let me offer a bounty too." A middle-aged man, who had been standing behind the crowd, pondered for a moment before approaching the robot standing by the bounty list. "I'm also offering a bounty. I'm hoping to find some kittens. I'll take as many as I can. I'm willing to exchange 50,000 star tickets for each kitten." "Stupid, 50,000 star tickets for a kitten, haha," the man chuckled, turning meaningfully to the person who had spoken next to him. Without saying anything, he continued to offer bounties. He was the conductor of a level 18 train. While he didn't know the current level of the strongest trains, he believed he was in the top tier. 50,000 star tickets was equivalent to 50,000 units of iron ore. Even 50,000 units of iron ore were so stingy, it must be a low-tier train. But he didn't disdain it. Instead, he was excited. "For bounties, please go to the free market next door." The robot standing next to the bounty board pointed to the nearby street with a professional smile. "At the free market over there, Train conductors can freely trade with each other and post bounties. The bounty board was a repurposed billboard behind the bus stop, standing right by the road. It looked very intuitive. Okay, the middle-aged man nodded, saying nothing more, but strode towards the free market. He gazed at the shops lining the street and the tall buildings in the distance, his eyes filled with excitement. This place was truly magical. It was an ironclad rule that it was difficult to connect between regions. Even information was difficult to transmit, let alone train traffic and the flow of supplies. He hadn't seen a low-tier train in a long time, which meant that this place connected many regions. There were even quite a few white areas. Kittens could only exist in low-tier regions. The living conditions in high-tier regions made it impossible for stray cats to survive. They would surely die. The rule of this adventure map is 1 unit of iron ore for 1 star ticket. It seems fair to every train conductor. But in reality, the value of 50,000 units of iron ore is completely different between a level 1 train and a level 18 train. If you could trade 50,000 units for a kitten, you'd be incredibly profitable. It all depends on whether you can get one. While this place is magical, it doesn't seem crowded, with only about 100 train conductors. 50,000 units of iron ore for a kitten. Chen Mang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing thoughtfully at the middle-aged man's back. He was extremely concerned about this middle-aged man. He was the highest-ranking train conductor, his train at level 18, many levels higher than his own. He didn't have access to train conductors of this caliber, so there was no doubt this man was brought back by Mondo. If he simply needed a pet out of loneliness, he wouldn't ask for as many as he could get. It felt a bit like it was related to the star beast. A level 18 train could, through some means, raise ordinary kittens into star beasts? Did they have to be kittens? Where are the adult cats, the piglets, the chicks? Hey, are you going too far? Do you really want to fight me to the death? Fuck you, in front of a brothel. Amidst a crowd of onlookers, a burly man glared fiercely at the middle-aged man standing in front of him. Dare you tell me your current location? Let's have a head-on fight. Don't harm my family. What do you mean by using my mother's photo to order something? I dare not. The middle-aged man shook his head and said seriously, I'm running low on copper. I need to use it sparingly. Besides, haven't we been at war for a long time? Alice, what a coincidence. Who happened to find your mother's photo? Then he looked at the brothel staff. Can I take the customized girl to the street? In principle, no, but if you are willing to add 100,000 star coupons as an outing fee, it is possible. 100,000. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. It was a bit expensive. But when he saw the burly man next to him with a gloomy and angry look on his face, he suddenly felt as cool and refreshing as drinking an iced soda in the dog days of summer. He nodded immediately and said generously, 100,000 is 100,000, I'll pay for it, bring it out. I'll be right here on the street. Hey, the burly man was about to explode, but seeing the black hole-armed robots around him, he suppressed his anger and looked at the service staff of the sex shop. Don't you have a privacy policy? Yes, the service staff smiled professionally. As a rule, sex shops don't allow customization of well-known public figures, nor do they allow customization based on photos. Then why did you let him do it? In the Neon City, the rules can be a little relaxed. Fuck you. By then, the girl had already walked out of the shop. The burly man froze in place, his face gloomy as water dripping, and he quickly left the place, not wanting to stay any longer. The onlookers looked at each other in confusion after seeing this scene. They all made up their minds. They had to buy the mask. And you have to protect your family's photos. This place is a bit like the Dark Forest. Whoever reveals their family's photos first, if known by their enemies, will be disgusted. It won't kill, but it's annoying. Great, great. Hearing the man sneer, the burly man quickened his pace and headed towards the bounty list again. Looking at the staff standing by the bounty list, he said with a gloomy face, I want to place a reward, free trade zone. Limited time only, no handling fee. There are many stalls here, each with a screen in front of it, showing the goods sold and purchased by the train conductors. It's been a long time. The 18th level train conductor, a middle-aged man in long sleeves and trousers, looked at the information on the screen at the first stall, startled slightly, his expression a little dazed, and after a moment, he shook his head and chuckled. The screen read a line of small words, seeking train conductors above level 4 to share some experience. Paid consultation, price negotiable. Must show your train level, He suddenly thought back to his youth, when he'd hoped someone could teach him a lesson. But the vast gaps between regions made it impossible for him to contact a higher level train. Even if he could, he wouldn't dare. Things are so much better now. With the existence of Neon City, this is no longer a fantasy. He couldn't tell how long it had been since he'd seen a train from the White Zone. He immediately squatted down, tapped his watch lightly, and then shook his wrist. "Little brother, is this a level 18 train? Is it enough for me to teach you?" Level 18, the young man sitting in the booth stared at the train level on his watch, stunned. Then he hurriedly stood up, his face filled with awe and fear, and whispered, "Senior, I can't afford such a high consulting fee. I'll give you 1-star ticket. Do you have a cigarette?" "Yes, one." The middle-aged man sat cross-legged on the ground, lit a cigarette, and began to reminisce. After a while, he spoke. "You should be in the white area now, right? What level train?" "Level 3 train, level 3 train. Let me think, you should start your job transfer soon. I personally recommend ignoring the flesh train and choosing the mechanical train. The S-level job transfer quest for the mechanical train is extremely difficult and basically impossible to complete, unless you are willing to buy a large number of level 10 refrigerators in the mechanical train parts store. I just went to see that if there are a large number of level 10 refrigerators, it is possible to clear the level, but it will consume a lot of iron ore, at least 500,000. For you in the white area, it is difficult to come up with 500,000. This is an astronomical figure. The disadvantages of A-level difficulty are great. B-level job transfer tasks are extremely difficult. C-level job transfer tasks are a good choice. You only need to transfer the train conductor to someone else and then transfer it back to complete it, but this requires you to have a trusted relative. Don't think about controlling the other party and then forcing them to transfer back to the train conductor. It's unrealistic. Few people will hand over the position of train conductor. The worst case scenario is that we die together. Once the train conductor dies, the train will be scrapped, and you will die without the train. The position of train conductor cannot be handed over outside the train. It is recommended to directly choose the D-level job transfer task. Don't waste too much time on it, and don't gamble, because there is not much difference between C-level potential and D-level potential. They are all the same. After upgrading the armor to level 3, you can transfer to the green area to upgrade to the level 4 train. At this time, there will be an energy shield. It is recommended to build it without upgrading. Just use level 3 armor to resist. If you encounter a train attacking you or a high-level monster, just run away, upgrade as quickly as possible, raise the level of the train, then when the train reaches level 6, go to build a Jebel energy shield and directly skip the upgrade to the energy shield that can be crafted as an accessory for the level 4 train. This will save a lot of iron ore. Otherwise, you will consume a lot of iron ore if you keep upgrading the energy shield. At level 6, you still have to replace the Jebel energy shield, including the hull cannon that can be crafted when the train is upgraded to level 4. It is enough to build one that meets the upgrade conditions. You don't need to upgrade or build more. Just use the 3-legged cat heavy machine gun. Anyway, your copper ore must be very small at this stage, and there is no need to fight monsters. Kill. If there are monsters, run away. If there aren't any, dig. After reaching level 6, craft the Doomsday Cannon. This weapon will be your mainstay for a long time. It can be upgraded to level 8. After reaching level 5, the super mod effect halves ammunition consumption, which can reduce the pressure on your copper mines. If you have Murphy's Stone, you can upgrade to level 10. The level 10 super mod also halves ammunition consumption. This weapon can basically guarantee you a smooth transition to level 10. Level 10 is another hurdle. At this point, you enter a firepower vacuum. Both your energy shield and weapons are a bit out of date and need to be replaced, which consumes a lot of resources. A level 10 Doomsday Cannon can no longer guarantee you against monsters in the blue zone. You need to craft red-grade weapons and energy shields. You need to. The middle-aged man spoke seriously, almost pouring out his knowledge. Many of the pitfalls he mentioned had actually been his own fault. He only realized they were pitfalls after he had fallen into them himself. After all, no one had ever told him about them before. I don't know how much time had passed. He felt a little dry in the mouth. He had talked a lot about how to find adventure maps, how to get rewards in adventure maps, and how to collect some special regional items. For example, the drill accessory was only available in a few low-level areas. If he could get enough drill blueprints and sell them for a good price in Neon City, he would definitely buy them. He had this special item, the drill Ruai order, but he didn't have the blueprint for the drill accessory, so there was no way to obtain it. When he finally finished speaking, he realized that a lot of people had gathered around him. Everyone listened to him quietly and took notes in their notebooks. So many people, the man was slightly stunned. "Sir," the young man in front of the stall stood up with red eyes, bowed deeply to the middle-aged man, and said in a trembling voice, "In my area, many train conductors will come to rob my iron ore. I didn't expect there is such a good person like you in the world. No wonder you can be an 18th level train conductor. This is a great favor. I will definitely repay you when I have the chance in the future." "Not really." The middle-aged man stood up, waved his hand and sighed lightly. "You think too much? You don't pose any threat to me, so I am willing to tell you so much. I also climbed up like you said when I was weak. If you want to develop, there will definitely be competition. Iron ore must be robbed. Everyone is short of iron ore, even I am short of iron ore now. The energy shield I am using to upgrade it consumes an absolutely astronomical figure for you. The prices of all the commodities in the entire free trade market combined are not enough for me to upgrade my energy shield once." He didn't say anything else, but walked towards the next stall. He was just feeling emotional and wanted to pass on his experience. If his experience could improve the survival rate of low-level trains, he felt it was worth it. The second stall sold pens and notebooks. The middle-aged man silently gazed at the crowd of people around him, all filled with gratitude. They had just heard his experience. Each of them held a pen and notebook, all the same style, identical to the one sold at the second stall. He silently averted his gaze and spoke softly to the smiling vendor at the second stall. "You'll be successful in everything you do from now on. How much did you make?" "Not much, maybe close to 20,000 stellar vouchers. You can sell a few notebooks for nearly 20,000 stellar vouchers. The price has temporarily increased." "How much?" 300 times. Originally, a notebook and a pen sold for 2 stellar vouchers. "Amazing, you're amazing, big brother. Without your experience, no one would buy my pens and notebooks. Such valuable experience, and you only sold them for 1 stellar voucher. You're doing this, big brother. I admire you, you're even more amazing." The middle-aged man wandered around the free market. There were a dozen or so stalls, but few people were there. There wasn't much he needed, and the items they sold were a bit too low-end. He had long since outgrown them. Finally, he set up a stall in the corner. He wasn't selling. He was buying. He was buying a kitten for 50,000 stellar vouchers, and he'd take as many as he could get. Then he got up and left, choosing the automatic custody option. This was a feature of the free market, allowing vendors to choose between custody and sale. They didn't need to be physically present at the stall, they simply set a buy and sell price. The price for a day's hosting is 1,000 stellar tickets. It's quite useful. It saves a ton of time, much more useful than at a rally. This guy, Chen Mang thought thoughtfully, standing in the office building, taking in the entire scene. These experiences are all genuine beginner's experience, which can help low-level trains avoid many pitfalls and significantly increase their survival rates. This is what he had intended to do. He was compiling his beginner's experience, preparing to sell it for 100 stellar tickets. But after listening to the man's words, he realized that his own summary of experience wasn't as good as this man's. Mainly because his beginner's experience was difficult to summarize, it was all a snowballing process. He hadn't encountered any firepower vacuums. From the beginning, his armor defense level was basically on par with the region's level. It didn't feel like a waste of resources. He'd been upgrading his armor. After a moment's contemplation, he looked at Zio AI beside him. Write down everything he just said, then find someone to talk to him about it. Try to get more detailed experience. Then, combine it with my own experience and compile a beginner's guide. Sell it for 100 stellar tickets and sell it to low-tier trains, help more trains survive, make it a permanent product, 50-50 commission. Yes, he didn't expect to make money from this product, but it could help many low-tier trains, thereby increasing the number of high-tier trains and indirectly cultivating high-net-worth customers for Neon City. The price of 100 stellar tickets was just right, not unaffordable for low-tier trains. A price too low would give a bad impression. "Hello, sir. Our boss invites you." A middle-aged man strolling down the street looked at the woman approaching him, his eyes narrowed slightly. He could clearly see the mechanical organs on her body, she was a robot. "Your boss?" The boss of Neon City, yes, lead the way. The man quietly followed a woman, heading towards Sun City, but his heart was already exploding like a mountain collapsing. This was the first time he had encountered someone from an intelligent and communicative mechanical civilization on the adventure map. The boss had actually invited him over. This was quite a feat. He had been to many adventure maps before, so he was aware of the existence of mechanical civilizations, and that trains were their means of transportation. However, the various signs he had gathered from the adventure maps indicated that this civilization seemed to be extinct. He had never met a mechanical person with whom he could communicate normally. This was a first. Chapter 273. Then there's no problem. The loop is closed. I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse. But this adventure map is an entertainment map. The train conductor won't be injured or killed here, so there shouldn't be much danger. It's just that, the man feels that he will soon be exposed to something he has never encountered before. He walked all the way into the casino, and followed the stairs to VIP box upstairs. He pushed the door open and walked in. There was only a tall woman in a long skirt sitting at the gambling table. She looked at him with a smile, shaking a glass of red wine in her hand. Very beautiful. This was the first thought that popped into the middle-aged man's mind. There was no trace of any mechanical organs on this woman. She looked like a real person. She was also very beautiful, and her aura was indeed very strong, like a boss. He tried his best to appear calm, sat at the gambling table, met the woman's gaze and said calmly, "I don't know what to call you, just call me Sister Key." Sister Key looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and said, "I admire your experience as a novice. I also have some experience in the novice period of advanced trains. I want to jointly launch a novice train conductor tutorial with you to help more novice train conductors survive, reduce their mortality rate, and allow them to go further. These experiences are priced at 100 star coupons, 50-50. The middle-aged man shook his head. "I don't lack this. Do you think Neon City lacks this? It's mainly to help novice train conductors grow quickly. What you can get is fame, not profit. I need you to tell me some more detailed experience, preferably detailed to a certain accessory. Your experience. What's in the experience? There's a lot, like supermetal effects for all craftable accessories at levels 5, 10, and 20, and so on. Please keep me anonymous. Oh, a lot of this experience comes from my past. If it's exposed and my opponent knows about it, it might cause me some trouble." "Okay, I don't put forward any conditions, I just want to know one question. Go ahead." The middle-aged man leaned forward slightly, his eyes staring at Sister Key with undisguised intensity, and he spoke word by word. "I'm already a level 18 train, basically a top-tier powerhouse, but I still feel powerless facing the apocalypse. You're the first mechanical person I've met who can communicate clearly, and you own an entire Neon City. Can you tell me, what level does the train need to reach to truly survive the apocalypse?" Sister Key was silent for a while, not knowing how to answer. There was no such information in her database. Subconsciously, she wanted to turn her head and look at the camera to seek Mr. Mang's help, but she quickly retracted her gaze and continued, "Level 100, level 100 is enough, level 100, the middle-aged man was slightly stunned, and then a trace of despair and powerlessness flashed in his eyes. His body softened and he leaned back in the chair, shaking his head and laughing miserably. "So if the planet's doomsday arrives, it's doomed. Level 100, I'm only level 18, and the resources I need are already astronomical. Tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, of iron ore to reach level 100, all the mines on the entire blue water planet combined might not even be enough. How could anyone possibly reach level 100? If one planet's mines aren't enough, then find a few more. There's nothing in the starry sky except planets." The man didn't answer immediately. He sat in his chair for a long silence before saying softly, "You're talking too far ahead. I don't know if I'll live to see that day. I've agreed to it. Find someone to connect with me." Then he stood up and walked out. The red zone is extremely dangerous. A few days ago, he witnessed a level 17 mechanical train and nearly collapse. That day, 3 trains in a row triggered a crisis on some adventure map, causing his red zone to experience 3 major crises in a row. This lasted for a full 48 hours. After 48 hours, it's no exaggeration to say that the red zone was essentially wiped out, and so was he. But luckily, not long after the Great Crisis began, a train called the Star successfully cleared the adventure map and halted the crisis. Otherwise, who knows what the Dusk Coast area would be like now. Perhaps it would be littered with corpses. He had never dared to upgrade to a level 19 train. In fact, he had met the upgrade requirements a month ago, but he didn't dare go. His energy shield level was too low, and he didn't have the confidence to survive in the gold zone, which had monsters up to level 21. Even though he was already in the first tier of trains, he still felt insecure. That can't be right, the man suddenly realized. Without data like letterboards and no way to connect with other areas, he had always believed that he was already in the first tier, the ceiling of the train. After all, he had his own train shortly after the apocalypse, and had been advancing rapidly. It was impossible for anyone to be faster than him. Could he not be in the first tier, but only in the second or even third tier? The man shook his head without giving it much thought, merely glancing at his millions in stellar tickets. He planned to go to the mechanical train parts shop later to buy something. Coincidentally, the stellar tickets and the stellar train shared the same name. In a corner of Neon City, the dwarf man and the young man next to him exchanged glances, each seeing the suspicion in the other's eyes. They had found their free admission tickets to Neon City. The dwarf man had been to Neon City before, and it was a completely different place then. It had undergone significant changes, especially with a change in currency to stellar tickets. Seeing many familiar items in the mechanical train parts shop, the same thought crossed their minds almost simultaneously. That man had taken over the city and become its master. However, they both remained silent. Since Mang Yi hadn't revealed his identity, indicating that he wished to remain secret, they naturally wouldn't say anything. All train conductors entering Neon City would become loyal users. This was a transformative event. The gatherings had almost lost their meaning. Beyond the white areas, slave trading in the green areas and above was rare. Unless one possessed exceptionally beautiful women, such as celebrities, they would still trade at the gatherings. And in Neon City, trade wasn't just free. There was also entertainment. One could purchase a wide variety of special items, communicate with other train conductors, and eavesdrop on the conversations of the powerful, gathering ample secrets. For example, with only 3 minutes left before Neon City closed, a young man pushed open the door to a private restroom stall and staggered out. He had been sitting on the toilet for almost 24 hours, his legs numb and unable to move. He hadn't gone anywhere all day. He simply hid in a corner, patiently waiting. Although physically and mentally exhausted, feeling more exhausted than a day's mining, his spirits were brimming with excitement, his eyes sparkling. This was his second visit. This time, he'd been hiding in the restroom the entire time, eavesdropping on the conversations between train conductors who brought their thugs with them, or even familiar train conductors who came together, catching up on a wealth of secrets and gossip. If fantasy novels often rely on the tavern for information, then in non-fantasy novels, the source of information can actually be the restroom. Information exchanged in restrooms is often incredibly accurate. After all, few people brag in restrooms. The solemn atmosphere there subconsciously encourages honesty. From what he heard today, he keenly grasped a key point: information asymmetry. Each region produces different component blueprints, with varying prices. For example, the drill component blueprint in his area is practically ubiquitous, nearly everyone has one. But a train conductor who had just come to the restroom was complaining to his thugs, "How come there's not a single drill component blueprint in such a large area? The resource detection radar shows the ground is full of ore, but they just can't dig. Drill component blueprints aren't for sale, not even in his area." After all, nearly everyone has one, so most people only need one. Getting a second one is pointless, and no one will buy it. What he needs now is... His plan was to quickly acquire the drill component blueprints upon returning to his area, then sell them at a high price the next time he entered Neon City. This was his plan. This was a small profit, but later, with transparent information and prices, there wouldn't be such exorbitant profits. But before that, he could make a quick buck. The young man excitedly dragged his troublesome legs, struggling to hold on to the wall as he moved out of the restroom. But as he left, he was a little confused. "What? I just took a shit, and you're asking me for 4,700 stellar coupons," the staff member guarding the restroom door said gently. "Sir, we charge by time. Free for the first 5 minutes, but after that, 100 stellar coupons for every half hour. Here you go." Neon City closed. Chen Mang had returned to the interior of the stellar train. By then, all the residents were resting. He lay in a chair and listened to Uncle Lee's report from the nearby area. Uncle Lee coughed lightly, moistened his throat, and then began to speak. Last night was the second opening of Neon City, with a business hour of 24 hours. The cumulative number of train conductors entering Neon City was 568, an increase of 173% year-on-year. The peak number of train conductors with the highest level staying in Neon City was 283, an increase of 180.2% year-on-year. Among them, the proportion of trains of level 6 and below was 82%. Of these 568 people, 123 entered for the second time, and the remaining 445 were newcomers entering for the first time, of which 223 entered through the recruitment of new members. Today's total turnover was 30.12 million stellar vouchers, a year-on-year increase of 62.9%. Yeah, Chen Mang leaned back in his chair with satisfaction. He was in a good mood listening to Uncle Lee's report. Everything was in a state of growth. How much of this 30.12 million turnover can I withdraw directly? 27.77 million units of iron ore, all freely available. Take it all out later. Yes, also, the number of people has increased by 173% year-on-year, so why is the turnover only up 62.9%? The main reason is that the first group of people came in just to join in the fun, so there weren't any purchases, and fewer people went to the entertainment shops. Secondly, the free trade market has taken up a lot of market share, which is completely unprofitable for us. Many train conductors have used their star certificates to buy items from other train conductors, resulting in a slight outflow of funds. If we charge a transaction fee, we can also get a share of this pie. Got it? There's no rush for this. Let's do it for free first, and then charge when more people come. Understood? After Uncle Lee left, Chen Mang stretched comfortably, washed up, and prepared for bed. He hadn't slept in a long time. He had been working all night since last night. Of the 50 mines, he prioritized mining iron ore. 10 of them were almost fully mined, and it would take another half-day to be completely mined. Then he would upgrade the armor and trains. The space was large enough. There were enough mines. It could accommodate enough residents mining simultaneously, which naturally meant high efficiency. Zio AI, I'm here. I need to get a good rest tonight. No need to create any dreams. Got it? Sleep was quick. Chen Mang soon drifted off into a daze. Some people are born with a low dreaming habit, while others dream almost every night. He wasn't sure what made them different. But he dreamed again tonight. And it wasn't just one dream, it was a series of dreams. Perhaps it was because he'd been dreaming about mining for the past few days. Tonight, he dreamed about mining again, but this time it wasn't level 10 ore, but level 9 ore. He swung a pickaxe and worked hard in his dream. Daybreak arrived. Chen Mang woke up, exhausted, and it was already noon when he woke up. What a fucking psycho. Chen Mang slowly opened his eyes, feeling the pain in his back and waist. He angrily flexed his completely limp arms. He hadn't even dreamcrafted last night, so how could he dream of mining again? Could he please stop mining? Was mining really that tiring? He felt like he'd been raped, his whole body aching and limp, unable to muster a single ounce of strength. Zio AI, are you sure you didn't use Dreamcraft last night, conductor? I can't disobey any of your orders. After washing up, Chen Mang rose, lit a cigarette, and sat in a chair to check the train log. Actually, the star had been docked in this space the entire night, and since there were no monsters there, the log wasn't particularly informative. But he subconsciously scanned through it anyway, checking the functioning of various components. It had become a habit. If he didn't check it in the morning, he'd always feel like something was missing. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the dreamstone above his bed, flickering faintly. Chen Mang's mouth dropped open slightly, a flicker of disbelief flashing across his eyes as his breathing quickened. No, could it be that? He hadn't brought back anything from his dreams in days. He'd almost forgotten about this thing. After all, it was a low-probability event, so he couldn't count on it too much. Unexpectedly, it would be light again today. He vaguely remembered not only mining but also other dreams last night. But he'd forgotten most of them by now. For some reason, dreams are so quickly forgotten once you wake up. He took a deep breath, nervously approached the single bed, and placed his hand on the dreamstone. A portal suddenly appeared next to it. He reached in and pulled out a stalactite-like object, transparent and dazzling in the light. Meanwhile, the dreamstone's capacity was rapidly decreasing, from 98% to 3%. This stone was, in fact, level 9 iron ore. Chen Mang's ears visibly turned red. He looked at the level 9 iron ore in his hand and waved it in the air excitedly, exclaiming, "Awesome, fuck, it's worth all my hard work these past few days. I almost lost half my life digging this, a level 9 iron ore worth 100 million units of iron ore." Even this tiny stalactite in his hand, placed in the white area, would definitely trigger a melee. Any white train that got hold of this level 9 iron ore would take off. Great, great, Chen Mang sat in his chair, excited and content, playing with the iron ore in his hand, which looked like a work of art. It looked much more beautiful than other iron ores, on a completely different level. It was equivalent to the combined content of 10 level 4 iron ores. By then, the entire batch of iron ore had been mined, and the residents were carrying refrigerators to transport the iron ore to storage car number 3. Perfect, Chen Mang looked at the dream stone on the train control console. The progress had reached 14%. This was the second dream stone being manufactured. It would take about a month for the progress to reach 100%, another dream stone. However, the progress was extremely slow. Having tasted the sweetness of success, he could no longer sleep at night without a dream stone. The dream stone by his bed was only 3% complete and would soon be used up. He pondered, silent. Dream stone manufacturing is a feature available on all level 12 trains, while dream creation is a feature available on all level 13 trains. His star was currently a level 13 train. The combined effect of these two features was the ability to create dreams. They were equally entertaining and boosted mental power. Dreams created through dream creation effectively replenished the user's mental power within their dreams. The effect wasn't significant. At least he hadn't heard anyone mention dream stones on the train radio, suggesting they were of little use to most people. So, he could buy them up. Zio AI, have Uncle Lee and the others set up a stall in Neon City and buy more dreamstone. Yes, those who have tasted sweetness once will always want to taste it. Why was he so happy? Not just because of a single level 9 iron ore, more importantly, it proved that the level 9 iron ore in his dreams could actually be produced. While the probability was extremely low, and he had stumbled upon it once, as long as there was a chance, the rest could be increased simply by sheer volume. Just like the union of sperm and egg, isn't it also a matter of selecting one sperm from among hundreds of millions for a probabilistic fusion? This is a classic example of using quantity to influence probability. As long as he could acquire a large amount of dreamstone, he could easily create a level 100 single bed for every resident. Then, every night in their dreams, through the creation of dreams, they would continue mining. He had over 6,000 residents. Even if the probability was low, a single one would pop up every now and then, right? After recovering his investment, the rest would be pure profit. The only problem is, Chen Mang pondered for a while and then said, Zio AI, do you think it would be tiring if the residents were to mine during the day and in their dreams at night? No, Zio AI's voice came from the train cabin. When the train level is higher, we will study how Double and others were resurrected after death, and then let the train residents continue to mine in hell after death. Speak human language. I'm sorry, conductor, I just want to express my humor, Zio AI said apologetically. In theory, this will exceed the body's load. This is equivalent to the wheels turning for 24 hours. It puts a lot of pressure on the human body. Unless you inject a few more shots of cardiac stimulants and drink a few more bottles of Coke every day. But this will still consume essence and blood and shorten your life. Shorten your life? The level 10 supermodel effect of a single bed is exactly to prolong life. Then there is no problem, the loop is closed. Well, Chen Mang paused for a moment and continued, the price of a level 100 single bed is not cheap. The price of a level 100 single bed is about 510,000 units of iron ore. It is definitely not affordable to build 6,000 level 100 single beds. Let's do this. First, let Neon City prepare to purchase Dreamstone. After purchasing 100 Dreamstones, consume 50 million units of iron ore to build 100 single beds, see what the shipment probability is, and calculate the investment to production ratio. If it is profitable, then slowly expand and promote it. Yes, after finalizing his plan, Chen Mang sat back in his chair, his face filled with satisfaction, and gazed at the control panel screen. A profitable business isn't a good business. A profitable business that's also replicable is a good business. This is why so much capital is so invested in pre-prepared meals. Even the most delicious home-cooked meals, even if they've been made for centuries, are useless. Capital values replication, and a replicable business model is a good one. Very good, he felt the Dreamstone acquisition should go smoothly. After acquiring the first batch of Dreamstone, he'd see how it fared. If the plan succeeded, it would yield a vast supply of iron ore. He gave it a catchy name, cyber mining. Actually, Zio AI's voice echoed from within the train. Conductor, you could completely stuff the residents into combat training virtual space, using nutrient solution to sustain life and keep them in a coma, mine in dreams 24 hours a day, dream 3 times a day. That way, the probability of obtaining iron ore from dreams is higher. No need to mine in the real world anymore. Chapter 274, Fuck all stars. Huh? After hearing Zio AI's suggestion, Chen Mang suddenly raised an eyebrow. Zio AI, I notice your underlying qualities are a bit like those of a capitalist. They're still our residents, after all. How can you just use them as consumables? That's wrong. I let them mine in their dreams at night, so that's considered overtime. You're being inhumane. After a long silence, Zio AI's voice finally rang out from the train. Conductor, the AI doesn't have any underlying qualities in its initial state. Any underlying qualities are subtly influenced by the conductor. Then please learn more about my good side next time. Okay, but I think your plan is worth considering. While using residents isn't appropriate, dream mining doesn't require initiative, it's a compulsory act. Captured enemies, including residents who have made mistakes, can be thrown in. Chen Mang was in a good mood and happy to chat with Zio AI for a while longer. The train now had a total of 267.13 million units of iron ore. Nearly 300 million. The star's iron ore reserves have reached a peak. With so much iron ore, his armor can be upgraded again, giving him even more confidence in the red zone. The trains in the red zone are truly terrifying. Through 3 consecutive crises, not a single train has been destroyed. Each possesses their own unique abilities, and their true strengths are evident in the face of crisis. Even those with powerful firepower dread him. The trains may not seem defensive in isolation, but their firepower is truly formidable. Upgrade. His train is currently level 13, with level 15 armor. The upgrade from level 14 to level 15 costs 5 million per carriage. And from level 15 to level 16, the cost per carriage rises to 10 million units of iron ore with 16 carriages in total. The cost is halved, resulting in 80 million units of iron ore. When the 80 million units of iron ore in the train are reduced to powder and absorbed into the carriages, the armor level has reached level 16. Level 16 armor, ready. In the purple area, the Stoneman zone, the highest level monsters were only level 15, yet his armor had already reached level 16. In that respect, his armor level was already exceeding the standard. But that wasn't enough. He needed level 17 armor, and he still had plenty of iron ore he needed to keep upgrading. The price of one train car from level 16 to 17 reached 20 million units of iron ore. With 16 train cars, that was 160 million units of iron ore upgrade. The 160 million units of iron ore within the train once again turned to powder and merged into the cars. With flashes of white light, the train's armor reached level 17. 2 levels in one go. One more level, and he'd basically be able to handle monsters in the red zone with ease. He'd have to be careful with the other trains, as they had higher level weaponry. Not bad. In the space, Chen Mang stood not far from the star, gazing at the train he'd painstakingly built, with a satisfied grin. When the armor reached level 17, the exterior changed slightly. While still matte black, it had a slightly heavier feel. Compared to the other level 3 armors, the difference was immediately apparent. Very good. The only slight bummer was the sheer amount of materials required to upgrade. Just upgrading 2 armors had already consumed 240 million units of iron ore. That's equivalent to several days' worth of Neon City's revenue. Just moments earlier, he'd been thinking about how to spend nearly 300 million units of iron ore, feeling like he could finally splurge. Now, after doing nothing, he was left with only 27.13 million units. Almost back to poverty. Alice, Chen Mang sighed helplessly. The road ahead was long and arduous. No wonder the level 18 train was so desperate when they heard they could truly survive the apocalypse by reaching level 100. How could they not be? Just thinking about the materials needed to upgrade to level 100 filled him with despair. The number of a level 100 train was completely made up by Sister Key. She didn't know the answer, so she just made it up. but she felt that level 100 might not be the upper limit. Of course, a train of this level would certainly survive the apocalypse, but it wouldn't be enough to soar freely through the universe. After all, a level of Star Beast Cub would be level 120 once it reached adulthood, making a level 100 train completely inadequate. Returning to the train, Chen Mang looked at the upgrade requirements for a level 14 train and prepared to begin another upgrade. Upgrade requirements: consume 50,000 units of level 3 iron ore, require all car components to be at least level 240, have at least 500 survivors, and have killed a level 14 monster. He met all of these requirements. When he first arrived at the Stoneman area, he'd killed all the rabbits, and there were quite a few level 14 monsters there. It's worth mentioning that there were no red rabbits left in the Stoneman area, not even level 1. The rabbits had banded together, crossing vast distances to pursue him. But sometimes, too much unity isn't a good thing. If they weren't so united, at least they could have left a seed. They wouldn't have been completely slaughtered, leaving no seed behind. After consuming 5 million units of iron ore, a line of text appeared on the control panel screen: your train has been upgraded to level 14. More craftable components will be unlocked. Chen Mang looked thoughtfully at the new feature on the control panel. Except for a few difficult stages, so far, each train upgrade has added a new feature. Sometimes it's very useful, sometimes it's completely useless, or even completely useless for the time being. This new feature is hard to evaluate. A yellow button appeared on the control panel, called Doomsday Convoy. Its effect: you can form a convoy and invite other trains to join, with the leader's train as the lead train. Within the same area, train captains in the convoy can freely trade items and resources remotely via the train radio. That's about it. It's like a deeply linked faction, exchanging more private information and resources. He pondered for a moment, unable to figure out which of his existing resources could be combined with this feature to create a multiplier effect. The primary purpose of this team was to allow members to freely and remotely trade goods and resources. But his train radio already had this feature. It felt a bit repetitive. He could bring Erden into the mix, and he began to think about a name for the team. After a moment, he came up with it. Fuck it all, it should be vulgar, it should be elegant. This was the name he initially rejected for the train, feeling it wasn't presentable. He chose Star. Star was a nice name, and he was happy with it, but it lacked a certain spirit, a certain energy, a certain forward-moving force. Perhaps one always regrets the path they didn't choose. He kept thinking of those 4 words, and now that he had another chance to choose a name, he naturally wouldn't miss it. He used to think it was vulgar, unpresentable. But that was before. Now he was presentable. He had the final say on what was acceptable and what wasn't. Not bad, Chen Mang said, his expression satisfied as he gazed at the information on the train's dashboard. Control everything, Star. The prefix was the fleet name, and the suffix was the train name. The same would apply to future announcements on the train's radio or regional announcements. However, he could choose to remain hidden or unhidden. He couldn't invite Erden for now. This dimension was disconnected from Erden, and he couldn't reach him. However, he gave Erden several free passes to Neon City, telling him to come to Neon City if he needed help and couldn't reach him. He then spent over 100,000 units of iron ore to repaint the train, refining it to resemble these 7 characters, with multiple dots in the middle. It looked quite good. Just then, the train door suddenly opened, and Xia Feng's voice rang out, "Master Mang, I got you some red heart nuts." Chen Mang frowned and tilted his head. "Why are you speaking so quietly? Do you expect me to listen to you? Should I?" The voice trailed off. Xia Feng's coat had slipped off at some point, revealing her sensual silk nightgown. The hem of her dress swayed slightly in the breeze. Xia Feng lowered her head, her expression etched in the distance. Her hands unconsciously grasped the hem of her dress, her blush reaching all the way to her ears. A young girl's blush is always captivating. The mechanical eyes within the train's interior tactfully turned aside, and even the lights gradually dimmed. A soothing song played softly, quietly, yet it imbued the atmosphere with a profoundly ambiguous ambiguity, a hint of fragrance filling the air. "Come." Chen Mang turned his head expressionlessly and looked at the train auxiliary AI on the control panel. "Turn the bed to electric for me." As AI's voice sounded in the train, "This needs to be modified, it will take some time, it may be too late. It's too late. Your mother, turn on the light for me." "Who the hell let you act on your own?" And Chen Mang frowned and looked at Xia Feng, who was wearing a sexy nightgown, Are you spending too much time with Ji Chuchu every day? Play with her less in the future. You are my maid. Did I ask you to sleep with me? What are you doing? Isaiah Fang didn't dare meet Chen Mang's gaze, her voice tinged with uneasiness. Master Mang, didn't you say a few days ago that you had high expectations of me? You hoped I wouldn't let you down? I've never experienced this before, and to give you a perfect experience, I went to Sister Chuchu for a week to learn from her. Master Mang, isn't that what you were talking about? Chen Mang, sitting in a chair, rubbed his temple lightly and sighed. He said wearily, you should spend less time with Chuchu in the future. She's mentally unstable, and so are you. What I meant that day was, well, I hope you'll wash your hands more often in the future, nothing else. You misunderstood. Go down. Xia Fang, realizing what she was doing, felt her neck flush. She frantically picked up her coat from the floor, put it on, and rushed out of the train compartment. Chen Mang watched Xia Fang's retreating back and sighed softly. It seemed he needed to be less encouraging of his subordinates in the future. Too much encouragement would inevitably lead to misunderstandings and chaotic behavior. Conductor, Xia Fang has a good appearance and figure, don't you like her? No. Chen Mang shook his head and said softly, these are two different things. I can find women, but I don't like women to take the initiative to find me. It's different. Is it different? Different. I don't understand. How should I put it? If I want Xia Fang, then as the number of people on the train increases, more and more people will rely on such means to get promoted. For example, if the people below want to move up, they will also send their sisters, or choose good-looking residents to send up. This will make the management of the train very chaotic. I personally don't like the people below to speculate about my preferences, but Mr. Mang, you like to smoke, and everyone on this train knows it. This is different again. What's the difference? You are not smart. I don't want to talk to you. Go and build your cosmic receiver, and please shut up from now on. In the guard car number 7. Ji Chuchu looked at Xia Fang, who was crying beside the bed. She sat beside her awkwardly and patted her on the back. It's okay, it's okay. Master Mang didn't punish you, which means he's not that displeased, but... This is so embarrassing, Xia Fang sobbed softly. How can I face Master Mang in the future? How can I make his bed and bring him food? Oh, Ji Chuchu was a little unsure how to respond. She had also misunderstood. Don't let me down, in her mind. Such words basically meant that she should be tactful and climb into bed on her own. Unexpectedly, this time it was wrong. It was indeed a bit difficult to end. It's okay, just pretend nothing happened. Act naturally. Right now, you see Master Mang the most on the entire train. I don't even see him for days. While your salary isn't high, your position is pretty much at the top of the train. Xia Fang hesitated, thinking about it. It seemed to be true. Whenever the conductor went to see Master Mang to report on the situation, he'd ask how he was feeling. If he said he wasn't, he'd just turn around and leave without looking back. She was always grateful to him. It was he who had chosen her to be Master Mang's maid. So what you need to do now is stop overthinking and just carry on as usual. Okay, Sister Chuchu, any other suggestions? No more. Ji Chuchu avoided Xia Fang's gaze and looked out the window. Xia Fang had just relayed Master Mang's exact words, saying she wasn't very smart. She'd previously used Yan Yao to climb the ladder, and this time, he'd wanted to use Xia Fang's incident to do the same. But it was clear Master Mang didn't like her behavior. This time, he'd scolded her for being stupid, and next time, she'd probably be demoted to the Red House. It's better to give less advice. Inside the Star Train, Chen Mang sat in a chair, gazing at the additional craftable components that became available after the train reached level 14, fruit production line, a red-grade component. Crafting requires 50,000 units of iron ore. Awesome. Chen Mang silently gazed at the component. It was the first time he'd seen a red-grade food production line, and it required 50,000 units of iron ore to craft. The price was ridiculously high. There were many different types of fruit that could be crafted, and the prices were all quite high and varied. For example, an apple cost 100 units of iron ore, one cherry costs 100 units of iron ore, one durian costs 1,000 units of iron ore. Prices vary. Compared to red nuts, these are pure luxury goods, few can afford them. Previously, the most expensive luxury item on the train was melon seeds, but now they're fruit. He hasn't had fruit in a long time. In his previous life, he never liked fruit, but in this world, having not eaten fruit for a long time, He feels a craving. After spending 50,000 units of iron ore to craft this accessory and placing it in the living car number 4, Chen Mang finally said, "Xiao AI, ask Xiao Feng to bring me the whole fruit plate." This time, it was a proper fruit plate. The previous fruit plates on the train were all red nuts. While delicious, they were a bit tedious. After a moment's thought, he directly spent 7.75 million units of iron ore to upgrade this red-grade fruit production line to level 20, gaining the corresponding 3 supermetal effects. This accessory would essentially be his exclusive accessory for a long time to come. Fruit production line level 5 supermetal effect. Long-term use effectively improves physical fitness. Fruit production line level 10 supermetal effect. Long-term use effectively improves mental strength. Fruit production line level 20 supermetal effect. Improved taste and adjustable flavor. Wow, Chen Mang looked at the 3 supermetal effects in surprise. The first 2 were good, but he didn't have to go out into the battlefield, and he didn't have much desire to pilot a mecha. While men all loved mechas, he wasn't particularly interested in them. In his eyes, they were just a type of individual weapon. He preferred the 3rd supermetal effect. He thought it meant he could customize the crispness of his watermelon. He preferred a crisper watermelon, not a sandy one. Over 7 million yuan for something that improved his quality of life. Not bad. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng had already brought on the fruit plate, but her ear still looked a little red, and she lowered her head, saying nothing. Chen Mang didn't care. He simply picked up a cherry with interest and popped it into his mouth, using his legs as a console to continue selecting movies. He actually liked cherries, but he rarely ate them in his previous world because he was afraid of worms. He hated worms, and he didn't want them in his mouth. But the fruit produced on the fruit production line guaranteed absolute worm-free fruit. The completely customized fruit tasted really good, and he loved it. Time flew by, and it was 7 days later. During these 7 days, the entire population worked overtime to completely mine the titanium crystal ore, and 100 million units of titanium crystal ore had arrived. Today was also the day Neon City reopened. Mondo returned midway to restock a batch of Neon City free admission tickets, but without rest, he set out on his journey again. "It's finally begun," Chen Mang whispered, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down. He'd see if he could receive a batch of dream stones this time. Neon City was actually very well managed. It ran on its own without his supervision. But this was, after all, a new business he had high hopes for. On the 3rd day of opening, he still wanted to stand here and watch. Tomorrow, he could begin mass-producing his Viper drone fighters. 2.5 million titanium crystal ore, a level 20 unit. That would allow him to build 40 level 20 Viper drone fighters with perpetual endurance circled above the trains. Even in the red zone, he dared to venture in. The scene of all the trains in the red zone firing at full force that day had left a deep impression on him. It was the first time he had seen so many powerful trains. Their firepower was completely different from that of the trains in the purple zone. Finally, inside the Neon City's starting point, a young man knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly, and trembling. He said, "Finally, I saw the train conductors from other areas. I almost thought we were abandoned by the world." A man nearby saw this scene and came over curiously. "Did a natural disaster happen in your area, causing all the other trains to be destroyed, and only yours survived?" "It's normal. It's the same in our area. A few days ago, the zombie volcano erupted, and many trains were destroyed as well. I was lucky enough to be protected by a big boss and survive." "No." The young man knelt on the ground and shook his head with tears in his eyes. "Our area is very harmonious. All the train captains have gathered together and formed a city with trains. All the train accessories are of the maximum level, and the armor is also level 3. The monsters in the area can't cause any harm to us. No one has died in our area for a long time. The mortality rate has been below 5% since 6 months ago. The few who died occasionally were not killed by monsters. They died accidentally, such as choking on food, or dying from terminal illnesses that could not be cured." The uncle asked in confusion, "Is there such a harmonious area?" "Yes," the young man gritted his teeth and said indignantly, "Our white area is surrounded by 5 red areas. There is not a single green area. We are surrounded in the middle and can't go anywhere. We can only stay in the white area. I can't even complete the train job transfer quest. All the train parts have been upgraded to the maximum level. There is no more upgrade. and the iron ore is simply not consumed. If I hadn't encountered a lucky encounter and a black marketeer gave me an admission ticket, I might have been imprisoned in this place for the rest of my life." "Huh?" The uncle froze in confusion, not knowing how to respond for a moment. He had never heard of this situation before. Logically, all white areas would be adjacent to green area, right? If there were only red areas around, then there was really no way out. "Then how do you upgrade your trains?" "We can't upgrade." "That's fine, at least that area is absolutely safe. In the apocalypse, it doesn't matter where you live, so just treat it as your own private land." "Good egg." The man shook his head in pain. The dangers of the apocalypse are constantly increasing. If the regional boundaries are abolished in the future, we low-level trains will have no choice but to wait for death. Chapter 275. Is this a biochemical crisis breaking out in Neon City? Poor kid. The uncle looked at the young man kneeling on the ground, weeping bitterly, with a complicated expression. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "But even if you can buy some parts in Neon City, you can't upgrade your train." "That's true, but at least there's a little more hope." Chen Mang, sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looked curiously at the young man's information on the tablet Zio AI handed him. Trapped in the white zone, could he be trapped in another zone? He hadn't considered such a situation. After all, he had never encountered such a situation before. It was just a pity. If he had been trapped in the purple or blue zone, it would have been much better. He would have accumulated so much iron ore over such a long time, with nowhere to spend it, so he could only spend it here. Being trapped in the white zone, even if he had developed peacefully for so long, he wouldn't have been able to accumulate much iron ore after all. There wasn't a single level 3 mine in the white zone, and even level 2 mines were extremely rare. Level 1 mines were basically the main source. The yield of a level 1 mine was around 10,000 units of iron ore, enough for nothing. Logically speaking, this situation shouldn't happen. Zio AI, who was standing aside, shook her head. "We still don't know how the zones are formed, but we can get one thing. The existence of zones effectively reduces the mortality rate of the residents of this planet. If there weren't zones, and some powerful monsters were stopped, there wouldn't be so many trains developed. At the beginning of the Doomsday, those powerful monsters could have slaughtered the entire planet. For example, that level 15 red-skinned rabbit has a speed of nearly 4,000 kilometers per hour. Even though the blue water planet is relatively large, this one rabbit alone is enough to slaughter all the creatures on the entire planet in a short period of time. Just like peeling an onion, clear it one circle at a time, empty. This area offers more advantages to the train than disadvantages. In theory, this type of area shouldn't exist, but in this world, everything has bugs, so the appearance of such a place isn't surprising. However, this type of area is definitely rare. After all, this is the first one we've seen in such a long time. Chen Mang tilted his head to look at Zio AI, pausing before continuing. "Before the Neon City, we couldn't come across a train conductor in this area. Also, don't use inverted sentences so often, it's hard to understand." "Okay, conductor." After looking for a while, Chen Mang returned to the Star Train room. There wasn't much work for him there, so he decided to rest for a while. At this moment, in this space, the headlights, energized at full power, dispelled the vast darkness, making the space as bright as day. But without true sunlight, staying there for too long could feel a bit depressing. Chen Mang sat inside the train room, casually picking up an apple from the fruit bowl on the table and chewing on it. He glanced at a gold-grade accessory blueprint in his hand. Gold grade, one level higher than red. The train had only had one gold-grade accessory blueprint for a long time. This was Zio AI's second trip to Neon City, and after unlocking unlimited currency, he went to the third floor of the mechanical shop to buy it. He returned many of the items he'd acquired that day to the mechanical train parts shop. But he kept some of the more valuable items. Even if he sold them, no one else could afford them, and he was reluctant to sell them anyway. Robot R&D Center, gold-grade accessories. Crafting requires 100,000 units of iron ore. Comes with two types of robots, the mining robot and the robot dog. The former can mine copper, iron, and lumber, with a fixed mining rate of 1 unit per hour. Crafting a mining robot requires 10,000 units of iron ore. A level 1 energy stone provides 180 days of continuous operation. It has level 0 defense and level 0 attack. The latter has attack and exploration capabilities. Crafting a basic level 1 robot dog requires 10,000 units of iron ore. Level 0 defense, level 0 attack. Even outside the range of the enemy detection radar, the robot's built-in mechanical eyes can transmit information back to the train's AI data processing center. Its defensive and offensive capabilities can be customized. For example, a machine gun could be mounted on the robot's back, giving it combat capabilities. Or the energy stone within the robot could be activated, creating a self-destruct effect. All of these customizations consume more iron ore. Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, looking at the accessory blueprint in his hand. He gently shook the apple core and placed it on a nearby napkin. Xia Feng would take it and give it to the breeding car later to see if it could grow a fruit tree. This would significantly lower the price of the fruit, but the flavor and texture of the fruit produced would not be customizable. Robot R&D Center. Extremely powerful accessories. Two types of robots can be created, mining robots and robot dogs. The former replaces residents, the latter guards. In a sense, with this accessory, the mechanical train could even function like a flesh train, even with only the conductor on board. For now, that's it. The mining robots weren't particularly useful to him, as he had no shortage of residents willing to mine. However, as the train gradually developed and expanded to more advanced areas, mining robots would become essential. A level 1 energy stone could provide 180 days of continuous operation. The cost-effectiveness was exceptional. While not particularly useful elsewhere, they were immensely useful here. These robots significantly reduced his mining time. At this point, the titanite and iron ore had been completely mined. Only the red heart rock, copper ore, and lumberyard remained. He immediately crafted this accessory and, consuming 4.5 million units of iron ore, upgraded it to level 10, granting 2 corresponding supermetal effects. Robot R&D Center Level 5 Supermetal Effect. After installing this accessory, the manufacturing cost of robots produced by all train components is halved. Robot R&D Center Level 10 Supermetal Effect. The manufacturing cost of robots produced by all train components is halved again, to incredible supermetal effects. This meant that a mining robot cost only 2,500 units of iron ore. This price, a bit like clearing out inventory. Huh? Chen Mang sighed with satisfaction. Most importantly, it wasn't just the mining robot's manufacturing cost that was halved, it was also the cost of all robots produced from the train's components, including the black hole armored robot. That component itself had the effect of halving the manufacturing cost. Combined, it was certain that in the future, he could fully mobilize a robot army. Upgrading the Robotics Research Center from level 10 to level 20 required 14.5 million units of iron ore, but the train currently only had 10.12 million units. This was insufficient, and further upgrades were impossible for the time being. He would wait until more iron ore was available. Build. The next moment, from the space door of the Mecha R&D Center in Carriage 2, a line of pitch-black robots emerged from the carriage, silently and quietly resting outside. They stood in rows. Quite quiet. Extremely orderly. He had consumed 5 million units of iron ore to build 2,000 mining robots. 1 million units of iron ore were consumed to create a level 1 energy stone for each robot, ensuring each robot could continue operating for 180 days. The scene was quite awe-inspiring. Great, great, great. Chen Mang stood outside the train with a satisfied expression, gazing at the 2,000 mining robots before him. When a population reaches a certain level, and they obey your orders completely, even a normally timid coward will feel a surge of heroism within. At first glance, the shock was intense. The robots churned out on the assembly line can be produced in seconds. Incredibly fast. 800 people could reach Zhuangwu Gate. What about 2,800 people have their own fighting style, and 2,000 people have their own fighting style? They are all industrial waste. Zio AI walked up and pointed at a robot standing in the front and said, "Conductor, look, the structure of this robot is nothing. Even the mechanical eyes are the worst. There is not even a signal receiver, which means that I can't remotely control these robots in real time. These robots can only complete their work content according to the set instructions. There is no microphone, there is no AI chip, don't even mention armor, they don't even want to use simulated leather. The skeleton and wires are all exposed. It looks like they can be smashed to pieces with a pickaxe." "Indeed, you are right." Chen Mang smiled and nodded, "but he only wants 2,500 units of iron ore. If he sells it for 500,000, I will definitely say to you that he is an industrial waste, but it is just cheap enough. Have you given the instructions?" "Yes," Zio AI said seriously, After standing here for another 5 minutes, they will go to the Red Heart Rock mine on the side for mining. After mining the Red Heart Rock mine, they'll move on to other mines. Once all mines are mined, they'll return to the star. New instructions can only be redeployed after these robots return to carriage 2. No new instructions can be issued mid-route unless I run over and open their brain computer interfaces and manually input new instructions, but that would be a massive undertaking. This is truly industrial waste. Robots that can't even issue real-time instructions shouldn't exist in this era. They should be thrown into the garbage dumps crusher. Don't say that, Chen Mang said with a smile. They're all good children of the star. Go research whether there's any way to sell these robots to other trains. I need to change the underlying permissions. The default permissions are loyal to the star. I don't have the authority to change the underlying permissions of other robots. Later, you, the conductor, will return to the train control console and sign an agreement granting me limited time permission. Only then can I check if this robot's underlying permissions can be changed. Okay. At that moment, several residents, who usually handle daily life, emerged from the carriage, carrying a batch of newly forged level 4 pickaxes and placing them on the ground. 5 minutes later, the mining robots began to move. The first robot, leading the pack, picked up a pickaxe and slowly made its way toward the distant Red Heart Rock mine, taking 1, 2, 3 steps with the swift, devilish pace of a demon. Steady, pickaxe raised, and began to smash. The entire process was incredibly mechanical, each movement so precise, even the exact same height at which the pickaxe was raised. As more and more robots joined in, many nearby Red Heart Rock mines were filled with robots, the crackling sounds of mining emanating from them. Although there were only 2,000 people, thanks to their 24-hour operation, they could achieve the productivity of nearly 3,000 residents. Residents worked a considerable amount of time, and many mined more than 1 unit of iron ore per hour. Even though it's industrial waste, if we could sell it, we should be able to make a lot of money, ZioAI said, looking at the robots working nearby. Although he felt they were nothing more than industrial waste, not only were they inferior to the robots in Neon City, their construction wasn't even as good as the black hole-armed robots. They were extremely crude, like something a child had crafted from industrial waste. But one thing has to be admitted, using it for mining is pure genius. You won't make much, Chen Mang said, shaking his head with a smile. The factory cost is only 2,500 units of iron ore, which is much more expensive than a slave. At the rally, a normal slave only cost 500 units of iron ore, and the daily consumption is higher than a slave. One level 1 energy stone can sustain 180 days of operation, which is equivalent to an average daily consumption of 2.7 units of iron ore. 10 slices of bread only cost 1 unit of iron ore. A normal train slave wouldn't consume that much food per day. It can only operate 24 hours a day, so it can be sold at a high price. A newbie definitely can't afford it, but selling it to the experienced trains is fine. You can still make a little money, and it can also help expand the store's assortment. In the universe, there is a law called the law of conservation of smiles. It's somewhat similar to the law of conservation of energy. A smile doesn't appear without reason. It appears on one face and disappears on another. Chen Mang smiled, but the smiles on the residents' faces gradually faded. A middle-aged man, leaning on a pickaxe, gazed blankly at a group of robots nearby, each swinging its pickaxe in unison, mining. Despair grew in his eyes, as if he were about to lose his job. Why? He'd been thinking, with so much minerals in this dimension, that if he worked hard, he'd surely be able to upgrade to a first-class resident. He'd been sleeping only 4 hours a day lately, relying on coke for the rest of the time, just hoping to mine more minerals and level up quickly. But when did those mining robots appear? How could he possibly outperform them, no matter how hard he tried? Robots can work 24/7, non-stop. Was life destined to treat him this way? Before the apocalypse, he was an illustrator. He admitted his skills weren't great, but he could still make a living. But when AI was invented, he lost his job. He was distressed, yet also somewhat helpless. He couldn't even find anyone to vent his frustrations to. This was the tide of the times, and he couldn't stop it alone. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, he accepted it, believing it was perfectly normal. But, it's the fucking apocalypse, why is his job being replaced by an AI robot? Suddenly, panic spread among the crowd. If robots can completely replace their jobs, then what's the point of their existence on the train? In the apocalypse, No one wants to be a waste. It's not that everyone dislikes playing slackers, but everyone knows one thing: in the apocalypse, if you have no value, you will basically be abandoned. Someone who can't create value often has no meaning to live. Waste of food. Death is the best destination. It was already midnight, and most residents had already returned to the carriage to sleep. The few who were still working overtime here could be said to be those who were still mining at this time, hoping to get promoted quickly or earn more star tickets. Will we be able to get out of here alive? Have the machine guns in the residential area on the train already been cleaned? No, don't worry. As far as I know, machine guns are much more expensive than ours. They probably won't use them. They'll just close the refrigerator door and lower the temperature. That way it'll save resources. How about you give me a pickaxe now? I think being hit by a pickaxe or freezing to death would be more comfortable. Just then, a panel appeared in the iris chips of all residents who hadn't fallen asleep yet. All residents continue as usual. Those with special talents can report to Lao Tzu. Soon, residents will be mining alongside mining robots, and the mining robots will gradually replace most residents' mining work. During this period, all residents should explore their talents to the fullest extent possible so that the train can assign them suitable jobs. Those already employed in Neon City as pimps, salespeople, or shills can also earn stellar tickets based on their performance and hours worked. Those without special talents can continue mining later. This message appeared. The restless hearts of the residents, still awake, instantly calmed down. Now that Mr. Mang had said so, there was no problem. Hundreds of residents breathed a sigh of relief. They feared losing their value and being made into soap or sold to other trains. Only after experiencing other trains, and then arriving on the star, could one clearly understand that the star was a Garden of Eden in the apocalypse. However, it was clear that for a short time, mining robots would work alongside the residents to mine iron ore, but in the future, this repetitive work would undoubtedly be replaced by robots. They would have to demonstrate talents that robots couldn't replace in order to continue to live well on the star. That's not a big deal, a nearby man seemed unconcerned. I believe that as the train develops, it will surely develop a system that allows people to sleep completely. Then I can mine 24/7, wouldn't that make me comparable to robots? If I eat less, maybe my energy consumption will be even lower than a robot's. Brother, even an Iron Man can't handle that kind of work. You're a goblin, aren't you? Gnome, the man shook his head dismissively. My resident number is 67, making me one of the train's earliest residents, right? When I joined, there weren't even goblins yet. At first, those goblins were the most ruthless, mining the longest every day, but look at those goblins now. Aren't they all exhausted and going back to sleep, like cattle and horses? I've never been defeated by anyone, not even goblins. Human potential is limitless. Inside the train, Chen Mang sat in a chair, staring at the control panel. He wondered how the Dreamstone acquisition was going, and whether any trains were selling such items. The train wasn't lacking in production efficiency. What it lacked was enough mines. It wasn't everywhere you looked. If it weren't for the adventure map Erden had found, he wouldn't have encountered such a rich, high-resource mining area. Those 2,000 mining robots couldn't completely replace the inhabitants. However, when the train was mining normally, 1 or 2 mines wouldn't require so many people. The mining efficiency was a bit over budget. Once Dreamstone acquired a sufficient number of mines, he could start building his own cyber mine. Residents could mine in their dreams. This was a humanitarian move. 12 hours of mining in the cyber mine, then another 12 hours of rest. In some ways, it could even be considered pure rest, not mining at all. After all, how could work in a dream really be considered work? Just like that, he had another way to obtain iron ore. Precisely because he had already planned this, he felt the residents didn't have to worry about losing their jobs. Losing their jobs? Definitely not. After all, robots don't dream. This is a uniquely human skill, and it's the only way to enter the cyber mine. And quickly, 24 hours passed. The third operation of Neon City came to an end. Inside the train, Uncle Lee stood aside, looking at the report in his hand and began to report. Last night was the third opening of Neon City, with a business hour of 24 hours. The cumulative number of train conductors entering Neon City has increased year on year. Stop, Chen Mang raised his hand to interrupt Uncle Lee's report. There is no need to report so much data every time. Just tell me how many people entered Neon City this time, and how much iron ore I can take away. Yes, Uncle Lee nodded, glanced at the data, and then reported again. A total of 912 people entered Neon City, of which 7.92 million units of iron ore were net profits, which can be taken away. So little. Chen Mang couldn't help but frown and asked in a questioning tone, how come there are so many more people than last time, but the profits are so much lower than last time? I spent so much effort to build Neon City, why is the profit getting less and less? Call Li Shiji and Zhao AI to me and explain to me what is going on. I earn 8 million units of iron ore in one day. Is this a biochemical crisis in Neon City? End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.